Oh. Okay, don't care about any of this. Caught Dario's stream last night. Nope, but I did catch your mom in my bed last night. And by catch her, I mean tuck her in and give her a kiss on the cheek. Because I'm loving and respectful.
People are always telling me, Royce, you're a sexist. You only ever hire men. That's not true. I hire tons of women. Trans women. Why would I hire a woman with estrogen when I could hire one with testosterone? They're stronger, they're faster, they're smarter, they're hotter. Whoa, you're telling me I can hire someone who has the superior intelligence of a woman and the physical dominance of a man? Yeah, I'll take 6. Hell, I'll have the whole dozen. If you want a fighting chance in this day and age, your company needs to be at least 60% trans. Write that down.
2-point disciple.
People are always telling me, Royce, you're a sexist. You only ever hire men. That's not true. I hire tons of women. Trans women. Why would I hire a woman?
New Hassan from the subreddit Unreadable. Hassan posting about you in IG story? Wait, what? No shot. Why don't you use Firefox? I don't know. Just don't like it much. Many a year ago, there was an issue with Firefox related to memory leaks. Although those largely crept over to Chrome as well. But ever since then, I've just gotten used to Chrome. Fuck, what the fuck is this guy's Twitter name? Hassan Piker, Twitter. Oh, Hassan the Hun. What am I looking for? It's just the drill retweet. Oh, cute. Oh, it's on his IG story. Nice. How many times do you think you have to debate playing with fire before he concedes? I just need strong moderation and then I'm okay, I guess. But these are kind of eating up a lot of time for no reason.
Jesus. Missed it all. Well, is he 11 out?
Obama.
How did they do this, chat?
Do you think PWF embodies the brain rot and the conflict? No, I think it's a more basic like horsepower logic question. I think that's what it feels like at least. You do understand you're calling him dumb every time you say that, right? Well, I don't know what you want me to say. Or I could just say bad faith? I don't know what you want me to say. Well, I think what would be interesting is like, I don't know what to say without it sounding mean. Like, I've done a decent... No, stop. Hold on. I don't need to hedge that. I've done more reading and research into Israel-Palestine than 99.99% of people that talk about it online, okay? Probably almost anybody in the mainstream political sphere at this point, and I will say that. And that is true. So if somebody wants to come and debate me on a particular claim, that's fine, but it's either extreme arrogance or just a little bit of cluelessness to think that like, okay, well, here's an article. What about this? And it's like, okay, well, you haven't even read the article. So we don't even know what we're talking about. We don't know anything in the region at all, which isn't necessary, by the way. He doesn't need to know anything in the region at all. Technically, he doesn't even need to be able to find it on a map, right? That was just kind of a meme moment. He doesn't really need to know where it is on a map to debate me about particular topics because your research can be super specialized. I'm not even going to hold that against him. But it's like, okay, well, you said that a kid got shot for no reason. Well, can we find some information about this kid? Well, one, let's look up an obituary. Is there an obituary that shows that he died? Is there a news article that shows that a child was murdered by the IDF? Because they write articles about this, it's pretty common. Is there any additional information by the IDF? Like, these are all questions that we should ask. And if we don't have any of this information, am I supposed to draw a strong conclusion from this? It just seems kind of, yeah, I'm not, no. But I'm also, if I was like super into my research phase though, I really, I would spend time. And if anyone else is bored, you should deep dive this. This guy's Twitter account says that he's a senior fellow at the Washington Institute, and he does research relating to, he's written a book about terrorism and whatnot in Palestine and Israel. He posted these things, calling them Hamas-announced martyrs since October 7th. Now, I don't remember where I got this from. People in chat were repeating it, so I think it's true. But I'm pretty sure that the Palestinian Authority, and I would guess by extension Hamas, considers any person who dies against an IDF soldier is a martyr. All of them are considered martyrs. It's the Steelman argument in favor of the Martyr Fund, because people will look at the Martyr Fund and say like, oh, they pay people to suicide bomb Israel, and they might. But the Martyr Fund is also supposed to be for anybody that dies to IDF violence, even civilians. They're all considered martyrs. This guy has a decent research position, and he's using his credentials, and he's calling this Hamas-announced martyrs. But I don't know if, are these people, were they actually part of Hamas? Or are these just announcements for children that have died? that Hamas and then the PA by extension are like, these are martyrs. Because this tweet chain got cited as evidence that from this website, Camera, which I think is a really big pro-Israel site, it got cited here saying they omitted Hamas affiliation, right? So this changed from Hamas announced to Hamas affiliated. And I don't know who runs Camera. And like, are they like people in the West who are pro-Israel, or are they actually Israelis? Because if so, I think you should know this, unless I'm missing something. This is true, but the poster says hero martyrs. But I think they're all considered that. I think they're all considered hero martyrs. All of them are, because they're against the occupation or whatever. Yeah, and I don't have any information about like, well, one, I can't read Arabic, but I don't know where this is coming from. Does Hamas have a Telegram account or another Twitter account or a website or a news feed or... Hamas Telegram releases them all. They have official pictures with headbands if they're in the militant portion of Hamas. Sure, I just don't know what's going on. Is that Sneeko? No, nothing even remotely looked like Sneeko. I was just kidding. Like here's a lady, right? I don't believe Hamas, I don't think you're allowed to use women fighters. Well, but I think they did use women suicide bombers. I don't know. God, Dan is fucking retarded. Sorry, he's not. Okay, why am I getting trolled by Dan? Anyway, yeah. This is the Hamas website. Is this where they announce everything? .ps? Palestine has its own top-level domain. Is that true? I'm sorry. That doesn't prove anything one way. That's just funny to me. It's not funny. I don't know why I laughed at that. I'm sorry. Nick Startman, thanks for subbing. It's because I'm pro-genocide, pro-rape, pro-pedophilia. My bad. Okay. This is what they look like if they're in the militant portion. I'm Arab, and I can attest 100% that it's true. We call literally anyone who gets killed in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict a martyr, even civilians and children dying to strikes. Yeah, that was my understanding. But anyway, sorry. I'm just saying that if this guy is really a senior researcher, he should know this. So I don't know why he's posting it like this, saying this. It just drives me crazy, bro. I hate this. One thing that's kind of scary, I've never thought about this before, but he's not going to respond to this tweet. For the first time covering this conflict, but it might just be this. I just need to get off this. But now there's just so much like reverberating of like other people hearing things and then wanting to debate more. Studying this conflict is the first time that I've actually felt time limited in my life, where I'm thinking like, oof, I'm 35. It truly does feel like there are There's over 24 hours a day of like stupid shit that any single person could go through, and I don't have the time, and I will never have the time. It doesn't exist to go over this shit, and I'm having huge trust issues, like trusting anybody else to do it, and that can't be. I need to do a better job at finding those people. Maybe, I don't know. You spent so much time on this topic. Why not keep cashing out on debates related to this topic? I'll do debates if people want me to, but one, my audience will get fatigued. You don't want to hear about the same thing for months and months and months. Oh, you already have heard about it for months. You want to hear about the same thing for like over 6 months. It's too much. So that's the main thing that I'm fighting against right now. So I try to do other topics too.
On everything, chat. Hold up. Let me just pull over real quick so Twitch don't be on my dick.
Ah!
Bro, come on, bro. Say nothing, bro. You just hit my shit, bro.
Wait, why is this cut? What happened? Twitch streamer crashed his car after using phone while driving. Wait, I thought he... The title makes it sound like he was on his phone and got into an accident. Did somebody else hit him, or... Because he's paying attention here. Did he just crash into something he didn't notice, or... Or did the other guy hit him? It seems like somebody hit him, because he's like, if he was about to hit a curb or something, he's not even reacting. And then there's a cut on the screen here.
Bro, come on,
Is this guy really gonna come out and like record all this shit if he's at fault? I mean, he could be really dumb.
bro.
He kind of looks away as he turns. What do you mean? He's looking at where he's turning. What? Oh, wait, hold on. His eyes go to chat for like, but it's gotta be like 100 ms. Like, barely. It looks like his eyes look at his phone right here, but then he crashes. This is like 50 to 100 milliseconds at the most. There's no way that that was enough time to cause an accident that he didn't see before. He literally says he got hit, you autistic freak. I'm not gonna trust what he says immediately. He's black. I mean, it's dark outside.
Shit, bro. You just hit my shit, bro. Bro, come on, bro. On everything.
He skipped a stop sign and didn't notice? Is that what happened? Well, let's see where the damage is. So this... Does it look like he got hit here? Or does it look like he hit somebody here? That's the question. Did he get hit like that? Or like he got hit, or did he hit somebody else? I don't have like a huge database in my head of like car accidents. The angle of impact does appear that he was hit, but that doesn't mean he's not at fault. That's true too. But I can't tell. Does this really mean he was hit from the side, or could he have gotten hit here and then it crunched this panel?
Bro, come.
Oh, or was he trying to make a right turn and there was somebody driving next to him and he kind of turned into them? Maybe? Anything could have happened.
Bro, come on, bro. Say nothing, bro. You just hit my shit, bro.
Also, this is a decently big streamer. He's got 1,400 subs. Who is this guy? Look at the skid mark.
Hit my shit, bro.
Can you see a skid mark? Oh, wait.
Oh, bro. Say nothing, bro. Bro, come.
Oh, true. What is this? Does the skid mark tell us anything? The skid mark makes it look like he got hit here, and then the car skid back here. Is that what we can see? Where's Dexter at? That's oil? Sure, but I mean, it can show at least the path the car took, right?
Bro, come on, bro.
He's turning left since it's mirrored. Ooh, okay, hold on.
Say nothing, bro.
He got advanced analysis, maybe.
You just hit my shit, bro.
I went into a lane thinking it was a two-way street. Well, it was a one-way with 2 lanes. The person who was driving in the second lane hit me slightly. Her car was more damaged than mine. Nice. I look every way when I turn anywhere. Even if there's one way, I'll look both ways. I don't trust anybody, bro. The other car's left side is hanging down.
You just hit my shit, bro.
How is it mirrored when the plate is correct? Oh, true. Have you ever fucked a girl on her period? Sure. There's like, you lay out a towel, you only do one position, and you go in and you don't pull out until you're done, and then you're done. But it also depends on like what day of her period she's on too. I don't mind fucking somebody who's spotting. I don't care. We'll do whatever. But if we're on like heavy flow days, you're making a strawberry milkshake, you gotta. Once I'm in, there's no way I'm pulling out because it's gonna be. I can't pull out and see everything and then switch to another spot. I feel like I'm murdering somebody with a dick sword. Inside the car, selfie camera. That's always mirrored. Have you eaten a girl out on her period and gotten your red wings? I mean, it just depends. Like I said, spotting is like not a big deal. But if somebody's like full on perioding, no, I'm good. Too much. Oh, this is his car? No, wait, that's still the streamer's car.
Bro, come on, bro.
Wouldn't the fact that he doesn't notice he's about to hit someone / get hit lend more belief to the fact that he wasn't paying attention? That seems to be the case. I'm trying to think of how you could get hit and not notice a guy coming at all. Unless...
Pull over real quick so Twitch don't be on my dick.
Wait, I see it. Well, I saw it. I did see it. Did you see it? I think what I said initially happened. I think that is what happened. I think that what happened was, I think he's in a 2-lane. Look at this car approaching from behind, and I think he's cutting across a lane of traffic to turn right. That's what happened. Look, you can see this car coming from behind right here, and then he turns, and that's what hits him, I think. Watch.
Let me just pull over
Maybe.
real quick so Twitch don't be on my dick.
Wait, there it is. And then I think that's what happened. That's...
Bro, come
Is this a 2-lane? Can we tell with the pixels?
on.
It's in his blind spot. There are no such things as blind spots on cars. That's some bullshit made up by dog shit drivers. You just manually turn your fucking head and look. Unless you're 90 years old or you've got like fucking, scoliosis. Turn your fucking head and look. Okay, you should always turn your. You should be always turning your head anyway, because we'll ignore the fact that every single car made after 1997 is going to have the little dots on your driver's side and passenger side side mirrors that's going to let you check for blind spots, but also because there could be bicycles, there could be motorcycles, there could be whatever. You should always be looking. You should always be looking. All right. That's what blind spot means. Technically, you don't really have a blind spot because everybody has those convex mirrors anyway. So you shouldn't have a blind spot at all, okay? That's bullshit. But also just turn your head and look. It's not an excuse for anything.
Bro, come on, bro.
When he said, let me pull over real quick, he was in the leftmost lane trying to get into the emergency lane and cut right across the right lane. Yes, I think that is what happened, yeah.
Say nothing, bro.
Bro, those aren't even common with new cars? Wait, really? I feel like every rental car I've ever had has had these things. I think my car has it, doesn't it? Ford Focus, RS, side mirrors. Even I have these stupid things on my fucking featureless car. Every single car doesn't have this shit in some ways. Give me a car model. Kia Forte, that's a car. Kia Forte, side mirrors. Oh, okay, maybe they don't. Well, in that case, turn your fucking head, losers. January, March, April, May. The site is doxing you? Good. Come find me. I don't know what else to say. Tips for beginner drivers. Driving is about feeling the car and the cars around you with your mind. Any good driver should be able to drive through any scenario with their eyes closed for 20 seconds. If you're a beginner, start at 5 seconds and count 1, 1,000, 2, 1,000, 3, 1,000, and work your way up to 20. Once you can drive with your eyes closed for 20 seconds, you've truly mastered the road. I never check my mirrors anyway because my car will beep if someone is next to me when I flip my signals on. Yeah, a lot of cars do that. I just never trust any of it. I always want to check myself. The only thing I don't, the only thing that's kind of annoying is the backup cameras on cars are nice, but the, I feel like since backup cameras exist, I feel like in some cars they just gave up in giving you like a rear view window. They just like don't care anymore, or windshield, I guess. Or maybe it's just, I always rent Mustangs. Maybe it's just Mustangs. Rear view, or no, it would be rear, what would you call it? Rear window? Windshield? Rear windshield. Fuck me. Rear windshield view. You're not gonna be able to see it from inside. I don't care what it looks like. Nice space. Okay, whatever. Take my word for it. You like can't see shit out these fucking out of these windshields anymore. It's ridiculous. But I think they just expect you to use the rear view camera. Rear view mirrors are pointless, Destiny. Box trucks don't have them. Okay, box trucks don't have them because I can't tell. I'm getting trolled. I'm getting trolled. I drove a shitty ass, horrible, godforsaken fucking box truck because it was the worst truck for the carpet cleaning shit. That's if you showed up late or if you just got fucked and everybody else took all the good trucks and you had to take the fucking box truck. I don't know how the fuck I drove that. You don't need a CDL or anything. God, what a miserable, fucking horrible vehicle. Honda Civic hatchbacks have 0 rear window visibility, but the camera is a fisheye and sees like 180 degrees. The Sneeko Cam. Kinetic 42. Destiny crying made it into a starter pack. Oh, Melina did this filter on a video of me. And there's a lot of people that think this is a real video of me crying. When you were carpet cleaning, did you have the internal tank or did you have to wheel it out? No, it was all internal mounted. I will say, after using that, the portable carpet cleaners sucked. Having like an internal truck mount, like the engine inside, like to run the to run the cleaning shit, and then having your own fucking big ass water tank was so much better than those horrible fuck portable units that had like no suction and no power. The truck mounted shit was way better, but obviously then you have to run hoses into the house and all that cringe shit. Destiny, run my OnlyFans. What's up, Xena? If you would ask me 5 years ago, I had dreams and aspirations to run people's shit, but fuck that now. The box trucks have rearview mirrors still, even if all you can see is the box, because they make the frame and cabs with nothing on the truck, and you can put a box on the back. Trucks have them. Wait, are you sure? I feel like the box truck I drove, I don't know if it had a rear view mirror, because it would just show you that nothing. Why did the Major have to be naked again? I don't remember. I don't think I can just look at naked anime, my dude. And I have no idea. I think it's just because the animators were horny. Do you agree that what you do in debates is more akin to CBT than debate? Like cock and ball torture or cognitive behavior therapy? What carpet were you the most proud of cleaning? Is there any particular carpet that sticks out in your memory? No. And when I first started doing that job, I was like, because remember, for my casino job, I was like a super tryhard. Like I wanted, any job I worked, I want to be like the best at it. So when I first started carpet cleaning, I was like pretty anal about everything, making sure I vacuumed everything perfectly. My corners were all nice and done. I was pre-treating the carpet. I was cleaning the carpet. I was post-treating it with Scott's Guard or whatever the fuck. I was doing all my edging. I did everything by the book. But after a while, I was like, I'm not getting paid shit for this. Fuck this. So I phoned that shit in as much as possible. I made up so much crazy shit to customers when they would ask me, like, it says here on the invoice that I paid for vacuuming and carpet cleaning, but I don't think you vacuumed, did you? And I'm like, oh no, ma'am, I'm using the 2-in-1 vacuum carpet cleaner thing on my truck. You can see there's actually, I would just make up random fucking shit. Fuck that. Fuck that cuck-ass, bullshit-ass job. Get me the fuck out of here. My God. You said in the past you don't think AI will be a big deal, but AI voice tech is getting good enough that scammers are starting to use it. What if the technology gets advanced enough to where it can be used to fake evidence for a crime? I don't know. We'll see. What about AI girlfriends doing lover scams? That's based. AI girlfriends might be more moral than not AI girlfriends, because at least the AI girlfriends can like give you everything you need. The only reason you would get your carpets cleaned by someone else is because you need the certificate for rental move-outs usually. Nah, wealthy people and old people got their carpets cleaned all the time. You should get your carpet cleaned professionally. If you want real ass carpet cleaning tips, the number one tip, which sucks, well, the true number one tip for any advanced carpet cleaner, the absolute number one tip that they'll give you is don't buy carpets, because fuck the upkeep and fuck the maintenance. That's cringe and lame and stupid. Jacob Bonfante, $5. Have you found a way to defend Israel and the latest attack on civilians yet? Yes. Actually, all of the aid truck drivers were Hamas, and the food aid was actually Hamas candy bars. You can actually see it in some of the footage where the boxes are blown up. They're called Hamasi bars. The second thing is that like it feels like the nice carpets, so the carpets that were thicker cut, I think those ones wear out faster than cheap carpets. That was the feeling I got. That you can go into a house with like the really thick cut carpets, but the threads become unwound and shit, especially if you've got kids running around in the house with shoes on. So like the nicer carpets can wear out really fast, and if you've got wear on a carpet, you can't clean that out. Wear doesn't go away. You're fucked. And yeah, there you go. There's a few. What else? There was one other thing. Oh, you should vacuum your carpet regularly. It's probably important too, because I think if you let it get dirty and you're like walking around all the dirt and you're stepping on it and all that shit is just fucking your shit up. What did the box truck look like? I don't fucking know. I don't know. Look like one. I don't know what the model was. Probably some shit like this, but I'm not gonna remember it exactly. Use a rear view mirror. Do you have a carpet? I've got like $15 throwaway area rugs from Amazon. Why was the box truck worse than the other vehicles? Well, because the other vehicle you would drive would be a van, and I don't want to. Why would I want to drive a big ass, huge box? I just didn't feel safe. I didn't feel safe or secure driving. I drive compact cars. All of my driving's been compact cars. I mean, I can drive almost anything now, but especially back then, it was just I just didn't feel. Always felt like I was gonna crash or destroy something. I never crashed with it, but I don't know, it's just not. It's a way bigger vehicle that I'm used to driving. The fuck is this? Mothers should prioritize their babies. Okay. When you move state to state, do you haul your own shit or do you have it flown? I usually just throw everything away. Whatever I can't pack in my car gets trashed. Advice for small content creators who are being doxxed and stalked by people who engage in hacking. How did you manage stress when you started out? I don't know. I just don't usually get stressed. But I would say, I don't know. That's a rough one. Ignore it. Make sure all your shit is secure and keep trudging forward. Good luck. Three years ago. Here's a view looking in the rearview mirror and one with the camera facing the back window with rear lower? Oh, nice. Jesus Christ. Man, these guys are both Mustang drivers. They got the hats and the sunglasses and everything. These guys definitely post on conservative Twitter, you can tell. They got the haircuts, the everything, the whole ass outfit. I still want to talk to you about the Katie debate. Why? God, why? Apple River stabbing. There's currently a debate about gun laws in Israel after October 7th. What do you think Israel's gun laws should look like? It's a pretty different situation from the U.S. I don't know, actually. I'm trying to think in a case like... In a case like that festival, would people being armed help? So, if you're concealed carrying, you're almost always with a pistol. In a straight-up fight, if you're fighting with a pistol with irons, even with a dot, against an organized group moving in with rifles, you have almost no chance. You're going to be obliterated, especially if they're using scopes. But even with irons, you're probably going to be obliterated. They're organized, higher caliber, better weapons, higher penetration through doors and shit. Like you're behind in a lot of different ways. And emotionally, they're going to be like in a better state of mind because they're blah, blah, blah. So on one end, I'm like, okay, it's not going to help as much. But then on another end, if you've got 10 terrorists, coming into a festival with 300 people, they've got AK-47s, and the other people, of the 300 people, if 100 of them had pistols, I don't know. It seems like that could help. If I was in a festival and people were invading and I had to hide somewhere, I'd feel a lot safer hiding with a handgun than hiding with nothing, except for my prayers to Yahweh. Yeah, I don't know. That's the festival, okay, but what about everywhere else? Well, everywhere else it didn't help them because they did hit some military targets, but they came with like RPGs and shit. So those people, I think, had the IDF that were stationed in some of those, like, is it like a military kibbutz or was it just like military outposts? They got overran and destroyed. I don't think they managed to hold off anything, but they were overwhelmed and the people brought the appropriate tools, which is going to be like explosives and shit to fuck them up. Destiny, pistols are not accurate, okay? You point and shoot. What about kibbutz residences? Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know. I'm surprised Israel or Israelis don't have like rifles or more guns in general. But I don't know like what the gun laws are like over there, I guess. Gun laws in Israel. Successful gun control policy. In Israel, guns are strictly regulated, yet widely available to law-abiding citizens who hold gun permits. Gun control and tough punishments have made it difficult for criminals to acquire guns. Might have helped out the SA victims a bit. I mean, maybe. If you're at that point, though, no, there's probably not much that can help you. In Israel, you're only allowed to have 50 rounds in your house. It's fucked. Really? Doesn't Switzerland also have a big gun culture? I don't know. I always hear that, but then anytime I look up stuff, it's never quite what Americans make it seem, so I'm not sure. Also, keep in mind that when Europeans say things, they don't really have any idea what the context is in America, right? So Europeans will say something like, oh, there's a huge gun culture in this country, and what they mean is like 1 out of every, 500 residents have like a rifle from their military conscription time, and that rifle's like a bolt action, or like, yeah, we got crazy guns here, bro. It's like when you go to like Germany or Poland, like, oh, dude. Or when I was in Sweden, oh my God. When I went to Malmo, I've heard so many times from dipshit Americans and dipshit Swedes, like, Malmo is crazy. That place is on fire. It's fucking no-go zones fucking everywhere. It's wild. And you go to Malmo as an American, I'm thinking like, we're going to Chirac, okay? It's going to be Chirac plus Skid Row plus like fucking the craziest parts of San Francisco, East Hastings, all rolled into one. And it's just like a super beautiful, like whatever city. And I guess there's like a lot of Muslims in some parts that protest sometimes. Like, this is not to like play like the oppression Olympics in terms of rough areas, but like, bro, pretty sure North O. North Omaha, my hometown. Were you in Rosengard? I don't know. I think we posted pictures, right? I think me, Nim, and Melina were there. God, that was such a horrible trip. Oh my God. Normally, whenever me and Melina would travel, we would usually only do cuck stuff for a single night. But because Nim, I guess she really wanted like somebody who was like Middle Eastern and had like a 15-inch dick or whatever, because it's like 4 times bigger than mine, I had to do it for 4 nights. So they would lock me in the corner of the room and just, I would be getting cucked over and over and over again. It's a brutal trip. The worst example of Islamic terrorism I've ever had to witness firsthand. Does it annoy you when this shit gets unironically reused 2 years later? No, why the fuck would I even care? Even if I was a cuck. Sometimes I want to just do cuck shit just to do it. Fuck it. Why not? Just so I can say I am a cuck. It was fun. Crime information. I'm just curious now how many fatal shootings happen in Omaha a year. I'm curious now. Okay, never mind. Fuck this. That's what happens when you watch too much porn. You get off on watching too much. I agree. That's why I only watch POV porn 100%. Because if you really think about it, watching ordinary traditional porn is essentially you in the cuck role, right? You're watching from the corner another guy fucking a girl that you wish you could be fucking. What's more cuckoldry than watching pornography? Unless it's first person view, POV. Then, now you're in the seat. Now you're in the seat. Do you search for white penis POV porn, or can you POV with a BBC? Well, sometimes I'll POV with the BBC, but I have to turn the contrast on my monitor way up. Okay, what is this? Apple River stabbing trial. Prosecutors play phone video. It includes graphic language and images.
What is he on? Whoa! 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 Where's the way? Oh, God! We up! We up! What are you talking about? What the hell are you talking about? What? Get away from us! What? What's going on with y'all homie? He's on camera. Guys, let's tripping. He's on 4K.
Why cover immigration generally and not the present issue of illegal aliens? Because if you don't have a foundation of knowledge, it's very hard to accurately assess an individual or particular situation, right? If I were to ask you how long would it take me to learn a given piece on the saxophone, could you answer that question without any idea of how to play or any background in music at all? You'd need some kind of background to contextualize the information you learn. This dude looks drunk. I don't know if he's drunk, but he seems like he's on something. It doesn't seem like he's drunk. It seems like but he does seem like he's out of it.
What do you say? Yeah, what the hell?
This river is for tubing and drinking. I go here. Yeah, are you in the video?
Yes. For the culture. For the culture. Who is that? For the culture. Who is that? Who the hell is this? Go. Go. It doesn't matter. He said he was looking for a little girl. He said he was looking for a little girl. You're looking for a little girl? Yeah. That's exactly what he said.
Is he like a pedophile or what? No, it's just a common MN place to chill.
We're not us out. I even have that part on camera. Some young ass kid. What the hell is this guy's problem, bro?
Okay, I don't know if he's on drugs. He's just ignoring because there's a bunch of kids screaming. Maybe not then.
We're trying to have fun. He's gonna call you. He's gonna claim you. We don't want this motherfucker.
I don't understand what's happening. Did this start with them thinking that he was like a pedophile? What is the context?
Little girl! He's gonna claim you! We don't want this motherfucker!
Oh.
He hit a woman? He hit a woman? You hit a woman. He hit a woman.
Wait, what happened? Was his hand already red? Did somebody get stabbed already? Wait, I'm so confused. Did it already happen? He stabbed the girl. Was he holding a knife right there? It looked like he kind of has something in his hand. Wait. Or maybe not. Does he have a knife here? No, he doesn't. Oh, he does! Oh, is this the teen that dies? Or is he just get stabbed? By the way, this is what I was saying, by the way, when I talk about the danger of knives. All the people that are like, oh, it's so painful and deadly and blah, 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 all that's bullshit. The biggest issue with a knife is you don't know when one is out. And you could already be stabbed a few times before you even know what the fuck is going on. Holy shit. What? Okay, obviously these kids are in the wrong for pushing this guy over and doing all of this other shit. That was always, like, really dumb. But why the fuck does this guy have a knife in his fucking swim trunks? What the fuck? What? Is this John Wick? Does he realize he's been stabbed? Did he already resheath it? Oh, no, he's got his knife out already. Did he stab the other kid too? This is where I saw the blood. Is this self-defense? They are attacking him? I mean, I don't think you're in an area right now where it's reasonable to deploy lethal self-defense here. I mean, they were attacking him. If he would have hit somebody back or something, but this is... Do you see the girl with blood in the background? No, I haven't even seen that. I don't think this is...
He hit a woman? He hit a woman? You hit a woman. He hit a woman.
He's also like, he's like provoking them too. Like, why the fuck is he walking out here with all the screaming and everything? Oh, now, yeah, they've all noticed now.
What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? He's dying. He's dying, bro. What? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Are we serious? Is it real?
How would it be lethal with a knife that size without multiple stab wounds? If you're fighting with a knife, the only way that knives really work are by killing people. That's kind of the only thing you can do with a knife. You're not really causing a fuck ton of pain, generally, because your mind is fucked and you're not even gonna feel like cuts or stabs. You're not causing a ton of pain. You're not utilizing a ton of like kinetic energy. You're not gonna knock somebody over like you might with a shotgun blast or whatever, or you're not gonna knock somebody over like you might with like a bat or something. You're just trying to like cut up enough so that the blood pressure drops due to massive bleeding that the person passes out and then eventually dies. You're like, if you're using a knife, you're basically just here to kill people. Like that's kind of all. That's really the only way you're defending yourself is by killing the other person. It's like super, super, super lethal. When you've got a knife out, like, Well, they aren't laughing at him anymore, LeMayo. Okay, true. Is there any argument that he could be in fear of his life? There is a weak argument that he could have been, but the problem is he's got a lethal weapon on him, and it seems like he's out here involving himself with all these people. I don't know why the fuck he's out here, like, in the middle of all these kids. It doesn't look like he's saving anybody or protecting anybody. And he's got the opportunity to disengage and back off. He can walk away, and he's not. He's choosing to stay out here. Like... Apparently he took the knife off of one of the kids. Oh. Apparently the story was that he was looking for a lost one in the water. Apparently the dude is 54 and the kids are all 17. He told the police that he lied. So would a non-lethal weapon be 100% justified? If you're trying to hit people away from you, yeah, sure. If somebody's hitting you and you hit them back, yeah, fuck it. Destiny. Rittenhouse was justified, but somehow this guy wasn't. Rittenhouse was being chased by two guys, one of which behind him shot a pistol into the fucking air. The other guy was literally chasing him and tried to grab and take his gun. Why the fuck would you think Rittenhouse is comparable to some old guy walking out in front of a bunch of teenage boys? Like, what? He meant involving himself at the protest? He had a right to be there and involve himself at that protest. There wasn't necessarily going to be like a violent confrontation. There's tons of people that are going to these protests. He stabbed 5 people in total? Holy shit. The pistol was fired by someone not chasing Rittenhouse. That is not true, Justical. Fake news. Go to when he says you hit a woman. Right to be there, not existing here? What the fuck are you saying at Destiny? Okay. Hold on. We need to make like a... Oh, you know what would be cool is making like a canvassing flow chart, okay? I can't tell sometimes if statements are made legitimately or if statements are made... if they're just really dumb or if it's like bad faith. Okay. When we say there's an area, okay, there might be an event that you have a right to be at because you do, okay? We're going to call this event blue, all right? No, orange, because it's kind of dangerous, okay? So, where the fuck is my paint bucket? Is this a paint bucket? Brush? Paint? Oh, okay. You have a right to be at this event, all right? You can be here. You can be here with a weapon. If this old guy came to the beach and he had a knife with him, that's fine. He can go to the beach. If he's allowed to carry a knife legally, he can carry it. That's okay. Just like Rittenhouse. If you go to an event with a firearm and you're there, that's fine. You have a right to do that. You have a right to carry a gun. You have a right to carry a knife. I don't know if he has a right to carry a knife, but assuming he does, right? That's fine, okay? If you see a bunch of people that are looking frisky and starting to fight, and you run up and join that fight, even though it doesn't look like anything lethal is happening, and you have a gun, in my opinion, now you've placed yourself in an unacceptable conflict. You're entering an area where shit is going to get fucked, and you're part of the instigation for that. Now, personally, I don't know what the law says, but personally, legally, not legally, personally, morally, I think that if you have a weapon, you have an obligation to stay away from these things. So when you say, but you said Rittenhouse was justified in being there, Rittenhouse was justified in being at the overall protest, just like this guy is justified in being at the beach. This is why the critical piece of information for Rittenhouse was, did he instigate the event? Because if Rittenhouse instigated the event, if he was near Rosenbaum and he was like, I'm gonna fuck you up. Get the fuck out of here, Rosenbaum. You don't belong here. Remember that all the argument over the 5 pixels of that supposedly him raising his gun? If he would have been involved in that, I would say, oh, well, that's not legitimate. You can't do that. If you're showing up at an event and now you're like threatening people with your firearm, you're causing an unacceptable event that you don't have a right to, in my opinion, to take part in. You don't have a right to go and provoke that sort of violence. But that doesn't mean you don't have a right to be there completely. You can't go to the protest completely. You just don't have a right to do that. If this guy has a knife on him, where he knows that if he gets attacked or people start fighting and it's a hostile group that people are going to die, I don't think, unless there's like some life or death shit going on here, you shouldn't be doing this. It's just not good. In my opinion, I would enforce this legislatively, by the way. If you don't understand what I'm saying, you don't deserve to carry a weapon. You shouldn't carry any weapon whatsoever because you're liable to just kill somebody because you're too egotistical and you just shouldn't have one. Go with your fist, go work out at the gym more and be strong if you want, but you shouldn't carry a weapon. You can't understand the principle of like an obligation to retreat or to bitch out when you've got the ability to kill somebody on you. You just shouldn't carry it. Just go with your hands, and then if you get into a scuffle, fight or whatever. Fuck, just fight. If you want to fight, fight. But you can't fight when you've got lethal weapons on you because the dynamic changes completely. Do you think this guy should be charged with first-degree murder? I don't know because I don't have enough information. Like, if this guy came out here and he's like, I dropped my phone, I just want to like pick my phone up or whatever, and then these kids all start like harassing him, then I think that maybe he's got like a good reason to be here, and then if they start attacking him, it's bullshit. But like if these kids are like already shouting, and I'm like, bro, damn, gee, this kid's shredded. What the fuck? This guy's 17? The fuck? But if there are kids like at this point, clearly the crowd is hostile. You're an adult. You've got better decision-making skills. Leave. Just leave. Like, back the fuck up. Why the fuck are we have a knife and you're wandering into the middle of what you imagine is a hostile group? Like, why? Why are you doing this? This is all stupid and easily avoidable. He doesn't have to be doing any of this. Like, I don't know. Oh, shredded. Yeah, figuratively and literally later on. He stabs the girl off screen at 1:06. Do you think you'll ever kill someone? I don't know. See when I go to Israel. I'm just kidding. Why are we pretending like Rittenhouse protest was in a high chance of conflict zone, aka a red zone? I need to make a flow chart. Okay, let me think of I need to get better at explaining this because these same fucking questions always come up anyway. Okay? Just because tensions are overall relatively high, I don't believe that removes your moral right to be in a given area. Okay? I would say that if you carry a lethal weapon, you have an obligation to act in a de-escalatory manner whenever possible. But if other people are either throwing you into an escalatory thing, even if you've tried to pull back, which Rittenhouse did, he ran away, or if you see something going on where somebody else is involved in an escalatory situation, you feel the need to intervene, I think these are like 2 times when it's justified to have lethal self-defense or to employ lethal measures, deploy lethal measures. What's the difference between employ and deploy? I want to deploy a tactic. I want to employ. Employ is like, I want to bring this as part of me and then start to use it. Deploy is to like use something extra like that kind of. If you wanted to, the trial is live right now. Yeah, so I think you can go to like hostile areas with weapons. I don't think that's necessarily wrong, but a hostile general area is different than a particular discrete hostile event. You still can't explain why this guy has an obligation to leave his property, which he lost. Why are the kids pushing someone into the water? That is deadly force. You are just wrong. You still can't explain why this guy has an obligation to leave his property, which he lost. I don't think he necessarily has an obligation to leave his property. I just think that there needs to be some sort of like better communication going on here. It can't just be him wandering. Like, for instance, I might say that like, if the guy is standing like at the edge, he's like, hey, I dropped my phone in here. I'm going to come in, or I'm calling the cops, or I don't know if you would say here, I have a weapon on me. Like, some kind of announcement. Like, it can't just be the, like, oh, I'm going to wander in through these group of teens that are obviously hostile, and if shit goes wrong, I'm going to start stabbing people. That can't be the rule. That just can't be the rule. What do we think? He stabbed somebody at 106?
Who is that? Who the hell is this? Go. It doesn't matter. Who the hell is that? Where's the culture?
What? Are you saying that it starts here? Like 150, not 106. Oh. Did he stab somebody here? Oh, that changes the fact pattern quite a bit too. So he gets pushed and hit here, but it's because he's already stabbed somebody at 150. No shot. No way is he actually doing it here. Oh, he has his knife out already. Why, bro? This is wild. Okay, we're panning a little bit. Yeah, not everybody knows he has a knife. Yeah. I don't think any of these guys yet know he has a knife. Everybody's still kind of like laughing and just like bullying him. Jesus Christ, bro. Fam, me before the stabbing. Did he stab here maybe at 154, 153? Because now he gets hit and he goes down. They thought he just punched her. Oh. Where do you see her bleeding at? Yeah, I don't think, yeah, he thought he punched her because he said you hit a girl, you hit a girl. Should he have backed up and presented as a threat for his protection? Why did he just start sticking them? Yeah, I don't know. Can't you just call the cops? Like, what? Why not just do that? Oh, shit. And then this is the... Did we already watch this kid get stabbed? He comes up from the water. Bro, this guy is in full-on fucking Rambo murder mode. Oh, this is the one we already saw get stabbed. It's in and... Some harikari shit. Oh my god. Pushed over again. He keeps getting knocked in the water, so nobody... I don't think anybody even sees the blade that much. The girl in the back with her side is bleeding. What? At what time? I don't know what you guys are seeing this woman bleeding at. Forward. 2:04-ish. Oh, okay, we're not there yet. You see that girl. He's getting up again. Oh, he's got the knife in again. Or he's got it out at least. That girl. Oops. Okay, I'm just gonna keep going. Everybody keeps saying right here, right here, right here. I don't know if you guys are just retarded or I don't know what the fuck is being said. I'll just keep going. He's walking around holding his knife. Oof. You can see where she got stabbed here. She's walking away. None of these people know. Remember, what do we say? Well, hey, at least this demonstrator I was talking about a few days ago. Or yesterday, the day before. This is, yeah. If he had a gun, everybody would have already ran. Like, we're still, how many seconds in, how many people gotten stabbed, and still nobody knows, nobody even knows that this guy, oh, she might not have even known she got stabbed. Maybe? Until she felt it there? I'm not sure if she even knew. Yeah, I don't even think she realized it until she reached down and she saw the blood. And then she's like, oh, shit. This guy with the American shorts on is like, wait, what? The fuck? Wait, is that a guy dying? What is happening here? I think, is this the one that got really badly stabbed? Oh yeah, fuck.
What the fuck? What the fuck? He's dying! He's dying, bro! What? Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Are we serious? Is it real? Oh my god! Who is that? Oh my god! Oh my god!
Why is no one helping the orange guy? There's probably like a lot of conflicting, like crazy, weird shit that's going on here. Somebody now all of a sudden, because you've got a guy with a weapon, which is incredibly weird. You've got a guy that is potentially dying in front of you. You are in the water. You can't easily run away or do anything. You don't have access to anything. I imagine that probably the stock feeling here is you just like freeze and you have no fucking idea what's happening. Keep in mind that this is all in the course of like a minute. Like this is dramatically changed. So the freezing here is probably pretty normal, would be my guess.
Oh my god! Oh my god, what the fuck? Is this real? Wait, that's not Bart! That's not Bart! That's not Bart! That's not Bart! That's not Isaac!
They were drunk as fuck from the article too. He also said Schumann's autopsy results revealed that he had a blood alcohol level of 0.219, and his friends later told investigators Schumann was the most sober one in their group that day. Don't you bleed out faster in water too? I doubt it's that significant. I doubt it matters much at all, actually.
Oh my god! Oh my god! This isn't real! This isn't real!
Jesus. It prevents clotting? Bro, if you're getting stabbed with a knife, I don't think clotting factors are going to help you much. I don't think that, like, maybe if it's a small cut, you'll bleed more, but if you're getting slashed up or whatever, I don't think clotting is helping you at all in this circumstance, would be my guess.
Video since this happened back in 2022? Yes. All right, I'm going to play the first portion of the video and I have some questions about it.
Why? One channel, why? I don't think there's any law on conflict avoidance while carrying, not that I could find anyway. Wait, what are you talking about? I think that's literally the entire purpose of castle doctrine, is the idea that you're generally supposed to avoid unless you're literally at your home or your car, right? So this isn't a related video here in court. Well, no, wait, I think that was a video of what this trial is going over. We saw these guys in the video, right? Not all states have a duty to retreat. Stand your ground. States, for example, there is no duty. Yeah, that's what I just said. That's what I'm saying. That the fact that a stand your ground law exists seems to me to imply that in states without stand your ground, you're not allowed to. You do have an obligation to de-escalate or run away. That's my guess.
Second from the left filmed the main video in this case. He also filmed a 9-second video shortly before that main video. And in that 9-second video, you'll see Juwan saying, he said he's looking for little girls, he's a raper. And Nikolai is walking away. He doesn't keep walking away. At the end of that video, he stops and he turns around. 2 seconds later is when that main video starts. The video of the stabbings. You'll see at that start to the main video, Nikolai is walking.
Okay, I don't know why we need to watch this. L stabbing. Did you see the footage of the police shooting a 15-year-old hostage? How do you balance potential threat versus actual risk? Like, one of the reasons I'm worried about carrying a gun on me is I don't want what could be a dumb altercation with a drunk or crazy person to turn into a life or death situation. The odds of it being pretty benign are high. I can see a world where everyone has weapons, making every stupid altercation very risky. I mean, you just like avoid those situations, right? I think part of concealed carrying a gun is being a little bit more aware of like the situations you're in and trying to avoid those types of situations, right? Any situation that could potentially escalate to something like that.
Dispatch, Michelle speaking. How may I help you?
Hey, Michelle, this I'm calling from store 200 at the pilot.
How does that video not make you mad as fuck? That old piece of shit should die. I don't know if he should die, but it seems like he should be convicted of the bare minimum is manslaughter and then up the scale wherever second-degree murder, maybe? Yeah. I mean, it seems like something should happen, yeah. Destiny has never once said the kids are dumb for repeatedly getting in the face of a psycho with a knife clearly out. I don't think any of the kids noticed, my dude.
Travel Center at Kramer Junction.
Hi.
Hey, I just called a little while ago and reported, you know, the Amber Alert that was on for yesterday? With a little girl and her dad.
What's the address you called for?
The address is 5725 Highway 58.
One second. Okay, I see your call. What's going on?
I'm sorry?
I see your call. What's going on?
I think it's the girl and I think it's the dad. They're going towards Barstow right now.
Okay.
I have a picture of the little girl that was in the front. She came in and got 2 sodas from me. And then number 8 in the guest came to me and told me it's the same Nissan Frontier and everything. They faked like they were going.
Destiny, okay, so tell me, what should you do in this situation? What if you were pushed down by a group of teens that were taunting you? What are you supposed to do? You wouldn't go into that situation. You wouldn't walk into a hostile group of people with a lethal weapon on you. It's just too much of a risk. Why? You just wouldn't do it.
Going down south on the 395 and they turned around and you can see him going in front of our cameras and he said he ended up going east on 58 towards Barstow.
So he has an obligation to let himself die. At least say it with your chest. That's what happens when you shove people into the water. They were drunken him up. They only shoved him after he stabbed somebody else, my dude. If you're gonna carry a lethal weapon, you just don't look for trouble. Don't look for altercations. Or do it if you want, and then now end up like this guy and get life in prison. If that's what you want to do, go for it. I mean, if that's how you want to live your life, knock yourself out, my dude, I guess. Sad for the family and all the people affected by the dead person, I guess. And then sad for you, now your whole life is forfeit. So if that's how you want to live your life, go for it, my dude. Is avoiding situations that could escalate to that feasible for people as a general rule, though? People get drunk/heated and will get pushy with boundaries. In a world where almost everyone has a weapon, do you just kill the pushy person at a point? No. People will tell you, like, if you're going to go out drinking, you don't carry. Or you're not going to go do drugs and bring your weapon with you and do crazy shit like that. You shouldn't do that. You shouldn't be doing that. Like... They were calling him a pedo and following him as he was going back to shore. Okay, Calentino. Well, if you have a different video that you were watching, feel free to link it to me, my dude. Okay, what the fuck is going on here? Wait. Honest question. How do you explain 196 humanitarian workers being killed since the war started? Isn't that like a very big number? Plus 7 aid workers from the World Central Kitchen were struggling. I didn't consider the argument if that's a very big number, so That's probably a really solid argument, I think. I didn't really think about that one. So the kids pushed him into the water 15 fucking times. He can't defend himself by stabbing 2 times? Okay, you're a troll, and you're banned. You know what? You're not banned. You're just a troll. I know you're a troll. Good one. Are those gunshots? Oh, I think they are, because he's crouched.
Pick it up, Dave. Pick it up. Units 42. Just be advised, the traffic's coming to a dead stop up here. There's going to be way too much backdrop for us to engage if he does end up exiting and making contact with you guys. If he gets in the desert. Alright, Bolt 22.com, y'all. He's leaving and then traffic actively firing. Alright, Dave, he just pulls off. He's making a U-turn. Left orbit. Left orbit. Left orbit. He's exiting at main, but he's using the on-ramp to exit and go the wrong way. Watch these deputies. Hey, deputies, he's coming right at you on the exit. Hey, you guys, he's going to lose control here as he goes up that embankment. Do we have units on Bear Valley? He's stalling out. Alright, dude, I'm keeping 140, dude. Everybody's got a rifle. Dude. Let me know when no clear to open door. Chuck.
Is he shooting or is that them shooting? Bro, that's a lot of shooting. That's some crazy crossfire. Holy shit. Is this normal?
Everybody's got a rifle. Dude. Let me know when no clear to open door. Chuck.
It's both of them. He already killed his father and shot a few other people. Oof.
Passenger, get out! Passenger, get out! Get out! Get out! Get out!
Who's shooting?
Get out! Get out!
Ah! Wait, did she... She might have already been shot and she fell. I don't know if they actually shot her. Actually, how high up does a helicopter fly? It sounds like she's,
Get out! Passenger, get out! Get out!
that shot sounds like it's hitting her and she's falling, but she's going down basically instantly as soon as you hear that shot, and the bullet is traveling way faster than the sound. So whatever she's falling from, it was already probably from a prior shot. I don't think, because you hear that sound instantly and she drops, but if you're this far away from the helicopter, it's going to take a little bit for the sound to travel. So unless they do some weird syncing or something, which I don't even know if that would make sense here. So she might have already been hit. The audio isn't from the helicopter, no? Oh, they could be pulling audio off one of the cars for this, actually.
Get out! Passenger,
That's true.
get out!
If it is audio from the cars, especially if it's audio from one of the guys shooting, then that might be it. I don't know.
Come here! Come to me! Come to me!
I don't know why. I don't know why police. I don't know why police in America. There's like. Oh, I'm about to talk a lot of shit here. Okay, maybe I'm just not aware of it. But police in America conducting military operations is like. It's like, imagine playing DayZ with a bunch of friends that don't know how to do call-outs or don't know how to like communicate or don't know how to coordinate or do anything, is what it feels like sometimes. It's like, I'm not trying to be mean to cops, and I'm conjecturing a bit, but it feels like amateur hour. It's like so horrible. You've got like crazy crossfire going on. You've got like mixed rules of engagement on all sides. You have like no clear order of command. You've got individual people like screaming and shouting orders. It's just like it's like completely fucking cucked.
Passenger, get out! Passenger, get out! Get out! Get out! Get out! Passenger, get out! Get out!
Like, hold on.
Come here! Come
Like what even is happening here? You've got an officer that's like in front of his car. So something is happening. Is the threat neutralized? But these guys are still shooting? Like, it's such a clusterfuck. Or I can't tell who's shooting. I can't hear. Or I can't see. It's hard to... Is it these guys or... Come to me, come to me. They're still shooting. Oh, God, wait. These cops are all coming up and shooting her on the ground? Stop shooting her? Is that what's happening here? Or is he screaming at the cops over there, maybe? I can't... If he's screaming at the cops over there, I don't know if these guys can even hear this dude over all the gunfire and everything else going on. Is she okay? When he says she's okay, I think he means she doesn't have any weapons or anything like that.
Alright, we have no movement. Stand by. Stand by. Watch your crossfire. Everyone watch your crossfire.
Yeah, man, the day before I got traffic stops.
Fire, guys.
Traffic stop just north of Main. Information crossfire. Be aware. SPSO advising crossfire. Be aware.
Yeah, and AT&T, we got multiple units stop traffic.
Multiple units approaching vehicle. I can cover.
Southbound, north of Main Street, stop traffic.
Is there, you know how people cry about the 180 rule for my camera stuff? Is there a 180 rule for crossfire? Like, don't cross this line?
Scott, with the Juvia, is she code 4? Is she hit at all?
That one went down. That's the Juvie.
SPSO advising no movement inside of the vehicle. Information SPSO advising no movement inside the vehicle. What's the best 20?
Sounds like the cops didn't even know why they were there. Fucking Amber Alert response and they shoot off. The problem is that police officers don't have military training. That's like the big issue. And so when they're trying to do these essentially military operations, this is why usually you bring in like SWAT, because they have better training to handle situations like this. Or why like military people have way more training for stuff like this. Like a lot of these like you might have cops here that have been on the force for like 3 or 5 months, right? You have no idea. And yeah, and you're just like, you're spraying this car down in the middle of a fucking intersection, not intersection, but like right off a freeway. Like we're memeing about crossfire, but it's not even technically, it's not even really just crossfire. There's 4 rules of handling a firearm responsibly. Some people say 3. Everybody knows 3. Treat every gun like it's loaded, finger off the trigger until you're ready to shoot at something, and don't point your gun at something until you're ready to destroy it. But there's a 4th one too, and that's supposed to be aware of what's beyond your target, and that's the crossfire one. Even if there weren't cops here, you're already in kind of a dicey situation where you've got civilians just driving along back here, and then a bunch of people shooting like in this direction. Now maybe the angle means they're shooting into the ground at least, so you're not actually... If you miss, you're not going to ding somebody back here. Maybe. I can't really tell. That could be the case, so it's a little better, but holy Christ.
Passenger, get out! Passenger, get out!
Is police training not good enough? No. Police training in the U.S. is not that great. That's my understanding. The training is very minimal. But the problem is if you want to train them better, you have to, you've got to pay them more. And defund the police and train them better doesn't actually go hand in hand, which is crazy, yeah. Or, I mean, that's obvious, yeah. Of course, you would criticize these cops, but simp for IDF, LOL. Okay. Did the guys on the other side think it was the suspect approaching them? I don't understand why people... This is the thing. It pissed me off for the IDF stuff, too. This is, again, no good conversations can happen. What do you think, my dude? Like... It should be pretty obvious what's happening here. Do you think the guys over here were like, kill the hostage? That's what they were doing. They were aiming for the like, oh shit, critical hit, child kill. Like, obviously they probably thought it was the guy coming out of the vehicle or somebody with a weapon that was coming out of the vehicle. That's probably what was going on. Or there was no thought and they were just shooting at whatever they saw moving because they were zoinked out of their mind because it's a stressful situation. What do you mean, did they think it was the fucking girl or not? Come on, bro. There were so many shots towards the cops on the on-ramp, many dust-ups. Yeah, I couldn't tell when they were... I couldn't tell for here. I couldn't tell if that's these guys shooting or if the guy in the truck is shooting. What do you think they could have done there to save the girl? Told her to get on the ground and just stop shooting or wait or something? I don't know. So, like, is this just... I can't tell if this is him shooting at the cops or if these guys are shooting at the truck. Like, the smoke on the ground or the dust off the ground makes me think... I can't tell. I have no idea. How long is combat training for cops in the U.S.? Isn't it like 8 weeks or something? What is how much? Well, I'm making shit up. Let's look. I feel like I've looked this up before and it's been really short. How long is training? What would you look like? Police academy? How long is training to become a police officer? We'll look for Florida. Most academies, I'm just going on the top thing. Most academies last around 13 to 19 weeks, but can last as long as 6 months. If police had to go to college, wouldn't that feasibly solve over-policing since most of them couldn't hack college, so they became a cop to begin with? Well, I mean, the problem then, again, you'd have to pay them more, right? They do have to go to college. To be a police officer? You need a bachelor's to be a police officer? Wait, that's 6 months in academy before police training. How much combat training do police officers get? Destiny, my wife made a post in your Reddit saying she's the wife of Degir and wanted more information on some Israeli counter-arguments. Your mod, Holy Shirt 18, was mocked her and deleted her post. Nice. Is that even a mod? Recruits spent most of this time on firearms, 71 hours, and self-defense, 60 hours of training. Recruits also spent an average of 21 hours on the use of force, which may have included training on agency policies, de-escalation tactics, and crisis intervention strategies. Seems low, but... Isn't this the same situation as a hostage and the IDF yesterday? Yes. Yes, it is. Yes, it is, my dude. Ryan Macbeth has been live for 3 hours and he's been muted the whole time. Wait, does he not read his chat at all? Do you have Ryan's phone number? Apparently he's been live for hours and hasn't unmuted his mic. And it is muted. How do you watch stuff like this without going full ACAB when the entire police union is backing these guys? They said she was wearing combat gear, fought for years to keep this footage sealed and prevent it from going to court. Then it turns out there was no combat gear. None of the cops face any consequences. I mean, there should be, like, at the very least, they should be fired, right? Probably. Oh, he's been live for 4 minutes. Oh, message, like, and an air date. Oh, okay. fired, they deserve jail time. It depends on. Okay, you're right. Peace Theory, thanks for gifting the sub. I think jail time is if there was a criminal wrong or if there's criminal negligence. The question should be, how do you prevent things like this from happening in the future? That should be the question. I don't know what the policies are in the books for this particular situation or how you would have mitigated or avoided this. I'm not sure. I don't know. I truly don't know. I could imagine scenarios here where this was all unavoidable. And I could imagine scenarios where there's a ton of stuff you could have done here to mitigate the situation, but I don't have enough information. So it's hard for me to say. Like, let's say hypothetically, somebody in chat said that this guy shot other people. Let's say that this guy was fleeing from a scene where he'd already killed 2 or 3 people, right? If that's the case, that he's already killed a couple people, then you kind of have to bring this guy under control at all costs. The idea of letting him escape or just pursuing him at a distance is probably not acceptable because he could shoot or kill more people. So that's possible. Or it could also be that he killed one person and now he's fled and it was a family member and he's just trying to get away from police. In that case, well, maybe we don't need to actually bring him in or bring him down like in the open like this. Maybe he's not a threat to other people. Maybe we don't have a reason, right? In that case, you probably shouldn't be pursuing like this. But I don't have all the background information, so.
Hey, good afternoon.
All right, what do you want?
Oh, I just want to give 2 cents on this.
Go for it.
So I don't think criminal prosecution would make sense here, because this is like an extremely tactical situation that cops aren't.
It doesn't. Yeah. What is your job again?
I was military intelligence. I did tactical side. I'm not like a real infantryman.
Oh, sure, that's fine. Nobody understands what criminal means. People think that if something bad happens, that there has to be a criminal charge. That's the only thing in people's mind. That's all. That's when a normal person says, "Why are they in jail?" They just think that bad thing happened means criminal charge. But yeah, I agree with what you're saying. Like it could be negligence. It could be policies were fucked. There could be a million things here. Like the question, it's a mens rea question, and it's astounding to me that person in chat was like, "Well, hold on. Why do you think he was shooting at that girl when she was unarmed?" Like when somebody asks a question like that, you can already tell that their mind is tuned in a completely fucked direction because their assumption is like, "Oh shit, I think that cop was trying to shoot and kill the innocent girl." Now that's not impossible, but that's that would be like a sociopathic thing. And there's like 3 or 4 cops here doing it. Almost impossible that would be the case. They all wanted to shoot and kill the little hostage, right? So there's some other type of thing here. There's something else going on. Not to simp on the military or the police side too, but a big reason why you don't see a ton of prosecutions every time shit gets fucked here is because nobody's going to be in the police and nobody's going to be in the military if that's the case. If there's a highly stressful, crazy situation going on the battlefield and somebody makes a mistake, maybe a mistake that rightfully could cost your job, that's fair. But if we're going to start getting prosecuted and thrown into jail for it, fuck that. Why the fuck would I ever work that job? You're asking me to kill people and you're saying that if I fuck up at some point, I'm going to be executed? Nobody would do it. So it's a balance of like, the most important question is to figure out first, like what went wrong, you know?
Yeah, I totally agree. I think there should be essentially a medium option with things that don't deserve criminal prosecution, but we say, all right, you're done being a cop for life. Like, you can't be trusted in this, but you didn't, like, get to the point of, like, criminal negligence. That said, to give, like, a little bit of background here is often in U.S. Army doctrine with infantry, like, essentially, if you're fighting bad guys, like, half your people are going to essentially shoot them straight on. Mm-hmm. Then the other half is going to try to flank from the side and then assault through. But obviously, as soon as you hear that, you're like, wait, how do you not shoot your own people? And you essentially need radio contact, and then you tell them lift fire. Because there's no situation, which is kind of analogous to this, where you can have people going from 2 different angles like this and not have danger.
Yeah, but I don't think
that's kind of hard.
For everything you're talking about for coordination, one is the liabilities are completely different, but like in terms of how like the accountability on all sides. And then 2, I just don't think they have training like this. I don't think it happens.
Exactly. I think the right answer was to just tell her, and I would also, if you ever get caught in a shooting, like anyone that's listening to DGG, just lie flat on the ground. Just completely flat, prone on the ground until stuff stops. If you don't know like a good way to maneuver through a combat situation, that there's a good chance that's the safest thing to do.
Maybe, yeah.
And
well, Yeah, fuck. Not cool. Wait, you said military intelligence. Oh, did you read up on the aid truck stuff today?
Oh yeah, I did.
I'm trying not to. Every time I try to give some leeway to the pro-Palestinian side, it ends up everything comes out and it's way not whatever. But what do you think happened?
Well, apparently, according to like what I've seen early, is Israel were trying to target someone that was supposed to be on those trucks, and he just didn't get on.
That can't be. That would be a horrible doctrine if the idea was so. Even being aware of LOAC and everything, right, and the idea that it does become a military target, it can't be that unless you're literally killing King Hamas, that you're blowing up aid trucks on their way to, I think, to northern Gaza because there's a Hamas operative on there. That's unhinged, right?
I agree, and the United States actually explicitly try to avoid things like this because, right, under LOAC, for example, if one dude shoots one bullet at us from a mosque, we can blow the
whole mosque up theoretically, yeah, after assessing proportionality. But like, I would imagine that even independent of LOAC here, wasn't this the aid group that Israel wanted to replace UNRWA? Yeah. And you've got 3 aid trucks, and humanitarian aid is still one of like the big things that's being called into question for Israel. Like, even if this was a LOAC approved strike, it's such a horrible, horrible, horrible idea. Like what you just said there didn't even matter to me. Like, let's say the Hamas operative would have been on there. I don't think it would have mattered. Even if they kill, I mean, maybe from anything. Like, even if it's okay that we killed like the 3 trucks and the 7 or 9 or whatever aid workers. We got the Hamas guy. Like, bro.
Yeah. To finish that thought a little bit is we could, but we didn't. They actually said, hey, can you safely leave the area and there isn't like some major military objective here? Okay, just do it. Get in your armored vehicles, drive away. Because we don't want to have news article after rumor after this. It's like U.S. blows up mosque, U.S. blows up hospital, U.S. like kills like 7 babies. Yeah. We want to actually be in a situation where it's like, okay, we want to minimize civilian casualties. Especially, this is crazy, right? And I would say even as someone that's like kind of aware of LOAC and stuff like this reads very badly, and it should read badly. This is kind of fucked.
The question, I guess, here's some things, and I'm going by comments and shit I've seen, because I haven't done like deep dive into this. Is it normal for aid trucks to be heavily armored operating in this region, or is that abnormal? Because people were saying that 2 of the trucks were like heavily armored vehicles that people were moving in like at 11 p.m. at night, and on one hand, it sounds like really shady, but then on another hand, it could be that, well, aid moves at night because there's less people awake, so less chance of like conflict or getting swarmed, and it could be that they move in heavily armored vehicles because they're in a combat zone. Like, even the humanitarian aid people will move in heavily armored vehicles. Do you have any idea what the SOP is here for people doing aid?
It's kind of unusual, but in my experience, outside of kind of the most formalized organizations, people just use whatever they can get. I wouldn't be surprised if it's like they got a good deal on these, or like maybe there's a consideration for safety, but essentially it was what was reasonably available in the area, so that's what ended up being used. Like, it's only like very formal things like U.S. military, or like say maybe some British organizations, or like developed world organizations that are long-standing, that they have specific doctrines and follow them well.
I feel like it sucks because everybody is just saying retarded shit about Israel. But if you want the strongest, in my opinion, the strongest path to criticism for Israel might be their failure to ensure that the enemy population, civilians, are receiving enough humanitarian aid, that they might be failing in their obligation there. And I think it's hard to tell because of all the misinformation that people fucking push, but that might be the most concerning thing. So if you have Israel not doing their obligation to ensure delivery of humanitarian aid to the other population, and then now they've blown up and basically forced a whole humanitarian org to just stop operating in that region because they don't want their people to fucking die. That's regardless of what happened, justified, unjustified, whatever. Like, I feel like Israel needs to start taking huge steps towards ensuring delivery of humanitarian aid. Like, that has to be priority numero uno. Not even like an international, just in terms of like the moral LOAC thing to do. Like,
unless, again, as you said, unless it's like King Hamas, this is like an absolutely high value target. Even if he was on there, I would have never approved this strike.
Yeah, so, even if he was on there, like, that's a hard one. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It had to be literally like fucking King Hamas or if they had reason to believe that like these weren't actually humanitarian aid trucks, they were like full of weapons and like, and then something, yeah. So they're either like, for this to be like, I hate to say acceptable, but in military conflict, things happen that are mistakes, and it's like, fuck, I mean, like, it sucks, but it happens. But for this to be acceptable, like as a, oh shit, something happens, there needs to be an intelligence failure here. Because it can't be, yeah, we've reported this. It can't be that there's one Hamas guy there and 3 aid trucks and like 9 or 7 aid workers, and they were like, okay, fuck it, pull the trigger. That's just unhinged. It can't be that.
I think what I've kind of put together from some other articles I've read as to how they're doing targeting a number of strikes, I think they're moving too fast. Because one thing we would do, yeah, and I can talk about this, is we'd often do pattern of life analysis for targets that we were going to target to eventually either capture and kill. So essentially what we would do is we'd be like, where do they live? Where do they go?
Part of ISR, right? You're
checking
checking out daily patterns here. It's like staking somebody's house out. Yeah. You're not just like, if somebody's getting killed like overhead with munitions and shit, it's unlikely that you've like acquired this target and you've tracked him for 30 minutes and you're just shooting shit at him, right? Like there's generally, I think there's like a longer term, yeah.
And even both for humanitarian reasons, although I don't give a shit about like Taliban bad guys, and also just for other practical reasons, we'd often try to actually take people at night when they're asleep. This was for actual capture operations or like direct things rather than dropping a bomb. But essentially we'd say, all right, we know they go to bed at 1 a.m. So if we show up at 3 a.m., we're not going to have to shoot at them. They're not going to shoot at us. It's going to be simple, easy. We'll be out there in 20 minutes and back on the helicopter. Yeah.
Well, good luck for for them. I heard that the I try not to cover like individual events because it just gets propaganda and clusterfuck depending on what you choose to cover. Have you heard any of the info about the Al Shifa hospital raids and shit though? That seems wild. Did they like?
No, not really. I mean, I heard there's a couple dozen fighters, like vaguely. I haven't followed it close enough to really have a.
I feel like the numbers I saw that they had like killed like 200 or captured 500 different militants from this like region, from like around and inside this hospital and shit. That the operations on there have been insane over the past couple weeks. But I like I said, I don't dig into individual things too much because it's too easy to like propaganda fuck yourself. You just start like covering specific events. But yeah.
Yeah. Do you think this is gonna cause a lot of controversy that you're going to try to respond to, like when people are starting to give really bad takes about this aid strike? Like how?
It's just people just don't. People just aren't understanding anything I'm saying. It's very frustrating. But I can't. Well, I can't tell if they're not understanding it, or I can't tell if they're just like they're set in a way. So like I'm seeing so many comments like that. Even Abba made one. This guy in chat said, "Didn't you say in your debate with Finkelstein that for airstrikes you need multiple levels of superiors to give the signal? How can this case be just a simple mistake?" Like, I don't think people understand that, like, when somebody says there's a mistake that happened here, it wasn't a mistake like, oops, they launched the missile incorrectly or something. Like, the mistake here is probably one in intelligence gathering. Or that's still a bad mistake. It would be one in intelligence gathering, or the second one, and this is a scarier mistake, or I would assume that this is a mistake, is the proportionality assessment is way the fuck off. Although that wouldn't technically be a mistake, it would just be intentional. But I'm curious what the statements are from the IDF. Like, are they just focused on the fact that the Hamas operative wasn't there?
I think they may try to focus on that rather
because
than
that's
answering the more difficult question of how would you justify even if they were.
Yeah, because even if he was there, that would be like unhinged. Yeah.
Plus, one of them was an American citizen too, like a dual citizen with Canada. Apparently.
All of them were like international citizens, weren't they? Like, weren't 3 or 4 or 5 of them from like Europe and shit too?
Yeah, there's Australian and there's a few other, but yeah, there's a lot of Westerners.
Yeah.
Which I think will also be pretty spooky for Israel.
Rip. Yeah.
But yeah.
Somebody's saying, just read for God's sake, this guy's wrong. A couple guys in chat are really mad at you in my YouTube chat.
Oh, wait, would they? I only have DGD up.
Oh, well.
I'm wrong about which part?
I don't know. A couple guys on YouTube chat are real mad, so.
Oh, okay.
From AP, Israel TV said the initial military investigation found that the army identified the cars carrying World Central Kitchens workers arriving at its warehouse in Deir al-Balah and observed suspected militants nearby. It seems like the IDF didn't even know if there were any Hamas operatives anywhere. It's one of two things have to be happening here. Either one, is there's an intelligence failure where they thought that people who were, there was a different type of convoy. They didn't think it was World Kitchen trucks or whatever. That's one potential failure. Or the second would be their proportionality distinction is unhinged. It has to be one of those two things. That'd be my guess. I can't imagine another point of failure for this unless you can.
I think if it's still kind of early, so everything hasn't come out, but I think that maybe from what I've seen is it's that second one with the proportionality. They may have actually had a good intel read, which it just didn't work out at the very end. It's like that there's a Hamas operative, but again, it's like at that point, it's still actually kind of fucked. I think they're just trying to go too fast. That's my best guess from everything I've seen, is that their op tempo is too high, so they're making lots and lots of sloppy strikes without considering very carefully both collateral damage or even just, hey, is the guy there?
Yeah. I'm also curious what the internal IDF coordination looks like. If these are like pre-approved, because supposedly these routes had been already declared safe and everything as well. And if you're still getting struck by the ADF, it shows some sort of internal lack of cohesion. Yeah. Again, unless they had really bad intel with a high level of conviction or something. Yeah.
I think that might actually make sense to me, because I could foresee that happening in terms of, I did my analysis for the units I supported, but I wasn't hooked into everything, so I relied on my commanders to deconflict and stuff like that. So if there's some error at say the battalion brigade issue where someone else wasn't talking to them about, hey, we're not doing any strikes in this region because of reason XYZ, I would have never known about it. I would have just been like, yep, here's a bad guy, we can go get him at 3 a.m. tonight if you want to. And then I will rely on other people to say, ooh, we're not allowed to do that.
Yeah. Okay. Well.
Okay.
Well, be careful,
thanks for your time. Have a good rest of your stream.
Yeah, bye. Destiny, but it's true that they fucked up on proportional such policy. Would it change your overall perspective on the current conflict? No, because my overall perspective is not informed by one story or two stories, meaning it could be flipped by one story or two stories. But it definitely goes into the calculation, yes. Do you think if the police knew who Heisenberg was and found her driving a car, they would or should be on higher alert? It's Heisenberg. The police need their blue meth. Destiny's head loss at the IDF doing regular IDF shit. It's hilarious. Welcome to reality, bro. I wish I could walk around with as much conviction and be as fucking retarded as you are, my dude. How bad would one story have to be for you to immediately say that the U.S. should stop all aid to Israel? I don't know. If Netanyahu was raping a fucking Palestinian child, maybe. One story is not going to change. I feel like if you got a big background on a thing, one or two stories are not going to dramatically change your opinion. You need to build a body of stuff to slowly change your opinion over time. Hold on. Wait. Should the Allies have made way for aid to get to Germany and Japan during World War II? I'm talking shit and I'm guessing so much here because I just don't know. My guess is going to be that aid to civilian populations wasn't as big of a deal there because you're dealing with whole countries that have local food storage, local food production, plenty of ways to ship things in and out of the country. That is just a way different situation than a war in literally across 4 cities, you know? Wouldn't you say that Mr. Girl's unhinged stuff with you was a big factor in changing your opinion on his not rape story? Yeah, but I think that the difference there was that one, we're talking about an individual person, number one. And number two, everything with Mr. Girl was always kind of on the edge as things moved on. So a big situation there could dramatically change I think how you view a lot of past stuff, right? But also, to be fair, I don't know if it dramatically changed my view of Mr. Girl. It pushed me a little bit on some things like relating to rape and whatnot. But I don't think that he's like a fucking pedophile, like a lot of people say. So it didn't move me on every single part of it. But he told you the story differently as well. Yeah, that's true as well too. Yeah. What was the hardest thing in getting over the marriage? For me, bro, I work a ton. My brain goes into my work a ton. I'm pretty good at just like rolling through everything. I'm not a very sentimental person. If anything, it's freed up a lot of my mental space and a lot of my physical space too. So I think in the end it worked out fine. And hopefully Melina's happier as well, I think. I just feel to have a third leg. Can you share the experience? It's only a third leg when your mom is in front of me. Wait, okay, hold on. Let me... What is the rest of this? Destiny so debate bro brain that Netanyahu can do anything and Destiny will still defend him because he can't be wrong. Okay. Was this divorce as easy as your previous one, not memeing? Yeah, I think so. You just go to the courthouse, fill out the paperwork, and you're done, yeah. Like the USAF regularly, and I mean regularly, hit blue on blue time and time again in Afghanistan, lost 3 friends to an F-16 hitting our own guys. This shit can happen. Really? That sounds wild. What do you mean pay cops more? Aren't police one of the most highly paid public employees in any given state? Is that true? Average cop salary. Oof. There's tons of different types of cops. Genuine question, is Israel obligated to provide aid or just allow aid to come in? I always thought that they were obligated to allow aid to come in. No. No. You have to make sure that the aid is getting to the enemy population. It can't just be that you like open a door and be like, well, here you go, guys. And if you can't figure it out, fuck you. Hold on. I can find the... let's see. Let me find the rule on this. I can just read it for you. This. Would it be aid? Wait, is it Control P? Unfold everything. Yes, I don't know. I have shit folded. Oh, I don't. Fuck. Fuck. Did I not record this rule? Are there examples in history of a country taking care of its enemy civilian population? The U.S. probably did to some extent for Iraq and Afghanistan. That'd be my imagination. Do I not have this rule saved? It's a pretty important one, I think. Or it's very relevant. Okay. Obligation to provide humanitarian aid. IHL. Control F. Rule 55. Oh, I don't have this one. Access for humanitarian relief to civilians in need. Rule 55. The parties to the conflict must allow and facilitate rapid and unimpeded passage of humanitarian relief for civilians in need, which is impartial in character and conducted without any adverse distinction, subject to their right of control. The Fourth Geneva Convention requires states to allow the free passage of all consignments of medical and hospital stores intended only for civilians and the free passage of all consignments of essential foodstuffs, clothing, and tonics intended for children under 15, expectant mothers, and maternity cases. Additional Protocol 1 broadens this obligation to cover rapid and unimpeded passage of all relief consignments, equipment, and personnel. This broadening is generally accepted, including by states not at the time party to Additional Protocol 1. Many military manuals contain the obligation to allow and facilitate access of humanitarian relief to civilians in need. The obligation to allow and facilitate access of humanitarian relief to civilians in need is also supported by official statements and reported practice. The UN, in particular, has on many occasions called for respect for the rule. The UN Security Council, for example, has called for unimpeded access for humanitarian relief efforts in Iraq and in all areas affected by the conflict between Armenia and Azerbaijan. But yeah, it's not just that like you open a gate and you're like good luck. Like I think you have to make sure you have to facilitate and make. That's why remember the big flower massacre. There's got to be a better name for this stupid fuck event. I would think that Rule 34 would apply here as well. Journalists? What does this have to do with anything? Civilian journalists engaged in professional missions in areas of armed conflict must be respected and protected. I don't know why. I think you meant a different rule. Destiny, that is different than what you said. There's a difference between facilitating and providing. Facilitate is leave the door open. Providing is... No, wait. I didn't say they had to provide. I don't know if they have to provide for. Although they might. We could look up law relating to that. Oh, Rule 34. Who said this? Okay. You wipe my brain. You can't be at war with a civilian population. Or, I'm sorry, you can't be at war with an enemy and the civilian population starts dying en masse because they can't access humanitarian aid. If that's happening, the enemy has failed their obligation, which Hamas does all the time, but nobody ever gives a fuck about that. But then Israel is also failing their obligation to ensure the safety and humanitarian aid delivery to the civilian population of the enemy as well. You have to do both. It can't just be like, good luck. Do you think we'll have a million subs by the end of the year? Has there ever been a conflict where the other party is incentivized to martyr their own population? Didn't they do that in Vietnam? I'm sure this has happened. They did it in Japan, kind of did it. They had kamikaze pilots. I don't know. The USAF's controller, Big Sky, at the time, half a minute or so after killing our guys, bomb dropped, and they got back to at Wicked Demerge. They were calling in even because it was obviously USAF and it was lingering so long the unit there was figuring shit. Okay. Vietnam, Korea, Afghanistan, many. Okay. In Afghanistan, were the Taliban utilizing like suicide bombings and shit as much? I don't remember if. All the time? Oh, okay. Okay, what was I looking for? We were doing something. I don't remember. Oh, police salary average median? Oh, wait, actually, hold on. We know this from our college research. We can do this better. Research, college degrees, college. We can go to the Bureau of Labor Statistics and we can just look on this website and this will show us like every job and the medians and everything. So Control F police. First line supervisors of police and detectives. These guys' median salary is $99,400, $99K. These are medians, right? Or are they means? Let me check. Oh no, this is the mean. This is the average. So it might be pulled up a bit, but police officers, median is 71.4K. Police and Sheriff's Patrol is 71.4K. Transit and Railroad Police is 76K. Dispatchers, except police. Okay. I'm curious when they calculate this, if this is like the median wage for a real life police officer, or if this is also including that retarded fucking pension spiking shit they do in the last couple of years. Like, does the Bureau of Labor Statistics include overtime? These estimates are calculated with data collected from employers in all industry sectors in metropolitan and additional information, including the hourly, annual, XLS file. Does the Bureau of Labor Statistics mean wage include overtime? The payroll is reported before deductions of any kind, such as those for old age and unemployment insurance, group insurance, withholding tax, bonds. Also included are overtime pay, holidays and vacation pay, sick. Makes more sense for aid to come in from Egypt. Does it? I don't know if it. Okay, careful. I know more than most, but not everything in this particular realm. But my understanding is, I don't believe that Egypt has any obligation for aid to be delivered to the Palestinians because Egypt is not a party to this conflict right now. JV Zeman, thanks for the 5 gifted subs. The parties to the conflict right now are Israel and Hamas in the Gaza Strip. So these are the two people that are obligated to ensure humanitarian aid is delivered to the Palestinian civilians and the Israeli civilians if they were getting attacked during this conflict. I don't believe Egypt has an obligation here.
What's the best 20?
South of Maine.
Yeah, looking up actually police salaries, I wonder if the Bureau of Labor Statistics breaks it down geographically. Because I imagine like somebody in the LAPD or the NYPD might be getting paid more than like a Georgia bumfuck nowhere cop or something. Police. Okay, police officers. Bruh. Okay, I don't know if this is like a geographic breakdown. The median annual wage for police and sheriff's patrol officers is $66K. Careful, Egypt negotiated that for a ceasefire. They are formally involved in at least the negotiations. That doesn't make them a party to the conflict. States with the highest employment level in police and sheriff's patrol officers. So California's mean wage is $104,000. Texas is 66.5 or about $67,000. Mississippi is $38,000. Jesus Christ. Who is the better antagonist between Tywin Lannister and Gustavo Fring? Would Tywin Lannister, in a show like Game of Thrones, I don't know if you have antagonists in, when you have a cast of characters, I feel like towards the end of the show you might, but I don't know. Towards the end of the show it feels like it. But like in the beginning of the show, who would you consider like the protagonist? Like Jon Snow, Robb Stark, because theoretically, depending on who you like more, you could change who you consider an antagonist or a protagonist. But towards the end of the show, it kind of becomes obvious who like good and evil is. So I don't know.
16 on the freeway.
All the Starks? Yeah, I mean, probably roughly from a Game of Thrones point of view, the Starks are kind of the goodish guys and the imperfect good guys and it's like imperfect good guys and then lovable villains, maybe. Maybe you could say that. Do you think it's correct to say that Israel needs to be doing better on the civilian consideration front, not necessarily legally, but morally speaking, such that countries would be justified in withholding support for Israel? Here's the issue, okay? Like, this is what we're really saying, and this is why nobody does the actual analysis, okay? Here's what we're saying. If we say this, okay, let's say we make this statement, all right? Israel needs to do a better job in protecting the civilian population, okay? Let's say that this is our feeling. Is there a way to make bigger... zoom in on this or make this overall bigger wait, you can read this, right? Yeah, okay. Let's say that Israel needs to do a better job in protecting the civilian population, okay? The main question that we have here, everything is going to revolve around this thing. When we say better job, I just write it down. What does it mean when we say better job? Because the question needs to be compared to what? And so here are questions that we would need to ask, okay? Historically, what do other countries do in conflicts to take care of the civilian population? Historically, did those countries do a better or worse job? than Israel is doing now. Because, and then the escape from this argumentative chain would be, if they did a worse job, then arguably, if there was no international condemnation or criticism, Israel is probably in the clear, right? So that would be one question. Let's say that you look up historically what happens in war, and every other country has done a way worse job with the enemy civilian population than Israel's done. It's like, okay, well, why are we talking about this? Now, with the exception being if people were obviously criticized, they're like, well, yeah, these guys did bad with the enemy civilian population, but it was horrible, and everybody's critical, they're right. But if largely, yeah. So this would be like the first question, okay? Is how are we comparing it? How are we comparing it to the current situation? The second question would be, let's say we haven't escaped this argumentative chain, okay? Let's say, historically, other countries, wait. There's actually another question we need to ask first, even before we get into this. I'm sorry. How are we measuring good job versus bad job? Have these metrics ever been used in past conflicts? If so, is Israel surpassing or failing to meet these expectations? And then if yes, then you're done. If they're failing, then you'd move to the next thing, right? Okay, well, if you're doing a good job, it means this many people are dying per military activity or per militant killed, or it might mean this many civilians are hungry, or it might mean whatever, the conflict lasts this long, you're deploying your troops in this way, right? There might be ways of like measuring this, right? So we first have to assess, okay, well, what does it mean to do a good job versus a bad job? What metrics are we using to analyze this, okay? And then you have to say, okay, well, is Israel failing or exceeding the expectations based on these metrics, based on historical conflicts, right? That'd be the first thing. After we've got that, like, well, what do we mean when we say good job or bad job? Historically, we would see, okay, well, what have other countries done historically to ensure that these obligations are being met or these expectations are being met, to do a good job versus a bad job? You'd see that. And then past this, we might ask, if we feel that Israel, okay, and then we would do a third one. So let's assume that Israel isn't exceeding those expectations for the metrics, okay? Then let's assume that Israel is historically doing a worse job than other countries have. Then the third question would be, as we go down the chain, we would say, is this conflict comparable, or do we need to adjust expectations based on the battlefield? So here, you might ask, historically, have other countries or non-state actors conducted war like Hamas? What did those metrics look like? If yes, and Israel, if yes, and you can find super comparable examples. If yes, there are super comparable examples. Israel is likely in the wrong, right? So if we can find a conflict that's comparable to this, and then we analyze the behavior of both sides in that conflict, we say, oh, well, in this conflict that's super comparable to the current one, it seems like the civilian population, using these metrics, was provided for way better than what's happening right now, and it's a comparable conflict, right? So, okay, well, then Israel's probably fucking something up, right? But historically, if we can't find any good comparison, then we have to start drawing inferences and doing extrapolations, right? So we might say, well, we might not be able to compare this to the entire Iraq war, but we can talk about just the fighting in Fallujah or the fighting in Mosul, right? Or we can't compare this to the entire Syrian civil war, but maybe we can look at some operations in Aleppo or something like that, right? Maybe, right? And then once you've moved past that, then you might say, if we've done the above analysis and we feel like Israel is not fulfilling their obligations, what do we expect them to do differently that still allows them to accomplish their military objective, right? And then these would be examples. The problem with people when they engage in this form of analysis is when they say Israel needs to do a better job of protecting civilian populations, what they're saying is they're giving you the number of civilians dead, and that's it. And then it's just this. This is nothing. This is not anything. We're not accomplishing anything. We're not having nothing comes from this. This doesn't tell us a single thing about any of what's going on, right? We would have to move down like a chain of questions like this to ascertain whether or not we feel like something could be different or should be different. And then what they would do that allows them to accomplish their military objectives in the meantime. Another problem is that when people start engaging in this analysis, is Israel doing a good job or a bad job? They don't actually care. And that's not actually them asking the question. What they're really trying to say is Israel's military objective is bad, okay? So your cause for war, your jus ad bellum is bad. Israel should have never gone to a war with Hamas. And the way that they do that to get rid of that justification is by analyzing their conduct in war, their jus in bello, in bullshit ways. So they say, 30,000 civilians are dead. That's horrible. They need to stop. Well, that doesn't tell us anything. I don't care. I really just don't agree with that war at all. So fuck them. So I'm just going to say whatever the fuck is happening in the war to say that they shouldn't even be in war at all. Because your cause for war can be a good one, while your conduct in war can still be bad. Yeah. But anyway, if you want to find out whether or not a good or bad job is done, this is like the type of chain that you have to go. I haven't seen a single person ever engage in this form of anything. It's all just motivated reasoning of like, well, I don't agree with the cause for war, so I'm just going to say it's all bad no matter what. This is what Norm and like everybody else does when they talk about this conflict. That's why it's kind of annoying and frustrating. What if we lack a quantity of good comparable examples? How do you judge if the history is acceptable or if we should expect better? You can't just say you expect better. That doesn't mean anything. That's some shit your special ed teacher tells you when you're failing, Algebra 1, even though you're 32 years old and the special education system doesn't want to deal with you anymore, okay? And you need to do a better job. Expect better and do a better job doesn't make any sense. We have to compare this to other things, and it still has to be in accordance with them being able to accomplish their military objective. However, there are close to no UN resolutions against countries or entities who are committing the same amount, if not more, atrocities to civilian populations, like Syria, Russia, South Sudan, and more, while Israel's over 10 resolutions against it. I don't know. I'd have to look deeper into that. Where are the resolutions condemning Syria? Russia is on the Security Council, so no Security Council resolutions are going to condemn Russia, right? But I don't know. Destiny, does this mean the first ever military operation would have had no guidelines? I'm not sure if you're like an alien that snuck onto our planet or what that question like implies your knowledge is of human history. But yes, generally speaking, the first military operations that existed in probably 10,000 or more BC didn't have guidelines or rules. People probably just killed and raped everybody they could. So I agree with you for sure. When I asked the question, should Israel be doing better? I'm legitimately curious about the effectiveness of continued bombing of Gaza for military success compared to the cost that takes on civilian life. I don't know the answer to that question, but that's why I asked. The question is, what do they need to do? The question is, I don't know what they feel like they need to do to destroy Hamas. I don't know if they've stated that publicly. I don't know if you'd be expected to state that publicly. I feel like you probably should, but I don't know what that success looks like for them. Yeah, I don't know. But didn't what we consider acceptable change throughout the years? And wouldn't that mean that comparing with historical data isn't fully valid? No, you would compare with historical data since modern warfare, since the Geneva Conventions and all of that from the 40s and onwards. Is it reasonable for humanitarian workers to bear arms in a conflict zone? I don't think you're supposed to. I'm not sure. The concept of total war is relatively new. Ancient wars were actually very regulated. I super don't believe you there. Weren't cities and shit getting sacked like pretty regularly? Even up through like the 1800s? You're telling me that? I don't believe you. I'd have to do more research though, but just as a priori assumption, I don't believe that that's true. But I could be wrong. How can you not know? Isn't destroying Hamas the cornerstone of your beliefs of this? I don't know if you don't understand what I just said, or if you're not listening, or if you're so fucking primed to fight because you're so mind-fucked on this thing. When somebody says destroy Hamas, I don't know what that looks like. Does that mean 100% of every single Hamas fighter killed? That's probably not the case. Does it mean 50%? Does it mean their military destroyed? Does it mean all of their administrative buildings destroyed? Does it mean just leadership killed? I don't know what that means. I don't know what it means when they say that. Here's a dinger. Do you believe that there's any chance at peace through the Palestinian administrations? I hope whoever governs the Gaza Strip now is not like Hamas, or after this. I would hope that's not the case. I think it's hard to go to war with terrorists, hence why special operations exist, or counterterrorism makes more sense than going to war with the full military. Right? What would be an example of doing better? Well, I mean, like there was a full-scale war against ISIS in Iraq, wasn't it? This is like combined arms, like air force, ground. Was it not? Am I making that up? I know that the Kurdish people fought on the ground and shit. I'm pretty sure U.S. air assets were helping. I'm pretty sure. But I think one of the challenges for international law of armed conflict is that, I keep saying international, it doesn't have to be international. Law of armed conflict is challenging because more and more non-state actors are becoming popular in the world, especially from the 90s and onwards, or 2001, I guess, and onwards. Like non-state actors and fighting with them is becoming more commonplace, and regulating that conflict is a lot more difficult. Agree with what you need to make a case for expect better, but it's hard to judge feasibility without knowledge of outcomes, so suggestion is easily written off as naive. Judging what is horrendous and unacceptable versus improvement built on theory is tricky without precedent. People can play in this historical gray area to justify atrocities. Sure, it's difficult, but also keep in mind, like, you're asking for more transparency, and we probably already have more transparency from Israel than any other military in the history of all of the fucking world. Like, you're literally, like, there's... Nobody else has this magnifying glass on them in terms of justifying every single strike, every single military attack, every single action. Like, you need to investigate, you need to let third party, like, no other military deals with shit like this. It's funny because, like, I think I saw it in my sub, people were saying things like, yeah, could you imagine if any other country was like, Ukraine's not killing, Ukraine's not doing shit like this. Number one, Ukraine is fighting a defensive war, not an offensive war. Number two, I'm pretty sure Ukraine literally shot a massive fucking missile into and destroyed like a whole fucking Polish village. So the idea that like Ukraine has made mistakes is also fucking stupid. But yeah. Well, isn't the degree of scrutiny proportional to the degree of civilian casualty? No. That's hilarious. The degree of scrutiny proportional to the degree of civilian casualty? No, not even close in this region. What are you talking about? The proportion, the degree of analysis is more proportional to the degree of Jewish people there than anything else. Wait, if you want to talk about proportionality of the number of civilians being killed, what about Syria? What about Yemen? What about all across conflict zones in Africa? Like, no, no. I think the average person, if you were to ask them, they would think like millions of Palestinians have been killed, like in the course of like all this. No, it's not. It has nothing to do with the amount of civilians dying or anything. It's just this. There's a variety of reasons why, but there's an obsession with this current conflict. What about people calling for investigations into what Russia did in Bucha? You can't say that no other country is under this level of scrutiny. I can't. It's got to be a meme. That question has to be a meme. Do you think Russia investigates its own troops for wrongdoing and then publishes the results, or hosts organizations inside Russia that are highly critical of the Russian military? Like, the fact that you would think that means you're so young and so mind poisoned against everything in the West. You should go live over there for a while and keep that same energy up on the internet and be critical of your country over there. Why do you believe there appears to be this double standard against Israel? There's just like a fuck ton of things that play nicely into different narratives here. Brown people and white people, Western and non-Western, imperialism and non-imperialism, Jews being involved ever, just like oppressor, oppressee, historical land conflict. There's just like a ton of things that make people super interested in this conflict. Thoughts on the idea that the idea of such Mossad deliberately fomented Hamas into what it is today, to some extent to gain casus belli? I don't think there's strong evidence of that. They developed pretty on their own, pretty well.
That's 197 at the termination.
What do you think is a good answer to pro-Pal saying things like, well, it's not because Hamas did war crimes that Israel should do them in return? You shouldn't. Just because the enemy does war crimes doesn't mean you're released from your obligations to not do war crimes. That's not how that works.
It's going to be related
related to this suspect contact that they're on right now, but they're trying to get urgent care at Main in the 15.
Alright, we have air
Looks like
rescue in
everybody's
around.
safe inside. You want me to do
If
that into
somebody
our
left, calm down and just tell us
What is it? Okay. What else do we have open here? Been watching Hung Yu for a long time now, since 2017, but never donated. It just feels right to contribute. Thanks for all the content. Thanks, buddy. What stops countries from just funding non-state actors and just ignoring war laws and just do war crimes that way? Well, that's what Iran does, and that's what Russia does, right? That's the whole point of Hezbollah and the Houthis and like the IRGC in general, right? And the Quds Force and everything is to like fund these like small international groups for them to do shit. Or for Russia, that was the point of the Wagner group, right? That's not us. That's some other paramilitary shit. We're not tied to the Wagner group, right? That's the whole point of, that's why people do that, is to get around the, to get around like the restrictions that would be placed on you, basically. The U.S. arguably did it funding the Mujahideen in Afghanistan during when the Soviets tried to invade for their civil war there. How do scholars like Finkelstein get away with openly supporting terrorism without loss of credential or statute? Finkelstein doesn't have credential. No, he's not taken. He's not treated as a historian. He's not seriously taken as a historian. He's a pop historian, and everybody publicly calls him a historian. But that's it. Like when I was asking Benny Morris about Finkelstein because I was curious about his debate, he told me that like nobody in Israel even really talks about it or knows who he is. He's just not a person that's talked about seriously there ever. My guess is it's probably true for most of academia as well. Like people aren't sourcing Finkelstein books ever for anything relating to academic study of what's going on in anywhere. Thoughts on an international Arab mandate for Palestine for when the war ends, as mentioned in a recent New York Times column by Brett Stevens. My personal thought is I don't think the Palestinians are ever going to go for it. I don't think it'll. I think that the problem is that if the Palestinians were to allow an Arab government in, they would run the risk of completely and totally delegitimizing their existence, because Palestine, any part of Palestine being ran by a dictatorial or monarchy Arab security force is going to be begging for Jews to come back and run their shit. Full stop. It won't be massacres of 8 people. It will be Egyptian tanks fucking rolling over apartments and killing hundreds or thousands of people. And the narrative on that would be, it would be untenable. I don't think Palestinians are ever going to want other Arabs, like from anybody from an Arab state coming and rolling over their territory, because it would be, then you would see some true genocide. You would see some, it would be fucked. Yeah. But it would also be complicated. It would also be complicated from a Arab perspective, because now your civilian population is more akin to like the Palestinians than the Israelis, and now you're also governing them, and it would just be a clusterfuck. I don't know if anybody would go for it. I think it's a good idea personally to get accountability and to get people that are trusted. But Destiny, can you expand on that? The reality is, I guess I'm racist or nationalistic or whatever. The reality is that Israel probably treats the Palestinians better than any other dominating or ruling group would. It's not even close. And if somebody if Assad was in charge of the fucking Gaza Strip and people started launching rockets from the Gaza Strip into Syria, he would probably just fucking level half the fucking place. Like actually level it. Not like cuck out and evacuate half the civilians, drop leaflets, try to do their best to provide humanitarian, not that. It would be like gas attack weapons all throughout the north of Gaza and like hundreds of thousands of people killed. It would be like that. It wouldn't be like the cuck shit that Israel is doing and having to be like, oh my God, 1,000 people died today. It would be unbelievable. And Syria doesn't give a fuck about international pressure. Like, Syria is not gonna, okay, like, didn't help. It didn't do fuck all for the civil war. Okay, but Assad is like Arab Hitler. I don't know if he is representative. Okay, well, do you think Iran controlling that region would look better? Do you think that somebody like the Houthis controlling the region would look better? Do you think that Jordan or Saudi Arabia controlling the region would look better? I don't know much about Egypt's current leadership. I know that Egypt fucking hates a lot of where Hamas comes from and anything related to like the Muslim Brotherhood. Do you think they would do better? Do you think that the Palestinian people would be more taken care of by these people? Like, Just look at how Turkey dealt with Iraqi Kurds. Fuck Iraqi Kurds. How many different groups did Turkey genocide when they were becoming a country? Like, what? I mean, like, yeah. Surely there's no chance of it being Syria. Is it not more likely that the Saudis, Qatar, UAE running it? Yeah, maybe. I just don't know if the Palestinians go over it. I don't know if they go over it. Who knows? We'll see. Maybe. Okay. When moving to New York City isn't like what it is in the movies. I think that would be cool. I think having an Arab-led government there maybe would help. But I don't know if anybody would go for it right now. East Village, 6 a.m. Wait, are these people having sex? Well, what is happening? Oh, no. Okay. I don't know if these guys were doing weird shit. Sorry. I don't know if she was like blowing this guy or something. Okay. They're just yelling and being dumb at 6 a.m. in New York. Okay. Too bad, apes. Nobody's sleeping tonight.
Yes! Yes! Fuck you too!
How accurate is this Vox short? Why? Why? Is it Israel-Palestine again? Don't do it.
The borders of Palestine have been changed forcefully over time.
Anytime you see a map like this, it's always going to be the most retarded shit you've ever seen.
In 1931, there were more than 850,000 Palestinian Arabs in the region. But with the rise of Hitler, Jewish flight from Europe became even more urgent, and Palestine started to see the biggest wave of Jewish immigration yet. A UN special committee proposed the land be divided into two states, a Jewish state and an Arab state. Within this proposed area were hundreds of thousands of Palestinian Arabs who had lived there for generations. By the end of 1947, Zionists had several well-developed paramilitary.
This is retarded. I think we've watched the larger video on this. It's just somebody accounting for the few facts in history they want to talk about. Okay. We've got a Darius link. Is this safe to watch on stream? Please improvise a vocal/piano performance from the acclaimed musical A Borelli in Palestine. Why don't you read your donuts? You just missed 2 donuts right now. If you miss them all the time, why not place an extra skin in the middle of your monitor? I try to read them when I see them. I don't think I missed any. But if I don't see them, then it's because I'm intentionally scamming you. If I don't read it, assume that I'm just intentionally scamming you. What the fuck is this? He's like, I don't even. Okay, I don't. It's not even worth. He's like, he chokes a girl with a wire thing for a few seconds. Okay. Cringe. What's happening? Guy cleaning a rug. We watched this on stream before? I feel like I see this get... Oh, this is a year old. Never mind. What is your favorite example of a successful two-state solution being imposed to end a conflict? I don't know. I don't know if there's anything comparable to Israel-Palestine. Well, I mean, what did the breakup of Yugoslavia end up being? Didn't the Austria-Hungary got broken up? The Ottoman Empire got broken up. The Czechoslovakia. I don't know. There's tons of countries that have been broken up. I don't know what you're asking. What I mean, yeah, North Korea, South Korea. They're... Oh, India had a huge, and Pakistan and everything. Yeah, around the mandate period. Yeah. What? Okay. Darius sexually assaults sleeping boy. What the fuck? Why are we getting Darius clips in the sub? Hold on. Are we waiting for something? Yeah, we're waiting for me to start our immigration research. It's not loading. The clip's not loading. In the comments. Different video. Darius sexually assaults sleeping boy.
How they come back? You have to come back with the...
Looks like there's a guy sleeping and he's touching his dick through his underwear. And it's Naruto underwear.
Hit that woman, you have to come back. You have to come back with your chakra. Naruto.
Yeah.
Six packs of pain is gonna take over.
Yeah.
Naruto, take over. Take over, Naruto.
Dude.
Naruto, please come back.
No hard.
Please, dude. Thank you. That was terrible. That's
I don't.
better.
Okay.
Now it looks like you got the big.
I don't know why. Okay. All right, two more, and then we're ready to move on to something. I thought I had permission from... I, 24 male, thought I had permission from 23 female to touch her. I feel horrible and disgusted. I thought I had permission. I feel horrible and embarrassed. I've been seeing this girl for about 3 weeks now, and we've been on 4 dates. Yesterday, we spent the day together, and it more like doing errands, which I didn't mind. It felt more like doing errands, which I didn't mind. Anyway, she wanted to have a gummy, and I've never taken a gummy before, a weed gummy, and I was like to myself, fuck it, I'll try it since I'm feeling so comfortable. Added context, we really like each other, but we're going slow. We haven't had sex yet or really touched each other besides holding hands and kissing and me touching her ass. I'm assuming through clothes, I guess. We start watching a movie and we're cuddling and the gummies have kicked in. I've had one, she's had two. I put my hand on her outer thigh and ask, is this okay? She responds, yes. I'm slowly moving around in that area because I'm just always moving a body part, like bouncing my knee or rubbing my thumb with hers whenever we're holding hands, etc. So I'm going in these slow circular moving motions for about 5 minutes and then move to her inner thigh area, near her private area. I ask again, is this okay? And she responds, yes. After another 5 minutes goes by and I'm getting the vibe that she doesn't like it. Based on her general body, like her legs were kind of combined and her left foot was starting to block her private area. When I got the vibe, I pulled away immediately and apologized. She really couldn't speak since she told me the gummies usually make her zone out and she didn't want to say anything incorrectly, which I respected. I then asked if she wanted me to leave, which she did, but she was nervous of me driving since I'd never had a gummy before. So we watched the last 20 minutes of the movie and asked if she wanted to talk about it, and she gave me the same answer, so I left. So now it's the morning of, and I feel utterly horrible and embarrassed. I feel like I screw it up. I texted her home when I got home, and she loved the message using the iMessage React thing. I don't know if that's worth putting in this post, but then I sent her this text. I deeply apologize for what happened last night. I'm embarrassed truly and did not mean to make you uncomfortable. I promise you this will never happen again. If you need some time and space, I understand. I am sorry. Her name. She responded to my text and said, I'm going to take some time and space to think because I do feel like my boundaries were ignored. I personally don't see how they were ignored, but I respect her decision and plan on giving her some space. Hey everyone, I was not expecting this to blow up and be the top post of the day. I'm so thankful for all of you for commenting and saying your opinions. It has definitely helped me. If anything, major changes, I shall make a completely new post like I've seen here. Please feel free to keep commenting because I've read them all. Again, thank you so much. Oh man. If my brain is vibing hard on this. If this is real, my brain is vibing hard. Let me use the restroom real quick. I've got a big vibe. Ready? Oh boy. And then we'll read the responses. Hold on one sec. All right. If this is real, I bet this guy is a creepy, annoying fuck. A creepy, annoying simp fuck. That's my guess. I just get the vibe. I get the vibe from this dude that he's a creepy, annoying fuck. If it's real. Do you think he was just high? Something about this message is making me feel like he's just an annoying, creepy, clingy simp fuck. That's what I thought that's the vibe I get. What do you mean when you say creepy? That he's just like a simpy, disgusting, like pushes boundaries, tries to like do shit or whatever, blah, blah, blah. That's my guess. That's my guess. I just get that vibe. I get that vibe. Let's see what the comments say. Did she reply? I'm not sure exactly what gummies do to you, but you asked and she gave you a clear answer. You stopped and you read her body language as well. Unless she has a reason to be scared of how you react. If she said no, I don't think you're wrong. Maybe talk to her more about boundaries. Maybe she's had a bad experience before. She hasn't yet. The gummies made me more confident and relaxed. Maybe more horny, and I feel I should have gotten the vibe earlier. I also don't want to blame this all on the gummies. That feels really shitty. You're being really hard on yourself. You asked her and watched for cues and body language. I don't think you did anything wrong. The weed is making you overreact. I always get paranoid when I take one after months. I'm not... Oh, God. How do you get that vibe when she's saying yes with his hand on her fucking thigh? I just have it. I just got the vibe. I'm getting the ick. I'm getting the ick vibe. I feel it. I feel it so strongly. If it's real and everything that he's typing, I just have it. It's radiating ick vibes to me. Just radiating icky vibes to me. Have you heard about people bringing up safe horny? I've heard it mentioned, like, what the fuck does that mean? Check his post history and sort by controversial. You want to see a weird, creepy guy? Check out Russell Greer. He sues celebrities that don't give him attention. Thanks. Safe horny is like the mommy shit where people are horny towards dominant women because it's the only way men can be horny towards women now, apparently. Okay. What should he have done to not be creepy? Give us Destiny Riz tips. I just like... I'm vibing hard here. I'm not going by a lot. But when I... This message is, it screams red flags to me. It screams red flags to me. If you didn't do anything at all, why the fuck are you even sending this message? I feel like he knows he fucked up or something. I feel like something is happening here. You figured out what mic you're gonna use yet? I'm probably gonna use this Re20. Just waiting on all the shit to get here. How would you say it, Destiny? How would I say it? If I really felt like somebody's being uncomfortable, I'd probably just leave like a, hey, hope everything's fine. Like, let me know if you want to chat about anything last night. Something like that. This gives me like lefty rapist vibes. Or like male feminist trying to fuck a girl because of how it just is it's so much. This is so much of a message. I don't know why. It's just like this message is so much of a red flag to me. Did your ex-wife get 50% from the marriage? Fuck no. My Re20 shit gets here by tomorrow. The earnestness covering every single possible base reads a bit like getting ahead of anything she might want to say. Maybe, I don't know. She clearly told him she wanted him to leave because she started being uncomfortable. He's just being awkward and overly apologetic, not really creepy. Maybe. If you've been taking vitamins for ADHD, what's your dose? 60 milligrams of Vyvanse. Is it still helping? Yeah, I would say so. I can definitely feel days where I don't take it. Sort his profile by controversial. Can you anymore? Or maybe that's like an old Reddit only feature? Don't ask if they're okay with you putting your hand on their thigh. Ask, do you have a hard time communicating boundaries? If they say yes, just leave. You can always ask. Just don't be lame about it. You're probably fine. You're always going to be fine for that. No girl in the history of mankind has ever been turned off by a guy like doing a verbal check. Controversial. After 5 years with Astro, I'm moving on. Support sex. What is Astro Gaming? Is this like shitty headsets or something? The message is creepy because he's discreetly making himself look like a victim. It screams of feel sorry for me. Maybe, yeah. Oh, is that it? Yeah, that is it. Nice. Who said that? Are you a guy or a girl? Koopy Sandwich. One thing that I point out to people, because some people get like really, I guess you could call it the ick or whatever, but some people get really bad feelings from texts. And one thing that a lot of people don't realize when they're reading people's messages is how much sometimes people do a bid for reassurance disguised as another message. So like somebody might say something like, we'll make it like money related, right? Somebody might be like, God, I'm having so many troubles recently. And you're like, oh, well, what's going on? And instead of being like, oh, fuck, like I got fired from my job, just like financial shit is stressing me the fuck out. Instead, it's like, I can't afford anything for food tonight. And it just sucks because I realize I have to starve probably. And I'm in excruciating pain. When somebody sends a message like that, they're not communicating to you anything about their situation. They're not trying to. They kind of are, but they're not really. The goal of that message is it's a bait or it's a bid to goad you into offering help, right? Or it might be a guy texting a girl being like, God, or yeah, tonight sucks. Like, oh, well, what's wrong? It's like, it's just another night where I'm alone because no girl is ever going to want to hang out with me ever, no matter what I do. I guess all girls hate me. Talking to a girl, right? It's obviously it's a bid for reassurance. Like, tell me you like me. Tell me I'm okay. Maybe hang out with me, right? Those types of messages, they're so gross and manipulative and disgusting. My personal advice, but also I'm way too harsh, and I have a lot of options, so maybe I can be more selective. Whenever, even when girls, if girls or even if guys, when people show me messages like this, I always say, stop talking to this person. Don't talk to me anymore. You're done. Cut them off and you're done. Move on. It's not worth it. Don't ever talk to people that act like this. These are the worst. These are level ones. As the archmage, the city wizard, the wisest of the wise, okay? Brittany Simon would say, these are level ones. Don't ever waste your time with these people. People that do big bids for reassurance in messages are always selfish, energy draining, energy vampiric fucking losers. Don't ever waste your time with these people. Have you ever tried, even as an experiment, to interrogate why they do that? Well, don't ever admit it. They're just going to say, oh, I was just like communicating how I felt about something. Usually when creepy, simpy, loser fucks like this do this type of communication, they're doing it, they always do it in a way where they have like plausible deniability. So they always say, wait, I wasn't even asking you for anything. I was just like complaining about my life. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Creepy, weird, simpy men are so good at the plausible deniability thing. It's like fucking Death Note with these dudes. What would you say to people who realize that they are those people who are draining and selfish? If you are a draining and selfish person, it's a waste of time to give advice to you because you're always going to be selfish and lazy and never do anything to improve your situation, so fuck it. But, I mean, if you're generally looking for a way out or you feel like you're that kind of person, people love to see people who are helping themselves. Like, even without knowing anything, intuitively, it feels good, right? If somebody says, like... I'm trying to think of a situation. If somebody is standing outside and there's like 15 boxes that they need to move and they're just like sitting there and a guy wanders by and is like, can you help me move this? And it's like, okay, maybe. You feel less inclined than if you see the guy already moving the boxes. When people are taking steps to do things for themselves or improve their situations or help themselves, people are going to be way more motivated to jump in and do something. But if you sit there like a pity party, like some anime tsundere hoping that, you know, some Dami mommy shows up and she's going to save you, she's going to be your manic pixie dream girl who's going to show you everything you need in life and do everything. Like nobody ever, it's a cute plot for movies because it's a power fantasy for losers. But the reality is in the real world, nobody wants to be that person. Nope. What a horrible... The worst thing you could ever be in real life is a manic pixie dream girl for some loser fuck guy who needs you to like open his mind and world to things. Because nobody wants to. It's just energy draining. You don't want to be the parent to some fucking person. And it can happen with girls. So I'm going down on men right now. I'm going harsh on men right now. But like it can be the same thing with women too. Like they can do this as well. But yeah, that super ultra self pity shit where you're just like trying to farm sympathy from the other person and get them to do things by doing the self pity party victimization message is such an unattractive, like a huge personality turn off. Nobody's gonna want to hang out with you. It's like draining as fuck. It's just not fun, not good. Is this all socially awkward and anxious people or a specific subgroup? Isn't it possible this guy's super inexperienced and is second guessing everything he does, trying to not fuck up? It's possible. I mean, that's always possible. I can't know for sure. Maybe it was like a genuine mistake. But Also, if you've been moving slowly with a person and you guys have both said you're moving slowly and that's happening, why the fuck would you make your first big moves while you're both under the influence of another drug? How fucking stupid. But whatever. All right, are we caught up? This is not always true, Destiny. A lot of guys want to save the damsel in distress. No. No? What? That's not a real thing. In your mind, you're thinking damsel in distress, but the portrayal on screen is a fuck perfect body with a woman who has everything you could ever want, who just needs you to unlock her and bring her to you. That's not like doing legitimate work to help somebody better themselves as a person, or involving yourself in their life to help them move through conflict or struggle, or to improve their situation. That's just like, I need to go do something to enable you to be my fuck toy. That's the damsel in distress thing is not like I'm putting myself dramatically out of my way to actually help you, right? That's not what the movie fantasy is about. That's not what damsel in distress is. I'm getting trolled. Never mind. Sorry. Is your point that these people don't exist, or they exist less than people think they do? Which people? Am I debating Alex again tonight? I don't think so. I hope not. The ones that search for lonely dipshits. Not really. They probably are out there a little bit, but not, yeah. There's this problem, women are conditioned to never be direct from early on, and it sucks because they are left with only sideways forms of talking. Some of it comes to self-preservation. Yeah, I agree with that, but okay. Anxious people always make their first big moves while drunk, bro. I see it happen all the time in clubs or bars. A different environment, different setting. You're not dating for 3 or 4 weeks, like... Okay, what's our strongest story about this? Well, what is the most information right now? We'll read this, we'll watch the video on the Havana Syndrome, I guess, because it's got interviews, and then we're doing immigration stuff, okay? Didn't Alex ask you to debate again? Yeah, but I don't think we settled on a day yet. Whoops, hold on. Jesus Christ. For the girls who get trapped in sort of being in a maternal role, why do you think the women are attracted to that? It's easy to see the guy's side, but for the women, it seems to be a repeat meme too. I mean, if they get trapped in it, I mean, a lot of people get trapped in bad relationships for a variety of reasons. But I think that, like, women who are in those roles, I don't know. I would have to see the particular relationship. There are some unhealthy women, too, that also like to be fixers, but those relationships are always bad and unhealthy. Destiny, you're wrong. There are a lot of men who will cater to the female version of the needy archetype you described, because just helping them is like a cheat code to getting women to give you attention without actually being able to hold a conversation. Helping them how? It depends on what you mean, I guess. Okay. I'll watch this first. 47 seconds. Is it just videos and... Okay. Dear Al-Bala. Hey, that's the place yesterday that me and Alex were debating about. Some of Israel's closest allies on Tuesday condemned the deaths of 7 aid workers who were killed by airstrikes in Gaza, a loss that prompted multiple charities to suspend food deliveries to Palestinians on the brink of starvation. The deaths of the World Central Kitchen workers threatened to set back efforts by the U.S. and other countries to open a maritime corridor for aid from Cyprus to help ease the desperate conditions in northern Gaza. Oh, so it's not directly related, but they're talking about the port that the U.S. wants to set up, I'm guessing. Ships still laden with some 240 tons of aid from the charitable group turned back from Gaza just a day after arriving. According to Cyprus, other humanitarian aid organizations also suspended operations in Gaza, saying it was too dangerous to offer help. Israel has allowed only a trickle of food and supplies into Gaza's devastated north, where experts say famine is imminent. Why wouldn't they drop the aid off? Why would they take it back with them? Damn. The dead from Monday night's strikes included 3 British citizens, Polish and Australia nationals, a Canadian-American dual national, and a Palestinian. Those countries have been key backers of Israel's nearly 6-month-old offensive in Gaza, and several of them denounced the killings. Israel already faces growing isolation as international criticism of the Gaza assault has mounted. On the same day as the deadly airstrikes, Israel stirred more fears by apparently striking Iran's consulate in Damascus, killing 2 Iranian generals. The government also moved to shut down a foreign media outlet, Qatari-owned Al Jazeera Television. The strikes that killed workers from World Central Kitchen lead the charity to suspend delivery of vital food aid to Gaza. Ships with some 240 tons of aid from the charity that arrived the day before have turned back from Gaza, according to Cyprus. So they were struck here. Were they driving north or south? I think they must have been heading north, right? What is a jetty? Hold on. I don't know what the fuck that means. Okay. Oh, mini dock. The hit on the charity's convoy also highlighted what critics have called Israel's indiscriminate bombing and lack of regard for civilian casualties in Gaza. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu acknowledged that the military had carried out the unintended strike on innocent people. He said officials were investigating and would work to ensure it does not happen again. Unintended strike on innocent people. Is there a... I wonder if he's made a bigger statement on this. I'm curious. Statement strikes. World Central Kitchen said it had coordinated with the Israeli military over the movement of its cars. 3 vehicles moving at large distances apart were hit in succession. They were left incinerated and mangled, indicating multiple targeted strikes. At least one of the vehicles had the charity's logo printed across its roof to make it identifiable from the air, and the ordnance punched a large hole through the roof. Footage showed the bodies at a hospital in the central Gaza tower of Deir al-Balah, several of them wearing protective gear with the charity's logo. Israeli TV said the initial military investigation found that the army identified the cars carrying World Central Kitchen's workers arriving at its warehouse in Deir al-Balah and observed suspected militants nearby. Half an hour later, the vehicles were struck by the Air Force as they headed south. The report said it was not clear who ordered the strikes or why. Throughout the war, Israel has said it seeks to avoid civilian casualties and uses sophisticated intelligence to target Hamas and other militants. Israeli authorities blame them for civilian deaths because they operate in populated areas. At the same time, Israel has also insisted that no target is off limits. Israeli forces have repeatedly struck ambulances and vehicles carrying aid, as well as relief organization offices and UN shelters, claiming that armed fighters were in them. Israeli forces have also shown a readiness to inflict widespread destruction on suspicion of a military presence or a militant presence out of tactical need. Homes with Palestinian families sheltering inside are leveled with strikes almost daily, with no explanation of the individual or of the intended target. Videos of strikes released by the military often show them hitting individuals without visible weapons. 130, okay, died in the war. Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant launched an investigation and ordered the opening of a joint situation room enabling coordination between the military and aid groups, but anger among its allies could put new pressure on Israel. White House National Security spokesman John Kirby said the U.S. was outraged to hear of the strikes. He said the Israeli military must do much more to avoid conflict and ensure the safety of aid convoys. A senior Canadian government official said there would be a formal... That's not thrown. You think Iran will be able to retaliate against the Israeli attacks in Syria? If yes, what are their options? I don't know what Iran has in terms of stuff that they can shoot or fly to. Fly to Israel, I'm not sure. Netanyahu says Israeli forces killed World Central Kitchen workers in Gaza. Unfortunately, the past day, there was a tragic event in which our forces unintentionally harmed non-combatants in the Gaza Strip. Netanyahu sent a video statement on Tuesday. This happens in war. Is there like a full statement for anything he said here? IDF statement. What is it? The World Central Kitchen attack? They might have done a press conference on YouTube. Yeah, but there wouldn't be like a there wouldn't be a like a transcript of the speech anywhere. Never heard of the World Central Kitchen before. I think this is the aid group that Israel had wanted to replace UNRWA, I thought. Wait.
Last night, 7 employees of the World Central Kitchen were killed. WCK is an organization whose people work across the globe, including in Israel, to do good in difficult...
Ryan Macbeth video if you're interested. There's nothing new that we can gather from his video. I imagine he's probably just going to go over how the targeting and everything is done and say it was an accident. There's not... unless he's got like secret special access to footage, I don't think his analysis is giving us anything right now. I'm just curious what the IDF has made in terms of statements by the video.
Conditions. The IDF works together closely with the World Central Kitchen and greatly appreciates the important work that they do. The IDF completed a preliminary debrief. I want to be very clear. The strike was not carried out with the intention of harming WCK aid workers. It was a mistake that followed a misidentification at night during a war in a very complex conditions. It shouldn't have happened.
So the line, when they say it was not carried out with the intention of harming WCK aid workers, I wonder if the statement here is that we wanted to kill a Hamas person involved, knowing that workers would die, but we're not intentionally targeting them, or if they're saying they didn't originally think any WCK workers would be involved at all. I wonder what is actually being said here, what's actually happening.
Out with the intention of harming WCK aid workers. It was a mistake that followed a misidentification at night during a war in a very complex conditions. It shouldn't have happened.
Like, what is the... It was just 3 trucks driving at night. It's not like they were in an active, like, combat scenario or active combat situation, right? Or at least that's my understanding. I haven't read anything like that.
The initial findings were just presented to me here in the Southern Command. I also visited the new Humanitarian Command Center that we established today to improve the way we coordinate aid distribution in Gaza. We will continue taking immediate actions to ensure that more is done to protect humanitarian aid workers. This incident was a grave mistake.
Seems the statement was that it was misidentified at night as Hamas vehicles. Yeah, but if it's not an active war zone, and if it's humanitarian aid vehicles, that shouldn't really be happening, right? That I can't, unless it was like, this shouldn't, I don't believe this should ever be happening. It has to be really bad intel at this point. If that's because, again, my understanding is this happened at night where there wasn't like an active combat, anything going on. It wasn't like there was crazy shit happening. Like it was just like a targeted airstrike from 3 vehicles. Like I don't understand. Yeah, people, I understand. Yeah, people keep copy pasting over and over again. They were in direct communication with the IDF. They were direct communication with the IDF. They were direct communication. I don't know what that means. I don't think you know what that means. I don't know if that means that they were literally on the phone with them. Hey, just letting you know, we're pulling over. Ah! Or if that just means that like, hey, here's some routes. They're pre-approved. These are vehicles. Don't hit us. And the IDF's like, okay, cool. And that's it. You guys can spam they were in communication. I don't know what that means. I don't think it means that they were like on the phone at the time. I don't know what the extent to that communication was or how like discreet it was, like per event or whatever.
Was a grave mistake. Israel is at a war with Hamas, not with the people of Gaza. We are sorry for the unintentional harm to the members of WCK. We share in the grief of their families as well as the entire World Central Kitchen organization from the bottom of our hearts. An independent body will
Why does there have to be crazy shit happening for them to have shot at vans? For it to be a more understandable military mistake, right? If it's in an active war zone and there's a lot of shit going on and you fuck up and you hit a target, then you can chalk it up more to like, fuck, shit happens, it's war, it sucks, and we fucked up. Versus like, it's the dead of night, not much is happening, and then an aid convoy starts driving away 3 trucks, and you're like, okay, we're taking out these guys. Like, okay, well, we should have a lot of clarity into what's happening here rather than like it being some haphazard in the middle of a chaotic battlefield decision being made.
Investigate the incident thoroughly. We will complete it in the next coming days. We will learn from the conclusions and implement them immediately. We will share in full transparency the findings of the investigation with the World Central Kitchen and other international relevant organizations. We see great importance in the continued delivery of humanitarian aid, and we will keep working to facilitate this vital effort.
How do you think, or do you have an idea how Israel internally keeps itself accountable when mistakes like this are made? Like who on the green light chain is also, well, it depends on where the error was, right? My guess is going to be it has something to do with intelligence here. But it depends on like if the error was like super sloppy or if there was like some other shit going on, if there was something else at play, like, but it depends on where the mistake was made. There has to have been some breakdown in comms of where they were and who approves the strikes and what is the green lighting. What? I don't think so at all. I think this was a, if you see the damage on the vehicles, I don't know if it showed it there, but this was a super precision strike. It was 3 different strikes across 3 different vehicles. There wasn't a breakdown in command. This strike was carried out exactly as it was supposed to be with what looked like extreme precision. So the idea that like they misidentified or there was a breakdown or something, I don't think there was a breakdown in anything. It was something different. It had to have been something besides that. It had to have been something related to poor intelligence gathering or something related to a bizarro proportionality assessment. But I'm not sure. We need more information, I guess. Can you explain the rationale behind the subreddit bans? If you don't have anything intelligent to say relating to this, I'd rather permaban you, not have it poisoning or tainting my community. It's too retarded. I'm also doing it on my YouTube and Kick Chat. So if you're doing like the sorry thing, I just permaban you. I don't ever want to see because you have nothing of value to add to the community. And the thought is like poisonous. There's plenty of criticism to be levied at Israel without being a fucking retard. And if you don't know how to do it, I just ban you. You don't have to. There's like a million other retarded places online for you to like type retarded shit. It's super easy to permaban you. It's not worth keeping around. There's like a billion other subreddits to read through for retarded takes. Intelligence mistakes definitely happen. It's something Israel has had in the past. Yeah, but I feel like if you are, I feel like if you've approved certain roads for humanitarian aid and shit, and if you're doing intelligence surveillance recon on vehicles, and you know they're coming from an aid place, there needs to be a ton of checks there to figure out what's going on. It can't just be, we think there's a bad guy here, let's go. Because the situation is elevated so much in terms of potential detriment to the war effort even, right? Okay, hold on. What is this stupid? Dan video. Wait, I don't think I can watch 60 minutes. Can I? You can't. Oh, well. Didn't the AP article say that the intel was that they thought Hamas militants got onto the truck on the way back down south? The problem is that that's not, there's two issues with that. One is if this is a humanitarian aid group that Israel is working with, they should be able to verify or contact. There should be some sort of two-way communication there with what's going on the ground. There should be, number one. And number two, there's also a question of proportionality. If it was the case that they thought a Hamas militant was getting on this convoy, let's say that there was one getting on, I don't know if that meaningfully changes anything. I don't know if, axing one Hamas bad guy is worth a convoy of humanitarian aid with 7 foreign nationals on it. I don't think that trade-off is that's not good enough. Unless you're talking about, unless all those people are complicit, whatever, maybe with the Hamas guy, and they were going to go, there is a world where, there's a world where they have intel where they say that, a Hamas guy got on to lead the convoy to go drop the aid off at, a Hamas military outpost or some shit like that. It's possible, and maybe they fucked up, but I don't know. I don't know how likely that is. Ryan Macbeth video has insights on the communicate. Okay, we'll watch it. I don't think we're gonna learn anything new or not much. It's not that he's bad. He's not bad. I don't know. I don't know what. Is it this?
At approximately 20...
The problem with anti-jerks on your sub is that people will twist words into arguments that you never made because they're trying to map one feeling onto another. So chain of command means it's a bigger claim to say Israel is killing civilians. It's not, it's just, I don't think people even give a fuck. But like I said, it's just easy to ban because it's just stupid comments, right? So for instance, another thing, people will be like, how is Jessica going to defend this one? I'm not defending, none of this has to do with defending Israel on a particular strike or not. It's just understanding what's happened and then seeing if it comports with armed conflict restrictions or not. That's all that's happening. It's not a defense of oh no, Israel should be murdering civilians or whatever. Also, I've said a billion times, although the hedging doesn't matter, I've said a billion times that Israel probably has committed war crimes. I'm sure there's soldiers who can find evidence of it, and I'm sure they will, and there's going to be mistakes, and there's going to be fuck-ups, it's going to happen. I'm not going to sit here and say every single one is okay to blow up, but if you think that about me, why, I don't want you in my community. You're retarded. You have an unhinged perception of anything I've said, or you're just not capable of following the conversation because you're too emotionally compromised on this particular topic. Do you know why this dude was banned? I don't usually play this game. Who is it? Maybe Jared. Oh, this guy made 1 million retarded fucking posts on my subreddit. What is it all? I don't even remember which comment I banned it for, but I saw this guy posting up and down all over this thread. I don't know if it's what's the Palestinian version of Hasbara? If you find this unreasonable, you immediately forfeit all right to complain about the civilian to IDF soldier casualty ratio on 10-7. I don't think I read this comment, but I might perm ban just for this comment. The issue when you looked at the October 7th attacks, the issue wasn't a proportionality between the ratio of civilians killed to military people killed. It was that they stumbled into a festival and started killing obvious civilians. There wasn't like a collateral damage here. It was like intentionally murdering. It wasn't even an indiscriminate. It was like discriminating, murdering civilians intentionally. This comparison is so fucking retarded. God, this guy was running so much defense for all this stupid shit on my subreddit. I wonder which comment I actually banned him for. This obviously isn't an oopsie and not at all similar to an instance of friendly fire in an active combat situation. This is a convoy delivering food. Why is that a target? It's retarded. It's just stupid. Like, listen, there are so many places on Reddit for you to talk about this shit. Like, go do it somewhere else. Like, remember, the whole point of me avoiding the conspiratorial bullshit is I don't need like 1,000 people discussing like, why do we think Israel would intentionally murder humanitarian anywhere? It's a waste of time, and that's like a conversation for retards. And all of Reddit is hosting that conversation right now. And other streamers and YouTubers are as well, and all of TikTok. There are so many people there that are able to host that conversation. Go and have the conversation there. I don't want it in my community because it's fucking retarded. It's so stupid. It's such a waste of fucking time. And it's so boring. Can we also ban lasers who post articles in Hebrew about Israeli parliament drama? Is that bannable? It just sounds cringe. Downvote it. Why is it a waste of time and boring? Because it's most likely it's not what's happening. And you're not getting anywhere in the conversation. You're just virtue signaling and stroking yourself off for a bunch of dead people that you don't give a fuck about. When you sit here and obsess over, like, is Israel intentionally targeting aid? No, that was just fucking retarded. Why the fuck would they? There's like a million reasons why that would be fucking retarded and stupid. The better question is what's happening that's causing this to occur, right? Are they operating too quickly? I think the Wicked Demerge came in and said that maybe their ops are being too aggressively placed. Is there a serious intelligence gathering problem that needs to be looked at? Is there an issue with communication between humanitarian groups and the IDF such that they can't clear these routes as being safe ahead of time? And so they're making, like, these are the questions. These are the real things that need to be talked about. And they're the more important things to get us on a road to making things not like this, or like this not happen in the future. But if the conversation is like, why are they intentionally slaughtering humanitarian? That's retarded conversation. And I don't want to host it. I don't want to be a part of it. I don't want it in my community because it's a waste of time. It's brain rot. It's fucking retarded. Okay, we can watch this guy. I don't know why we're doing this, but
300 hours or 11 p.m. on April 1st, the IDF struck a convoy of 3 vehicles owned by World Central Kitchen and driven by World Central Kitchen employees as they traveled up Al-Rashid Road in Gaza. 7 of those World Central Kitchen workers became casualties. How do I know this? I'm friends with Paul Wagner. Paul works for a Florida-based NGO.
Can you bring up the difference between Israel, the country, doing war crimes versus individual soldiers? A war crime, I think, is defined in a subsection of the Rome Statute, but the ICC only prosecutes individuals. I don't think countries can do countries can't do war crimes. War crimes are individuals.
I know this. I'm friends with Paul Wagner. Paul works for a Florida-based.
See, like this. I'm glad that Israel pretending to care is enough to convince you it was all an oopsie. Like, where is this energy for the enemy population that literally tries to get this to happen over and over and over again for Hamas? Where is the energy for the lack of civilian shelters, for the lack of them facilitating humanitarian aid, for the lack of that? Like, where is that energy for this? It's nowhere. Like, it's fucking retarded. And like, what is the implication in your mind? Like, what are you thinking? You're like, okay, the commanders in Israel today are like, all right, here's what we're gonna do, guys. We're gonna intentionally target this convoy of humanitarian aid. We're gonna kill all of them. And then we'll just like publish a statement later today and it'll be fucking epic and hilarious. Like, I'm gonna turn the whole world against me. We're gonna kill foreign nationals for the lulz. What a retarded fuck statement. Like, even Russia wouldn't do something that fucking retarded. At least not with their own people. Like, nobody operates in this way. It's so stupid. It's so patently obviously, like, if you think this, you're a child, and your whole approach to the conflict is childlike. You're just you're a TikToker that like thinks they have a valid opinion on what's going on. Like, oh yeah, if I was an evil bad guy, I would target a humanitarian aid convoy and kill him because I want Gazans to starve to death. What a retarded fucking thing to think. But it's okay if you think that. But again, there's like a million communities online for you to have that conversation at. I don't want to hear. It's stupid. Like, it's dumb. The difference is that we aren't providing military support to Hamas. Yes, you are, you fucking retard. What are you talking about? The Gaza Strip gets more humanitarian aid than any other region of the fucking world per capita. What do you mean you're providing support for them? How do you think the leaders get fucking rich? By reselling a whole bunch of shit that goes into the fucking country. Why do you think these people are in Qatar in $20,000 private plane jets in $1,000 night rooms? What do you mean we're not providing any money to Hamas? You're fucking retarded. Just because only certain types of supplies go in there doesn't mean you're not funding the military there that's doing what they're doing. How do you think they have the money to build all the tunnels? How do you think they have the money to get all the fucking guns? What are you talking about? Like, Jesus. I said military support. I'm going to permaban you so that you've got all the time in the world. I want you to go online and Google fungibility of money. Go look it up. Be a smarter person for it. I'll see you in 5 years. Good luck.
Casualties. How do I know this? I'm friends with Paul Wagner. Paul works for a Florida-based NGO, or non-governmental organization, that has actively been working in Israel and Gaza to feed people and keep the humanitarian crisis at bay. This particular NGO works with World Central Kitchen, providing relief supplies in some pretty austere conditions. The convoy was traveling from one warehouse in Deir al-Balah to another warehouse that was in the north.
Would you believe the evil bad guy targeting humanitarian aid workers story if it was a guy like Assad doing that? Depending on where the aid is going, my prior assumption on that would be higher, yes. Although, even for that, I don't know if I would assume guilt without more information. I'm giving my prior way higher, though, because Assad has literally used fucking gas attack weapons on civilians in fucking Syria. He's literally deployed these weapons in the past against a ton of people. There have also been UN investigation cars that have come under fire, okay, from the Syrian army for trying to drive to places to investigate shit. So my prior assumption is going to be higher. But even with a higher prior assumption, like if there was a humanitarian aid convoy trying to drive to deliver food somewhere, I don't know, even for Syria, I don't think I would instantly assume like, oh, Assad is definitely trying to murder humanitarian aid workers. It's just such a horrible look. It's so bad, and it fucks your everything up so much. Even dictators can lose support if they fuck up too much. Assad is unhinged, though. But even for Assad, I don't know if I would start. That's why, like, even the strike that happened a couple weeks ago was a military thing in southern Syria. I think it was actually technically in northern Jordan, but...
And one warehouse in Deir al-Balah to another warehouse that was in the north.
How likely do you think it is that Hamas is taking humanitarian aid supplies and selling them to fund their military? 100%. I'm pretty sure that's already been accused by like humanitarian orgs in the past. I'm pretty sure multiple orgs stopped supplying shit in Yemen for a while because the Houthis were literally doing that. They would take stuff, it wouldn't go to the people that need it, and they'd resell it and shit. What was the story just recently that Hamas is like lowering the prices on aid that they're selling? And why not? Like, yeah, this happens. Like, obviously it happens.
North, and that would have just been leased.
Israel can never lose support from the West. Yeah, nice, good one, Nazi. Israel could absolutely lose support from the West, and they know it. They absolutely could.
In some pretty austere conditions.
Israel's military chief said it was a mistake that followed a misidentification at night during a war in very complex conditions. It shouldn't have happened. No, that's bullshit. Remember the big painting I did earlier about how you have like this and you got a bunch of things where there could be small conflict things inside of a whole thing? The military commander was saying like, oh, well, the whole situation is complex. Sure, but it's not like this was an active war zone. It wasn't an active battle zone where an airstrike was being called in to help with troop movements or something. This was a convoy driving in the dead of night in a place where I don't believe there was any active fighting going on a target that had intel, ISR, like surveillance and shit that intelligence had identified ahead of time. That idea of like, oh, it's a chaotic environment coming from fucking F-16s or whatever the fuck planes they fly to bomb shit. This was not like a key, like the hostage situation where the 3 hostages were shot. That was a chaotic moment. And I'm way more sympathetic towards that in that moment. For this, targeted airstrike for people that you had intel on ahead of time, on a pre-approved humanitarian aid route, shooting convoy vehicles, no, that excuse doesn't work there. That doesn't cut it. You need a way, way, way better excuse for what's going on here without us having to roll for that.
Gaza to feed people and keep the humanitarian crisis at bay.
Do you think that they thought a Hamas member was on board? Again, even if a Hamas member was on board, That can't be the calculation. We're going to go ahead and blow up 3 humanitarian aid vehicles with 6, I need to get the number right, 6 or 9 foreign nationals on it because a Hamas member is on board. That can't be the calculation. It's too much. Even if there was a Hamas member on board, the entire world, and probably even Israel, is not accepting that, like the population won't accept that proportionality. That's unhinged. You can't do that. Unless it's literally like fucking King Hamas himself. There's no way you can do that. That's insane. Based on the info you have now, what is the most favorable and unfavorable reading of this story, both within the realm of possibility? The most favorable reading of this story would be vehicles stopped by a humanitarian aid center. Intelligence believed that the 3 vehicles leaving had nothing to do with humanitarian aid, but they were mislabeled or they were being appropriated or expropriated, when you take property from people, by Hamas, and they were driving these vehicles, to go and use them for something else, or they were literally driving it, stealing aid, and there were important Hamas people in here, so the IDF started a strike. But then they ended up being incorrect for a variety of reasons. That's like the most favorable to Israel possibility that I see being possible within the realm of possibility. And then the least favorable within the realm of possibility is they had sketchy intel that there was a guy that was kind of important in this warehouse. And then these vehicles left and they were like, it's humanitarian aid vehicles, and we know they're foreign nationals, but he's a decently important Hamas guy. We're going to take him out anyway. And then they shoot, they get the vehicles. The guy wasn't in there, so now it's super tragic. That would be, but even if he was in there, I don't think that's in my opinion, from not knowing who they were targeting, that's still probably not a good strike. That would be probably the least favorable. Destiny, but that's literally what they're arguing. Why do you keep saying that it can't be it? Because I'm saying that argument is not a good argument. It's not satisfactory. It doesn't work. It's not a good argument. It's a dog shit argument. What about the refugee bombing camp a while back ago? I don't know. There are no refugee camps. Refugee camps don't exist in any part of Palestine. When they say refugee camp, they just mean city that's designated a refugee camp so that it can get special treatment status by the UN. They're all cities. It's not a camp like tents and shit, if that's what you're thinking. Whenever you hear refugee camp, just think city. That's what they mean. At least in the Gaza Strip. Do you think Israel will get any backlash from the West because of this? Probably, but it's going to depend on what they show. It's probably going to depend on what they show to the United States. I imagine the IDF has to communicate with the U.S. military to justify what happened here without there being severe repercussions. But at some point, Biden won't tolerate it because the Democrats know they're going to lose. They're going to lose office if this type of stuff continues through the election. It's like the one vector that Biden can be hit on. Even if there were a mix of civilians, would they be deemed military targets if they were helping enemy forces? I believe they would be, yes. But you need to have rock solid intelligence before you do shit like that. I think you would be considered taking an active part of hostilities if you were working to supply enemy forces. You'd be basically incorporated into the military movement at that point. But you'd have to be, because you just have to just think about it. You're going to shoot at and destroy 3 humanitarian aid vehicles. You got to be so fucking rock solid sure of what the fuck you're doing. You have to be so sure of what you're doing before you engage in a strike like that. That's helping enemy force in what way? Like if they were bringing sandwiches to mosque, would that count? Correct. For international humanitarian law, your obligation is to feed the enemy civilian population, make sure they're getting aid, not the enemy military. The humanitarian aid that's going in is not supposed to be for Hamas. It's just supposed to be for civilians that aren't taking an active role in hostilities.
We've been working in Israel and Gaza to feed people and keep the humanitarian crisis at bay. This particular NGO works with World Central Kitchen, providing relief supplies in some pretty austere conditions. The convoy was traveling from one warehouse in Deir al-Balah to another warehouse that was in the north and that had just been leased by World Central Kitchen. They're going up Al-Rashid Road. Now I want to talk about deconfliction. People think of air corridors when they think of deconfliction, but it works on the ground as well. Deconfliction is the process of reducing risk of friendly fire by notifying armies of the work location, activities, movement, and description of the humanitarian work that's going to be done. The location of the World Central Kitchen vehicle.
So at what point will you hold the IDF accountable? I'm curious, LOL. It's either too vague or pretty clear, but in that case, it couldn't be so obvious. I smell BS. Holding them accountable would mean that you would, if there was a deliberate or a grossly negligent action, then you would charge whoever with a particular crime, and hopefully the court system would take it. That would be the That would be, but you don't want that. That's another thing too. Nobody wants the IDF to be held accountable. Nobody that's arguing about any of these war crimes wants the IDF to be held accountable. That's never the argument. Remember the notepad that I typed earlier? The argument is actually, I want the war to stop. So when people say the IDF is committing war crimes, it's not because they want soldiers to be held accountable, it's because they want the war to stop. When people say, oh, I think the IDF is committing genocide, they don't want to make sure that a genocide is not happening, they want the war to stop. When people are saying, oh, well, what about when they killed the hostages? Don't they need to be held accountable? They don't want the individual soldiers who made bad decisions to be held accountable. They want the war to stop. That's what they're actually saying. Because you're always confusing the cause for war with the conduct in war, and you think that the only way to stop the bad conduct in war is to stop the war entirely. So you're not even looking for real accountability there, right? You just want to say whatever the fuck you can to say the war needs to stop. That's it.
Vehicles, the description of the vehicles, the time of departure, route, destination, that have all been deconflicted with the IDF. We know that for sure. So the IDF knew that 3 vehicles would be traveling from one green zone safe listed building to another green zone safe listed building. Now, the vehicles did have World Central Kitchen stickers on them, including the roof. However, it was approximately 2,300 hours. That means it's dark. I don't know how well the Hermes 450 drone can actually see at night, but if you take a look at this Coast Guard video, you can't see any patches or any indicators of these fishermen that are getting rescued. So it is certainly...
We shouldn't want the war to stop. You should want the elimination of Hamas. You should, if you want anything less than Hamas being removed as the administrator to the Gazan region, you are a pedophile who is jerking off to dying Palestinians because you think it supports whatever perverted political narrative that you have for hating America. That's literally it. There is no other rational basis. Or you're anti-Semitic and you hate Jews, I guess. Maybe you're crazy Muslim or whatever, or super anti-Semitic and you or some other reason. You could be a Christian, be a Nazi, I guess, right? There's no other option there. If you support Hamas remaining as the administrator here, it's because you are dropping fat loads of thick cum, okay, all over your fucking carpet at night, watching Palestinians die. But it gives you something to tweet about every night.
Or any indicators of these fishermen that are getting rescued. So it is certainly possible that a drone or the drone operators could not see the World Central Kitchen logo on those particular vehicles. Also note that when doing targeting, sometimes things get mixed up. Someone says Shtaim instead of Shalosh, and that gets written down on a piece of paper and put in front of a drone operator on the do not target list. And when the drone operator sees 3 vehicles going from one...
The IDF knew is kind of problematic. Infomite didn't get to the troops on the ground on time as well. For a strike like this that's going through the Air Force, there are no troops on the ground. Every single part, this is a whole kill chain from surveillance and recon to figuring out what weapon to use for the attack to mobilizing the resources to the Air Force to do the strike. Everything about this was precise. You can't just say that there was miscommunication or chaos. This was precise from start to finish. The attack was intentional. From that's undeniable. The question is, why did this attack happen? Was it really bad intelligence? Was it being super shoddy with this? Like, that's the question.
Location to another instead of 2 vehicles, that's how you get a hellfire through the window of a wrong vehicle. So maybe they got a cell phone ping from Daddy El Baddy at the World Center.
WCK didn't have a reflective sticker for the night vision cam skill issue. That shouldn't matter. That shouldn't matter. It's like pro-Zionist and pro-Pali fucking retards. Kill me, bro. We should just we should just blow the whole fucking thing up. You all don't deserve it anymore. Israelis and Palestinians. I go back. I am pro-genocide. Like I said in the other clip. I said this before October 7th. I'm reaffirming that position, but it's for the whole area, okay? You know what? This is it, okay? And then I don't have to talk about this shit anymore. Although I wasted a whole bunch of fucking time doing history, okay? This is the solution. The final solution, okay? What do we have? What's the... No. How do I see the thing? No. 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 What's the... I know we got bigger ones than this. Why is it not updating? Am I fucking retarded? Does this website not work anymore? Add new detonation. Scroll down, fool. The following errors were encountered. The blast... Scroll down in the list. Wrong list, you dumb fuck. Drag and drop this. This? Oh. There. What does it look like? Nope. I get it. Oh, this is like almost perfect. We just need 2 of these. Actually, nobody even lives down there. Who fucking cares? Thermal radiation, light blast damage. Oh, these are just burns. Oh, fuck, never mind. We need like 3. How can I make multiple ones? Oh, wait, I can just do this. Oh, no, I can't. They'll starve anyways if Israel is nuked. Add new detonation, dumb fuck. Okay, there. And then everybody that's left can go down to the Negev and live there happily ever after. And that's it. Boom. And now we never have to talk about it again, okay? This took too long. Fuck me.
Central kitchen. 2 vehicles. That's how you get a Hellfire through the window of a wrong vehicle. So, maybe they got a cell phone ping from Daddy El Batty at the World...
History question. Does the accountability for war crime not necessitate that the war be over? Has there ever been accountability? What accountability for war crime just means you're being charged with a crime generally in your country. The war doesn't have to end for a soldier to be charged with a crime.
Central kitchen warehouse, and oh hey, he must be leaving in that convoy. That's certainly possible. But I can tell you that this stuff happens sometimes. I built the software to either make this happen or prevent it from happening. And if you've got 3 vehicles in a convoy and 2 of them are kind of bulky because they're armored, it means there's pretty important dudes in there. And the permission to strike goes all the way up the chain of command. I made a video about this before. You don't just target a vehicle for the lulz. That deconfliction list is checked. And it says Stein instead of Shalosh. And now, hey, fire it up. So this was intentional. Multiple people have to be notified when you fire a missile like a Hellfire. It's a $150,000 missile. So this is intentional, but it sure as hell was a mistake. Mistakes happen. But the problem is that now, when people from NGOs or non-governmental organizations report their location to the IDF, they have no way of knowing whether they're going to be safe. So this means that World Central Kitchen has had to suspend operations in Gaza, and this just makes the humanitarian crisis worse. So how do we prevent this from happening? How do we make it safe for World Central Kitchen and other NGOs to operate inside Gaza? Well, ideally, these vehicles should have infrared strobes when traveling at night. These would be lights that could be picked up on night vision. Ideally, the IDF could issue multiple strobes to aid organizations, and then just every day they give them a new pattern. You know, one day it's a cross, one day it's a diamond, one day it's a triangle. And that way, if Hamas is trying to use perfidy to pretend that they're an NGO, they won't have the correct symbology on the top of their vehicles. Hamas is not beyond using perfidy to pretend to be an aid organization to go from one place to the other. So by changing the pattern every day, the IDF can be pretty darn sure that they're looking at a legit aid organization because only that aid organization for that day has the right codes. So now, look.
Wow, this is
the IDF said that they're going to investigate this and they're going to do better, and that's great. I mean, doing better is great. And that works for Joey Swole in the gym. But you're about to turn the crew of a vehicle into hamburger helper. Doing better isn't good enough. You need to fix it, like now. Seriously. Eobasetter you've been doing Eobasetter for 5 months. Eobasetter isn't a plan. It's getting innocent people killed, and it needs to get fixed. Thank you for watching.
Wow. Okay. What's the term he used at the end of the video? Eobasetter? I have no fucking idea what that's referring to. Some policy or something, maybe? I don't know.
Who has the best girlfriend ever?
I do.
Who just bought you all this stuff?
She did.
And all this stuff?
My girl bought all of it, and I'm about to eat this.
Means it will be alright. Comment is
and
really
then
expression.
chow on
Okay.
that after. So, happy Easter.
Yeah. But we're not eating it all. Just know that. Because we gotta save some.
Yeah.
You know? Budget cuts, you know?
Happy Easter.
Save, save, save. You know? So we're gonna scoff this stuff down. Because Boo deserved it. You know? Even though we get in our arguments sometimes, I still love you, okay?
I love you too.
Yeah.
I love you too, baby.
Yeah, you better. So I just spent some money on you. Yeah.
Okay. Let's read this dumb shit. Why do you think Israel said it was just due to complications at night? Because it's a good blanket explanation to give the public. And then if you are supporting Israel, you'll just agree with it without thinking about it. If you hate Israel, literally nothing is going to change your mind anyway. So it's just like a blanket bullshit statement. What the fuck? Okay. Minutes earlier on October 7th, 2021, Joy, an American nurse and wife of the U.S. Embassy official, we read all this. I'm not rereading any of this because fucking God, I feel like I'm not going to give a fuck by the end of this article. Please make me care. A black Mercedes crossover was parked just beyond the gate of her property, directly opposite her laundry room. Joy went outside, and that's when she saw the tall, thin man. She raised her phone to photograph him. It was like his eyes locked with me. Or it's like he locked eyes with me. He knew what I was doing. Then he got into the Mercedes and it drove off. Joy took a picture of the car and its license plate as it pulled away. She says she didn't see the man again until 3 years later when she was shown a photograph of Albert Averyanov, a Russian operative attached to Unit 29155, a notorious assassination and sabotage squad of the GRU, Moscow's military intelligence service. Jesus Christ, why? Okay. Albert is not an ordinary Russian spy. Aged only 23 when this encounter took place, he was the son of the founding commander of Unit 29155, General Andrei Averyanov, 56, who is now the powerful deputy director of the GRU, tasked with running the Kremlin's foreign policy in Africa. To the public, he was a fresh graduate of Moscow State University, where he had earned a master's in management of migration processes, a topic in which his father took a keen interest. Even within the nepotistic GRU, Albert's trajectory was unusually steep, a young cadet who was being groomed for a bright career in espionage. In 2019, only 20, he'd even interned in Geneva with the Residentura of Unit 29155, or 29155, disguising his visit to the international Swiss capital as legions of other Russian intelligence officers have as an English language learning trip. Such was Andrei's desire to see his son follow in his footsteps that the GRU had to ignore its own rules of recruitment, which mandate officers blend in with their surroundings. As a 6'2" young blonde, Albert was conspicuous in any crowd, let alone a tony suburb of Tbilisi. Oh, fuck me. Christ, why are you making so much fucking noise?
You don't want it? Fine. No.
I'm just kidding, I love you. Fuck, now I'm eating. Now I can't.
Back tomorrow for my dishes.
Okay, I love you. Be careful.
Love you, buddy.
Okay, give us something to eat or something to watch while we eat. How much longer for Invisalign? I don't know. I went today for my final thing because it's my last one. I think I'm going to do 2 more trays because this bottom tooth is still a little weird. But otherwise, I'm technically done. The fuck is this?
Hi, I'm
Jesus.
Ross, and I enjoy video games. Or a lot of them.
It's always get frustrated about IP. You seriously chat with Adar when Reb from Sulha. He's argued for both sides and focused on moving the convo forward rather than winning the debate. Cool.
Hi, I'm Ross, and I enjoy video games. Or a lot of them. I also enjoy owning things. You know, like things in my hand or my immediate vicinity that
August
I use
says split
frequently.
bod.
When I walk down the street, I like how people don't usually run up to me and try to take the clothes off my back, because it's generally understood by society that those are mine and belong to me. But see, just by me saying those things, we already have a problem. Yeah, you can probably see where this is going. The video game industry has a lot of problems. Like, a lot of problems. I think regulators have no idea, actually. But there's one problem in particular I've been hating for decades, and it's getting worse and worse. And that is destroying video games so that no one can ever play them again. And I don't mean your brother sticking a disc in the microwave so that your copy is destroyed. I mean everyone's. There's a really specific way this happens. Just as a quick refresher, for most of gaming history, this hasn't been much of an issue. Most games contain the code that interfaces with the hardware and run the game, and that's the whole story. Now for online multiplayer games, it's a little different, where a lot of the older ones will let players host the server that runs the game, then other people would connect to it, or sometimes give you the software to make that server a standalone thing and connect to that. But over time, more and more companies decided, hey, instead of letting the player host the game, what if we did it instead? Well, there are pros and cons to that, but that can be a valid approach. In theory. But here's the problem. The games industry has a horrible track record of maintaining its own games. There was a large study conducted last year that showed only 13% of published video games are still available by the publisher commercially. So what happens when the publisher takes over the responsibility of running the game? Well, it's usually pretty good while they support the game. Then when they stop, it's a complete nightmare and has been responsible for destroying more video games than any other practice. That's a big shift, because the industry is trying to get users to go from a model where they get to keep their game, regardless of when support ends.
Do you think that like the trade-off could just be that, don't tell Dan, but there's like a law passed where If you're going to decommission all of your online servers for a multiplayer game, you've got to unlock the ability for players to host servers or something, you think? I don't know.
To one where the game dies forever. I'm not a fan. For companies that do this, the number of games that survive in any form, forget being available commercially, is a lot worse than 13%. I did an informal investigation on it a few years ago and found it was closer to 3%. I think that number may have gotten even lower since I did that. From my perspective, this has felt like a slow-moving coup to take away ownership from more and more people over time. So video game publishers are making billions selling you a game as a good, not telling you how long it will last, purposefully killing it later so you're left with nothing, but then they get to keep your money. Now don't confuse this with rentals. Rentals are sold as a service and tell you exactly how long they last. A customer who rents something is informed. Video game publishers don't want that. Because they know if they put on the box exactly how long the game will last, then that will hurt sales a lot. So it's important to withhold that information from the customer. Because customers are used to video games lasting forever, more or less. You could have bought games from the 70s that still work today. You could have bought games from the 90s with online multiplayer that connect to the internet that still work today. Even if the companies that made them no longer exist. But a lot of publishers like to place modern video games that are designed to die, but they won't tell you when, right alongside ones that last forever, so they can try to cash in on customer confusion. Because the average person believes they are buying something. Now, I personally hate this practice because art has innate value to me. And while it's debatable if video games are art, they undeniably contain art. So seeing games destroyed to me is the same as if someone were to walk into an art museum and start torching the paintings. And it's insult to injury that companies that do this face no penalties. Nor is there a good reason for them doing it. I won't get into the details here.
Okay, that got
I don't want to get naked in front of other guys.
Well, who does? Do you know how many men have seen me naked in my lifetime? A lot. Do you think I'm comfortable with it? No, but I live with it.
I just don't want them to tease me.
Oh, who would tease you?
All right, look. Here's what you do. You tell them you're proud of your body. That'll show them.
Sam, you have a beautiful body. Doesn't he, Harold?
Yes, I just said he had a beautiful body.
Those other boys are probably just jealous. Lindsay, tell your brother what a beautiful body he has.
Mom?
Lindsay,
What?
your mother asked you to tell your brother that he has a beautiful body.
That is so stupid.
Lindsay, tell him.
It's not gonna help him.
Lindsay, just say the words. It'll make him feel better.
Sam, you have a beautiful body. You're an Adonis. A slab of beef. If I wasn't your sister, oh my God.
Lindsay, can it?
See, sweetheart?
What the fuck is this movie? What? Okay. Morally neutral, boys. The ground's drawn on an animation cell. TV show Freaks and Geeks.
Stop, sir! Don't walk that way!
What's wrong, Takeuchi?
Take a look at the ground.
Huh? Oh, the ground's drawn on an animation cell.
Oh, I get it.
How many animation characters have died because they failed to recognize it? You did a great job. Thank you for finding it. Ah! Oh, shit! They did a really complicated animation sequence there. Hey, director! This ground was drawn on a cell!
It was easier to do it this way than to cut the foreground out of cardboard.
I don't want to hear excuses. Let's be off.
Right. Our information said the one we're looking for was in this house.
Hey, this door isn't drawn on an animation cell. Normally they draw the door on a cell so it can open like this. This is ridiculous.
No, sir, not like that. This door opens like this.
This is an act. What is this? Is this like a commercial? Is this an actual anime or what?
Well, where is the one?
Well, our source said it would be in a desk in this room.
A desk drawer? I've got a bad feeling about this. I see. As I thought, these drawers aren't drawn on separate cells.
Sir, remember what will happen if you open the wrong drawer.
It's a meme dub of a bad anime.
Kaboom!
I hadn't heard anything about that.
The director made it up just now.
In any case, the one we're looking for is in one of these drawers. The bottom one shouldn't move because the pattern is too complicated. I have to choose between the top one or the middle one. Is this it?
Oh!
This is the real dialogue.
Yes, it's the one. But how did you know which drawer to look in?
It's easy. Look at the handles on the drawers. One has a complicated shape that wouldn't be easy to retrace during movement. With the one in the middle, it's not necessary to retrace.
I don't think anyone except an animation fan would understand this, but what great reasoning!
Babe.
I don't believe you. When Joy saw Albert's face 3 years later, she had a visceral reaction. I can absolutely say that this looks like the man that I saw in the street. Non-lethal acoustic weapons. A year-long investigation by The Insider, in collaboration with 60 Minutes and Der Spiegel, has uncovered evidence suggesting that unexplained anonymous health incidents, also known as Havana Syndrome, may have their origin in the use of directed energy weapons wielded by members of Unit 29155. Oh. Here's a question. I have a question. I swear to God I haven't looked this up. So, you've got QAnon, you've got Epstein, you've got Ray Epps, you've got the pedophile rings, the Bohemian Grove, all the Western conspiracies that like the Tim Pools and everybody believe in, and the Glenn Greenwalds believe in. Do any of them believe in this one? Have they tweeted about this? Or is this all fake? Tim denied this?
Yeah, dude.
Hi. Hello?
Hey, what's up?
Hi, what's up?
Yo, this whole like people are calling it energy weapons usually. I've heard the one term acoustic weapons. This reeks of bullshit to me.
Well, I haven't even read a tenth of the article yet, so I can't really give an opinion on it. So.
Oh, okay, my bad. I thought you were through it more, but yeah. So if this is an energy weapon, so if it's using radio waves or microwaves, in order for it to produce enough energy to like actually injure you, it would have to have a lot of energy.
Yeah.
So it would generate a lot of heat.
Mhm.
So yeah, if you have like a microwave aimed at you, and it's strong enough to actually cause injury, you'd probably get like burns on your skin. Same with like radio waves. It could be anything on the electromagnetic spectrum. If it's actually strong enough to hurt you, it would probably burn, and it like you wouldn't be able to just use it through a building either. Like if it's actually powerful enough to go through a building and then like burn you, you'd know it's happening. And same with the like acoustic thing. Like if it's using some sort of like sound wave, again, like you'd hear it. It would like cause vibrations or something like that. So this just reeks of fucking bullshit. If any of these people are actually getting targeted by Russian agents or something, in all likelihood it's poisoning. And poisoning can actually have a lot of these symptoms, like hearing loss, hearing strange noises, tinnitus, and you know, obviously poisonings can cause brain damage too. So if I had to guess, if like any of this is real at all, these people are probably being poisoned. And on top of that, if Russia had some sort of weird secret energy weapon thing, like the U.S. would have known about it by now. This is going on for years.
Maybe, yeah. But I don't know. I have no idea. I have to finish reading it and find out. Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah.
All right. Well, yeah. Like, I'll let you finish reading, but basically all they have is just a bunch of like anecdotal claims from people who are just suffering from a bunch of issues, and they're not able to actually provide any evidence of, you know, a certain type of weapon being used. They just have like similar general symptoms going on.
Okay. Well,
But
yeah.
yeah, I figured I'd just share my 2 cents on that.
Okay. All right.
All right. Take care, man.
Among this investigation's core findings is the fact that senior members of the unit received awards and political promotions for work related to the development of non-lethal acoustic weapons, a term used in Russian military scientific literature to describe both sound and radio frequency-based direction energy devices, as both would result in acoustic artifacts in the victim's brain. Okay, hopefully we'll get a physics explanation here. These and other operatives attached to Unit 29155, traveling undercover, have been geolocated to places around the world just before or at the time of reported anomalous health incidents, and AHIs, as the U.S. government formally refers to Havana Syndrome. Oh, anomalous health incidents. Furthermore, Joy is not the only victim to identify a known member of this Russian Black Ops squad lurking around her home. The first sighting may have happened exactly 7 years earlier. Contrary to the information that has been made public about Havana Syndrome, that it began in the eponymous. I've seen this word before. Eponymous. It's got to be that.
Eponymous.
Yeah, eponymous. Cuban capital in 2016. There were likely attacks 2 years earlier in Frankfurt, Germany, when a U.S. government employee stationed at the consulate there was knocked unconscious by something akin to a strong energy beam. The victim was later diagnosed with a traumatic brain injury and was also able to identify a Geneva-based Unit 29155 operative. The incident occurred within months of Russia's 2014 invasion of Ukraine, in which a stealthy, nearly bloodless seizure of the Crimean Peninsula in February and March 2014 gave way to a rolling 8-year-long dirty war in the eastern industrial heartland of the Donbass, close to Ukraine's border with Russia. Wait, what? Somebody was knocked unconscious by a directed energy beam? Oh, I'm sorry, Nacho Mama. Okay. The Insider, 60 Minutes, and Der Spiegel, I don't know how to pronounce this, have uncovered documentary evidence that Unit 29155 has been experimenting with exactly the kind of weaponized technology experts suggest is a plausible cause for the mysterious medical condition that has to date affected over 100 far-flung U.S. spies and diplomats, as well as several Canadian officials. Many are seasoned subject matter specialists on Russia, fluent in the language. Others have expertise in different fields, such as the Middle East or Latin America, but were assigned after the takeover of Crimea to sensitive U.S. government roles aimed at countermanding Russian aggression and intelligence operations across Europe and North America. Oh, my priors on this are so fucking low. I hope this isn't a waste of fucking time. There's so many questions I have. First of all, if you're experimenting with these weapons, you would never take experimental technology, experimental military tech into another country where you risk it being captured by the enemy, and now you've like completely fucked yourself. Your whole unit is completely fucked, right? Oh shit, we got arrested because we were caught doing some weird, oh fuck, there's the whole military plan is completely destroyed. I guess unless you have like a self-destruct mechanism built into the car or something, but like that's so risky. Why wouldn't you just test this in your own country first? You'd perfect it first. And then secondly, why the fuck would you deploy your like most noticeable agents in foreign theaters or like in foreign countries or cities, and then have them like this is so dumb in so many different ways. But maybe, I mean, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I'm sure. Hopefully, they've got some strong evidence here. Unit 29155 moreover, is infamous within the U.S. intelligence community. Their scope is global for conducting lethal operations and acts of sabotage. A former high-ranking CIA officer with subject matter expertise in Russia told The Insider their mission is to find, fix, and finish all in support of Vladimir Putin's imperial dreams. Originally conceived as a training unit within the GRU, it was reorganized and expanded in 2008 as an operations team devoted to assassination. Sabotage, and political destabilization campaigns across the world. 3 members of this unit, Colonel Alexander Mishkin, Colonel Anatoly Shapiga, and Major General Denis Sergeyev, were responsible for poisoning British double agent Sergei Skripal and his daughter Yulia with a military-grade nerve agent Novichok in Salisbury, England in 2018. In 2015, Denis Sergeyev... kill me. Denis Sergeyev and other unit members twice poisoned Bulgarian arms dealer Emelian Gebrev with a similar organophosphate weapon, almost certainly because Gebrev's company, EMCO, was selling ammunition to Georgia and Ukraine, 2 countries that have recently been at war with Russia. Unit 29155 also used Serbian mercenaries to orchestrate a failed coup in Montenegro on the eve of that nation's ascension to NATO in 2016. As The Insider was the first to report, the unit was responsible for a series of explosions at ammunition and weapons depots across Bulgaria and Czechia, explosions which began in 2011, 2 years after Unit 29155's reconstitution as a Black Ops squad and right in the middle of the Obama administration's reset with Moscow. These operations killed or injured or killed dozens of innocent bystanders. Their exposures have led to the expulsion of 19 Russian diplomats from Sofia and Prague, respectively, as well as indictments by the Bulgarian government of all of Unit 29155 saboteurs implicated in bombings in that country. More recently, members of that unit were deployed as an advanced sabotage and kill team in Ukraine in the days ahead of Russia's full-scale invasion of the country in late February of 2022. The S in Spiegel is pronounced Spiegel. Der Spiegel. Okay. Unlike other teams within Russia's sprawling intelligence apparatus, this one doesn't spy on people. At least not for the sake of gathering information. It is devoted exclusively to so-called kinetic, i.e. violent, military operations. Its predecessor and analog was the Soviet KGB's department devoted to special tasks, which conducted assassinations and acts of terrorism abroad. Its most sinister spade work included killing Ukrainian nationalists in Europe with bombs and cyanide guns and plunging an ice axe into the skull of exiled revolutionary Leon Trotsky in Mexico in 1940. Havana syndrome, itself long thought to be the accrued biological effect caused by a different kind of unique weapon, encompasses a variation of symptoms including chronic headaches, vertigo, tinnitus, insomnia, nausea, lasting psychophysiological impairment, and in some cases, blindness or hearing loss. Many victims have said that they were fine one minute, then stricken with an intense pain or pressure in their skull the next, usually localized to one side of the head, as if they were caught in a beam of concentrated energy. What the fuck does this mean? A good number have been diagnosed. Like, I feel like I had a beam of concentrated energy hit me right now. Anyone else feel that? A good number have been diagnosed with mild traumatic brain injuries. Others have suffered such severe long-term cognitive and vestibular after effects that they can no longer function on a day-to-day basis, and they have medically retired from government service. Joy has suffered from headaches every day for the past 3 years. She's also undergone 2 surgeries for semicircular canal dehiscence, the appearance of holes in the bony walls that encase her inner ears. She will need a 3rd surgery to address the rapid deterioration of her temporal bone, a condition she says her neurosurgeon cannot explain. Havana syndrome first gained public attention in 2017 in connection with strange ailments affecting more than 20 CIA and State Department officials posted to Cuba in the wake of okay, where's like the science part? This is fucking retarded. This is already boring me. The sun also rises. Wait, is there anything in here about like what's actually happening or what they think is happening? No. Oh. Wait, why did Dan lie to me? I told Dan that I feel like it's just gonna... Wasn't my prediction to Dan that it's just gonna be a bunch of people that have had random conditions and they say they saw Russians near them and then, like, that's the whole fucking article? Oh, okay. Control F 2024.
Hey.
What? This is fucking boring and retarded. What am I... Give me, like, the juiciest piece from this.
Just read it, bro.
No, I'm not wasting 2 hours reading this whole, like, thing of, like...
I'm sorry that I wanted to get you to waste 2 hours on this. You're right. You know what we can do instead? Let's get the Playing with Fire guy on instead to debate the most mundane, actually retarded thing I've ever heard in my entire life about.
And even that's more interesting than a bunch of government officials that got headaches. Wow.
Listen to me.
What?
No.
Headaches? Holy
Okay,
shit! Not the
fine, I'm gonna
headache.
give you
Not the
I'm gonna give you
headache
clip
weapon.
notes. You know who you are? Hey, I just want you to know the only people right now that are denying this are like hardcore MAGA people on the right.
Denying what? What's even being denied?
That's the only people. No, you're saying, hey, this is a nothing burger, not worth reading. So that's fine. I just want you to know who is in your company. So you know, it's a nothing burger. That's what Steven said. Listen, I'll give you the cliff notes if you don't want to read it. Okay?
Yeah,
the
please.
cliff notes of what it says is that the Russians, back when it was the Soviet Union, basically created a technology under the Soviet Union where they could direct microwaves or ultrasonic shit at people, okay, and fucking fuck them up, right? Like in there's shit saying that they could literally make someone just fall asleep, they could give someone brain damage, and the fucking goal is like some insane conspiracy shit. But they're saying it like the goal was not even to fucking kill people, but to influence their decisions. That's what they're actually trying to do. It sounds fucking
Is it possible to even do that? How much energy would you need?
That's why it's fucking crazy. Because apparently
You have no... You're just gonna...
Listen.
Yeah, okay.
Well, I mean, I'm trying to tell you what's happening on the article, but you just want to like kind of not read the
go ahead.
article.
You're about to not address anything.
There's a lot of shit in here about people getting awards for doing the type of shit in here. You should read it, and then you can be like, it's bullshit or not. It would be good. You know, maybe all the people.
But
on the far
people
right
just
are
said,
wrong.
is there anything in here about how the technology works, how they think it works, or is it just like people's stories about them getting headaches?
There is some stuff in there about the technology.
Okay, what do I control F and read?
Microwave. Remember how Devin doesn't believe in those, by the way?
Okay, the U.S. government shrugs publicly about my family's ordeal.
You know what?
he
Let me
said,
stop
but
you
US
right
government
there.
personnel
Let me
had-
stop you right
come
there.
on.
You're speaking in the I'm not taking this seriously voice. I need you to take it back and not speak in that voice.
Pulse microwave radiation is one of two technologies that scientists, including those assigned by the U.S. Intelligence Committee to investigate Havana Syndrome, have theorized as the possible cause of the condition. The other is acoustic sound. How the fuck are these are two completely and totally different fucking things, no? Either of these approaches may result in the victim appearing to hear audible sounds, hums, and clicks through a phenomenon termed the Frey effect. The microwave auditory effect, also known as the microwave hearing effect or the Frey effect, consists of the human perception of audible clicks, buzzing, hissing, or knocking induced by pulsed or modulated radio frequencies. The received sounds are generated directly inside the human head without the need of any receiving electronic device. This effect was first reported by a person working in the vicinity of radar transponders during World War II. How big are these things? These are like...
So what it says is what they believe, or they have shit, is they said like back in the day, they were huge. So it was like giant fucking satellite dishes they had to put in the back of vans and fuck around that way. But now is the belief that they've gone and they've miniaturized it much more effectively.
Okay.
See, that's another dismissive thing. I mean, if you want to look, how do I put this? It's a big story from publications that I think that you respect. Okay? I think that you at least should give them the credit of reading the story before.
I don't care anything at all about all the anecdotes. Talk to me about the technology. That's interesting. The fact that I've got 2 hours of fucking, no offense, low IQ government workers that are saying they've got headaches and morning sickness. I don't want to read. I don't want to waste my time. I would rather go and edge for 2 hours and come all over your fucking cat.
You can't
then waste
reading this.
Okay, hold on.
It's not that.
I'm closing my eyes. Hold on. Closing my eyes. Okay, closing my eyes. Hold on. We're gonna boom. Okay, let's see what paragraph's right now. Okay. The use of sinus route as part of the GRU's operational trade graph. A means of throwing off counterintelligence services with false trails. As a rule, spies always leave misleading traces in their air travel, including or avoiding trips directly to their destination of interest, and sometimes investing hours or even days in diversionary travel by train or car. Additional motivation for the Russian spies? I don't care. Just give me like an article on the tech.
Why would you care? I get it.
I want an article on the technology. I want an article on the technology.
Well, they don't have the fucking technology, bro. What they have.
I want an article on the theoretical application of technology.
You know what you are? You're a fucking moron. Okay? This is big news.
Yep.
These are allegations and pretty thought out conclusions that
They're
Russia.
pretty thought out?
Yes.
Okay.
That Russia is essentially like fucking with anyone that like even remotely fucks with them, even in a small amount. Now. That's what it says. But, you know, I understand that if you want to conclude without reading, that's your.
Wow, bro! Thanks for the link, dude. Thank you so much. What did you say? Page 28? Who linked this retarded fucking shit?
Okay, that's funny.
Oh wait, maybe it wasn't 28. What page was it?
This guy used redact.dev. You see that?
The guy said page 25. Good one. Oh. Read it with several other recorded samples of the signal of interest made by different people on different dates and different locations. We denote these A, B, C, D with related recordings D1 and D2, EFG, not all of which contain analyzable data. The video sample already shown in figure 3.1 to 3.3 is denoted X. All of X, B, D, and G sound approximately the same. A piercing, slightly fuzzy, high-pitched tone. Figure 3 to 8 shows that they have similar spectral characteristics, but with some notable differences. All show the comb of frequencies that suggest a periodic signal. All show an envelope with substantial power of around whatever this. Most, but not all, show evidence of a second harmonic envelope at this. The difference among the spectra at blank are below are due to different ambient room noise and are likely not associated with a signal of interest. Sample A's broad spectral peaks at blank and blank, not seen in the other samples, are bird sounds on the recording. The most notable difference among the different recordings is that the harmonic spacings, PRFs for a periodic signal, are not the same as signal X's, but are at seemingly random values in the range of blah, blah, blah. This is for acoustic waves. A lot of this is redacted, so I don't... With radiation, it's not possible to do this without high energy beams or damage to the outer tissue. However, it is a theoretical possibility that acoustic waves with the same resonant frequency as material in the body could do this. However, the irregular shape of the tissue and bone, along with the high dampening ratio of biological systems, makes it impossible. Okay, AKC. This is my question. This would be my main concern. If you told me that you could do this in a lab with a machine, I would believe you 100%. I'm sure this is possible with a lab, in a lab with a machine, okay? But if you told me that you could, at range, precisely direct a thing with enough energy to get however much the magnitude or whatever the fuck of the wave to carry enough energy in a way that precisely damages internal stuff without leaving any external damage whatsoever, is that physically possible? Is there anything in physics right now that we understand in terms of like manipulation of anything on the electromagnetic spectrum that does something like that? I'm not aware of anything like that. Is there? I don't even know what class you would take for studying waves like this. Like, is there an example of anything that? YT Channel Tech Ingredients made their own directed sonic energy weapons and tested it. Microwaves heat from the inside out? I don't believe that's true. I could be wrong.
You are wrong.
Okay.
Just read the fucking article.
No.
You know what? I hate you. I hate you so much. I have a Russian wife.
Yeah, okay, hold on. Just real quick. That's not true. And I even knew why ahead of time. I should have said it before even looking it up. Microwaves don't heat things from the inside out. You probably have the impression that they heat things from the inside out because you're usually thinking of, you're probably thinking of things like pizza rolls. My understanding, I know I could look some more, but I'm
Totino's.
realizing. What?
Remember when they sponsored Twitch?
Cool.
Totino's?
Yeah. My guess is going to be what's happening. My understanding is I think microwaves work by exciting water molecules, and the excitement of the water molecule and the friction generates heat energy. When you're putting something in a microwave and you're cooking it, the outside roll isn't as like H2O dense or doesn't have as much water in it to excite as the stuff inside. And that's why when you bite into like a cold thing that's scalding hot on the inside, the impression is that, wow, the microwave must be cooking it from the inside out. But the reality is there's just more stuff in the middle to excite with the microwave radiation than this like thin, flaky bread shit on the outside.
Yeah, I know. I was just trolling you.
I'm sure
got
you
trolled
were.
on
Yeah,
that.
okay.
On that one thing, I trolled you. On everything else, I was legit, though.
Okay.
But do you see how much confidence I had when I said it? And you're like, fuck, okay, I was wrong.
Wouldn't that
See,
work
that's
for the same way with the human body? I don't know if you could direct a microwave beam at somebody and cook something on the inside to reach an appreciable temperature on the inside, because keep in mind, all of your body internally is also, it's a giant radiator, a giant water cooler as well, right? And not cause any external damage or heating whatsoever in a way that would be noticeable? I don't know if that's true. In a random environment like outside. In theory, can't you send sound waves at resonant frequencies of the internal organs at very high SPL? Your body is probably gonna have a ton of different types of resonating things, and you would hear it. I don't know if you can do a harmonic interaction with a resonant frequency higher than what the ear could hear and have it actually impact an organ. Maybe that's possible. I don't actually know if it's possible. If it was possible, you would need an ungodly amount of energy to power that wave. But I don't know 100% if that's even possible. I'm not sure.
But wait, didn't they say they did hear shit?
It's random government workers over the collection of all these government workers saying that they have headaches and ringing in their ear.
Okay. I mean, do you think they're lying?
No, they could have any number of things wrong with them. Physics
the
guy
collective
answer.
of these people that all were involved with the anti-Russia shit, all having similar symptoms, what do you make of that?
The symptoms. Fuck, I'm getting triggered. It's okay.
Why are you getting triggered?
Because
Fair
they're not. Their
question.
symptoms are like pregnancy symptoms. The symptoms aren't like the person had like temporary blindness in one eye, or their hair started falling out, or they broke a bone randomly, or they developed a strange cancer always in the base of the symptoms are like headaches and nausea. Like.
Isn't there people in the study that literally had brain damage?
From what? Yeah, but from what? I mean, a lot of people have brain damage for a lot of random things. What do you mean? Like, because they have brain damage, it must have come from a directed energy weapon that the general's fucking son was outside your house shooting? Okay, sorry.
I don't know. It might be cool to read the article and like.
I
find
did
out
read that
how
story.
They like caught like Russian people like literally escaping away from the fucking scene, and shit like that. That would be cool. And how those same Russian people got awarded medals for doing shit with like electronic interference and patents for it and shit like that from the KGB up and all that jazz. That might be interesting. That might be more to the story. You know what they say, like putting all the pieces of evidence together, like spread apart, it's a conspiracy, but together.
Okay, so this guy in chat, this is my issue. I don't know if you're a physics guy or not, but it sounds like some of these stories. No, I'm talking about the guy in chat. It sounds like some of these stories say that they were able to send an EM wave through multiple layers of different buildings and directly to a certain person. It just seems impossibly difficult to do something like that. The biggest issue being that if you could penetrate like that, it wouldn't just stop. Yeah, that's what I'm not understanding here. If it was like, I would believe, you know what? I might believe this if it was an entire building full of people getting sick. Then I'd be like, oh, I can, at least like my mind and my comprehension of physics, that makes more sense. But pinpointed energy weapons that aren't leaving any external markings but are fucking your brain up, my current understanding of physics doesn't allow, at least my brain, I can't even understand that. I don't understand at all how that's even conceivably possible. It's like telling me of like a faster than light vehicle that's traveling Russian soldiers around the world to commit, quick terrorist attacks on U.S. embassies. My current understanding of physics doesn't allow for that in my brain. I don't understand how that would work. Okay, somebody said, here it is used in a real military application. All right, let's watch a video. Also, by the way, it might be possible that this is a thing, and I just don't. I'm saying, I don't have the physics understanding to understand it. It seems impossible to me, but maybe it is possible, and I just don't have the understanding for it. I just don't know how it would work.
Can I send you a link on the technology Destiny?
As long as it's not fucking retarded. Oh wait, I'm sorry. I thought you were Rage Pope. Yeah, you can send me.
There you go. Dude, don't further that conspiracy theory. Not cool.
Actually, they do sound a little bit alike, don't they? Holy shit.
You sound nothing alike at all. I
Oh
don't
my
know what
God.
you're saying.
You're like a little bit different microphone.
Portable microwave weapons capable of causing the mysterious spate of Havana syndrome brain injuries in U.S. diplomats and spies have been developed by several countries in recent years, according to leading American experts in the field. U.S. company also made the prototype of such a weapon for the Marine Corps in 2004. The weapon, codenamed Medusa, was intended to be small enough to fit in a car and cause a temporarily incapacitating effect, but with a low probability of fatality or permanent injury. There's no evidence that the research is taken beyond the prototype phase, and a report of that stage has been removed. This isn't really...
Hold on. You got it. You keep reading. You don't get to just stop because it stops disagreeing with you. We go through the facts.
Because it stops.
That's where we're at, right? Always the facts. The center.
The state of that science has, for the most part, been, if not abandoned, pretty much let follow in the United States, but it has not been followed elsewhere, says James Giordano, professor of neurology and ethics at Georgetown University Medical Center. Giordano, who is also a senior fellow in biotechnology, biosecurity, and ethics at the U.S. Naval War College, was brought in as advisor by the government in late 2015. After about 24 U.S. diplomats began falling sick in Havana, he later provided an assessment by U.S. Special Forces in which countries were developing technology, and it became clear some of the work's being conducted in the former Soviet. I just wanted the technology, test structures, various materials, technology can be adapted to weapons. The second major wave of brain injuries among U.S. diplomats and intelligence officers took place in China in 2018. Particularly for giving details on which company developed.
You can scan right down to James Lynn. That's the guy who I think talks about the actual physics of what they're trying to do.
James Lynn, the leading authority, U.S. authority on the biological impact of microwave energy, said a large apparatus would not be needed to focus energy on a small area, heating it a minute amount and causing a thermoelastic pressure wave that travels through the brain, causing damage to soft tissue. Okay, I don't think people understand what the main issue is.
Decapitation effect.
Yeah, I believe you could do this in a lab with a machine. I don't know how this would go through multiple walls, like into buildings at range. That's the complicated part, but I'll keep reading. Maybe it says it here. The pressure wave would initially be experienced by the target as sound. Many of the U.S. diplomats, spies, soldiers, and officials whose symptoms are being studied as part of the Havana Syndrome investigation reported hearing strange sounds. You can certainly put together a system and a couple of big suitcases that will allow you to put in a van or SUV. It's not something that you have that you need to have an enormous amount of space to come in a microwave weapons project. No, first of all, microwave audio effect could rapid. Given 100,000 per prototype, your portable car will have a controllable radius of coverage, be able to switch from crowd to individual coverage, cause a temporarily incapacitating effect, have a low probability of fatality or permanent injury, cause no damage to property, and have a low probability of affecting friendly personnel. And even in 2004 said that hardware had been designed and built. It's quite conceivable that you can hide it in a car or in a van, but it would not work over a long distance, he said. You can do it through a wall, say, if you were in the next room in a hotel. I maybe could believe that, sure. If you had a singular wall, you knew the composition of the wall and you were setting a certain thing, yeah.
Or like through a window. Like if they were out on the street and then the person was working inside their office and it was just a window in between them. Would that be possible?
Maybe. I don't know.
If it was a focused... Well, I mean, why not? That's like even thinner than a wall.
I think as your range increases a lot there, even if it's directed through a dish or whatever, you're still working with the inverse square law, right, guys? Like the power requirements increase literally exponentially for the increase in distance, right?
Where were these people that, and at least in Havana, because if you read the first article, they talk about a lot of people outside of Havana having the same symptoms.
The symptoms mean nothing to me. It's literally nausea and headaches and tinnitus. The symptoms mean nothing to me.
Oh yeah, look at the, well, I mean, he's not going to care if you show him the embassy. It's just a lot of windows, basically, like everywhere. He doesn't give a shit.
Yeah, so here's a different way to think about this is, I'll link you this video from CNN. The thing, like the evidence here, I wouldn't even focus on the directed energy weapons. They have the same cell of about 50 Russian spies that they're tracking. And out of this cell of 50 people, they find 2 to 5 of these people going in the weeks before one of the Havana Syndrome outbreaks, going to one of these cities, and then leaving the second that the outbreak happens, right? So you
Okay.
have this set of people. If you remember, like I think it's called Cheat Engine. Remember when you're looking for like hex codes and memory and stuff? It's like that idea, right? They have a list of like addresses they're watching, people they're watching, and they keep going to where these outbreaks happen, and then they run away as soon as they happen. So it seems like even without the directed energy weapons component, that video, this guy talks about exactly like why they're so confident it's Russian in origin.
Okay, I can't believe I'm saying this, but I think I fully agree with what Vegan Gains said. I can believe all that, but it seems so much more likely that you're looking at some form of environmental contagion here to make these people sick. So they're finding a way to poison people. They're getting like access to a pipe and they're pumping in a gas or something along the lines of that. Seems so much more likely than
100%. I don't need to commit to the technology because that's not the most interesting part of the story. The interesting part of the story is that Russia's directing these attacks at U.S. diplomats or U.S. Intel agents.
And it's a huge issue for the U.S. because both countries are like really invested in this not coming out as well. Russia's invested because they obviously don't want to have this ship be antagonized. The U.S. for the same reason. They don't want to have this huge call to war, and all of a sudden we have this huge shit show going on with another nuclear power. And then the same part, the U.S. probably doesn't want to acknowledge it because then it's kind of hard to get fucking diplomats that are gonna, or spies or anything that are gonna go against Russia if they're literally gonna be having this issue happen to them. So it's like a lot of shit not wanting to to try and keep this from coming out, essentially.
Okay, plausible mechanisms. What is this?
I think
Assessment
this
of
is
illness
the
of U.S.
original U.S. report. This is what they thought the number one most plausible mechanism was, I believe.
Okay, directed radio
the
frequency
directed
energy.
weapon. Yeah.
Committee felt that these acute symptoms were more consistent with a directed radio frequency attack and explored possible related mechanisms. At the same time, the chronic symptoms that were reported are often seen in patients after head trauma as a result of chemical exposure, infectious disease, or stress in a hostile environment. There did not appear to be any evidence for unusual or for usual forms of traumatic injury, but the committee did evaluate possible chemical infectious causes as well as psychosocial causes for the chronic symptoms. Okay, directed radio frequency energy. The committee relied on open source data from published literature as well as first-hand reports from clinicians, researchers, and affected DOS personnel shared in person at its December and February meetings to evaluate the plausibility of directed RF energy exposure as a cause of both the acute and chronic clinical signs and symptoms. While the committee did review the significant body of scientific literature on the potential therapeutic and palliative applications of electromagnetic energy and the health risks of microwave radiation, this subsection primarily restricts its focus to RF biological effects that are consistent with the clinical and personnel observations. Observations from clinicians, including published summaries of symptoms and experiences, and DOS personnel were considered with respect to known biological effects of a wide variety of RF exposures, defined as 30 kilohertz to 300 gigahertz, including microwave radiation at 300 megahertz to 300 gigahertz. Okay. The committee used these personal and clinician observations to identify known RF biological effects. Assessment findings. Low-level RF exposure typically deposit energy below the threshold for significant heating, often called non-thermal effects, while high-level RF exposures can provide enough energy for significant heating. Thermal effects are even burns, and for stimulation of nervous and muscle tissues, shock effects. While much of the general public discussion on RF biological effects has focused on cancer, there's a growing amount of data demonstrating a variety of non-cancer effects as well, in addition to those associated with thermal heating. Based on a review of these information sources, the committee finds that many of the acute early phase symptoms and observations reported by DOS employees are consistent with RF effects, including a perceived clicking sound within the head, even when the ears were covered, a perceived force/pressure sensation within the head and on the face, perceived spatial localization and directionality of these perceived phenomena and other loud sounds, hearing loss, tinnitus, impaired gait, and loss of balance, as well as the absence of heating sensation and absence of observed disruption of electronic devices in the immediate environment. In addition, many of the chronic non-specific symptoms are also consistent with known RF effects such as dizziness, headache, fatigue, nausea, anxiety, cognitive deficits, and memory loss. The absence of certain observed phenomena can also help to constrain potential RF source characteristics. For example, the absence of reporting of a heating sensation or internal thermal damage may exclude certain types of high-level RF energy. There are multiple possible mechanisms for non-thermal RF biological effects, including apoptosis and cell oxidative stress. RF-induced non-thermal cell membrane dysfunction can occur. How do we pulse rather than continuous wave RF exposure because the reactions to pulse and CR are at equal time averaged intensities yielded substantially different results. According to Pakhamov and Murphy, the Russian Language Study Centers indicated that pulsing may be an important or even the most important factor that determines the biological effects of low-intensity RF emissions.
I also would just like to throw out that the thing you're reading is 4 years old.
Wow.
And you have a investigative report with sources and
That has
information that came out a month ago, and you won't even read it because
Am I
you think
crazy?
You know
Am I?
because
I
you
feel
think
like
you
I'm
know the
going
answer
insane.
before you
I feel
even
like I'm
fucking
going
read it.
insane.
You are.
feel like
You
the
are.
world is making me
You are doing
crazy.
what you criticize so many other people for. That
No,
is
no,
just a
I'm
fact.
not. To be clear,
You
you're
are.
the
You don't
retard here.
understand
You're
how
the
it's
retard
possible.
here. I'm asking questions about the technology, and you're like,
read the fucking article
then,
first.
then tell
I don't know.
you can't
I'm
even.
not a scientist.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right.
I think
don't even-
everybody's just
it
getting
could-
really hung up on the ray gun stuff for like
Yeah,
no
it
reason.
literally-
The ray gun stuff's not
listen.
even.
No, the problem is I don't think either. I'm
It's because
overestimating
that
how much I know about
fucking
physics,
start of
or
the
you have no
article doesn't
fucking
have a fucking
idea how
schematic. You
electromagnetic
won't even read
radiation
it.
works. You're like, oh, you can take a gun and shoot a precise beam at somebody's head
No, I
through
didn't-
7
I
different
didn't say
layers
that.
in a fucking apartment and cause them to have headaches. My understanding of EM radiation is that breaks
Which is
every
nothing.
fucking. No,
Which
you
is
either.
nothing.
You, yeah,
Which is
okay,
nothing.
which is
Mine
nothing.
too.
Apparently, it's more than yours. If your convincing evidence
No,
is 9
they're the
stories
same. We're
about
both
fucking
retarded.
retards getting headaches. Okay, Jesus
what's
Christ.
really happening is there an article and it's not starting with a fucking schematic for a ray gun, so you won't even read it, when the whole article is supposedly about how Russia has this entire system in place for targeting fucking diplomats across the country. Or sorry, across the
Dude,
world.
where's the physics
Kind
guy
of
in
a
chat?
fucking
Can
big
somebody
deal.
link me like an explanation of how this would
Yeah,
work?
I
That's
know.
all I want.
If only
Until
there was,
then,
like, some
I don't need
succinct
stories.
fucking
I don't need
article.
stories of government officials. You won't believe this. I
It's
had a
not
headache
stories.
and I was
Yeah, you haven't read
nauseous
it.
and I had anxiety. Oh my
Oh,
god.
Hey, you know what you're doing right now? You're assuming. Like, you know what? Someday, I fucking, oh god. I hope that they find the fucking ray gun. And when they find the ray gun, I want every conservative ever to find you doing this in here where you wouldn't even read the article because you were assuming. I'm not saying there's a ray gun. I'm saying it's a fucking really interesting fucking article that has a lot of sources and a lot of information that seems to back up the idea that Russia is systematically targeting American diplomats across the world.
Sure, I could believe that. But that's not
Okay,
the
and
interesting
you're like-
part.
and you're
That's
like,
not the
"Show me
interesting
the
part.
ray
The
gun."
interesting part
That
is the
the interesting
claim
part.
that it's a directed energy weapon that can be fired at range through walls and is portable. That's a really fascinating claim. Russia trying to
Why is
poison
that the
people or
interesting
doing
part?
weird
Not
shit to people in
poison,
embassies.
Not poison. First off, no one said poison. And if you go through either the video or the article, it does go in there about how special groups have been set up, how they've done
Oh my
like
God.
fucking patents and
Special
things like that.
groups, patents.
Well, you
One of the
won't read
guys
it.
from
You
this
won't read
unit, the big piece of evidence is one of the guys from this unit was awarded, given I think 100,000 rubles for testing an auditory weapon of some kind.
Wow, that's not yeah. Have you ever had a baby before? That's an auditory weapon. The question is whether you can shoot something at range, undetectable through walls from a mobile power supply, and not have anybody catch you and direct the effect at one person.
Hey,
That's
I'm
the
literally
claim.
just explaining
That's
to
a
you
hugely
why they're
different
going
claim
with
than
the
just
direct
like.
energy weapons thing.
I know. Sorry. Okay.
I'm not all that big on that theory. I think the cool thing is that they clearly tracked all of these spies, and it's clearly Russia doing it. Now, these spies are also famous for like Novichok poisonings as well, right? Organophosphate poisoning.
Which makes sense. Yeah, Russia has a history of that, and we can understand that. That's not
entirely
breaking the
possible
laws
they
of
have something
physics for us to understand it. Yeah.
Okay. You know what? Let's take a step back.
Okay.
No ray gun. Ray gun doesn't exist. New article just came out, Steve. You know what this article says? Russia has systematically been targeting any diplomat or journalist that goes against them for the last 10 years.
Yeah. You mean for
I
the
mean-
last? You mean for the last like 100 years, right? I mean, yeah, we already know
I
that,
mean,
of
if you don't-
course,
if you
right?
don't- Well, no, I didn't know that. I think that's a pretty big escalation. I don't think. the
Wasn't there
US
literally a guy
I don't
in-
think the United States attacks other people's diplomats.
Was his no? We shouldn't be caught doing it.
I don't.
Was
think
it was
other countries do
Navalny?
that
What was the name
either.
of the guy in Russia that died recently? Was it Navalny?
Navalny.
Yes.
Wasn't he poisoned in the United Kingdom by Russia? Am I making that up, or is it a different person?
I think was that one of their nuclear, like their
Like a plutonium thing, like a radiation thing? Like Russia's been doing that. Oh, yeah, it was him, wasn't it? Or was it in Germany? Like Russia does this stuff. I'm not saying that what you're saying isn't bad. That's horrible. And if we found more information out about it, yeah, there should be, things around that. He was poisoned in Germany. That was a different guy. Okay, I'm thinking of a different guy.
I was a nerve agent with Navalny.
Yeah, which is.
I'm invested in this being a ray gun now. It's
I'm
not
not
a ray gun.
invested in the
I'm
story of
invested in it
Russia doing. Yeah,
because
so
the
am I.
walk-back is
No,
gonna be
you're not.
amazing.
There's no walk back. Oh my God, you're so fucking stupid. You're on Alex's level right now of debate. There are 9 people with headaches. Therefore, physics has been changed radically. That's
Oh,
what
yeah.
you're
I mean,
debating me
there's
with
guys
right
that
now.
are fucking blind. They can't hear anything. Steve's like, he doesn't feel well. He has a headache. That's you.
Wait,
That's
hold
what
on,
you do.
wait. Okay, wait. So a guy was instantaneously at range, caused like instantaneous blindness, or let me find that in the story.
You know, maybe you should read the article. You know, I mean, that's crazy. If we read it, you know, let's just assume. Let's assume.
Havana
You know
syndrome
what?
itself, long thought to be the accrued biological effect caused by a different kind of unique weapon, encompasses a variation of symptoms,
There it
including
is, the not serious voice.
chronic headaches, vertigo, tinnitus, insomnia, nausea, lasting psychophysiological impairment, and in some cases, blindness or hearing loss. Holy shit! It's an energy weapon that hits your brain and causes every fucking thing to happen.
Fucking big
Oh my
deal.
God! I heard that this actually ages you 1 year for every 1 year you live as well. It's crazy. And if you
know
wait
what?
long enough
Everyone
without
got
drinking
it
any
wrong.
water, it makes
They
you
said
thirsty
that
too.
I was your Mossad handler. You're actually handled by fucking Russia.
You're shooting an
it.
energy weapon at me right now. I can feel the
No,
headache coming
you
on. I'm about to go
are
throw up.
You know what? I don't even care if it's real or not. I care that you won't even read the article because you made up your mind before you read it.
I haven't made up my mind. I just asked if there's anything about the technology in here.
Absolutely made up your mind about if this is a big deal or not before you've read it, and everyone fucking sees it. 100%.
Okay, here's a question. Do you want to make a bet on whether or not a directed energy weapon will be discovered within the next year?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
What odds?
So 1 to 1.
Okay.
No shot. Give it Dan like 3 to 1 odds.
No,
He's betting
Dan and
on
I,
something he
Dan and I
thinks
both
physically
have
impossible.
Dan and I both have the same non-existent level of understanding of physics. That's
that
what Dan
is true.
said. Yes.
You don't-
so
yeah,
in that
you don't
case,
think-
we're
you
both
say
shooting in
it's
the dark.
impossible.
If anything, Dan should give me
here's
odds
the-
because he's got this
here's the-
huge
here's the
article that's
difference.
backing his whole thing up. But I'll do 1 to 1. I'll do 1 to 1.
Hold on a
Okay.
second. Wait a second.
What?
I'm a retard. You're very confident that I can't exist.
I'm not.
I admit that I'm retarded.
I haven't.
So
Hold on. Wait.
should
Can you
definitely
even
give me
restate my claim?
that there is no directed energy weapon because it wouldn't go through fucking windows or walls. It's not possible.
Okay. You're not even following the conversation.
Oh, you are changing something right now. I am in the conversation. I
I'm
am
sorry.
Definitely
Did I say earlier? Did I say that my understanding of physics means that this particular thing shouldn't be possible? Can somebody show me the mechanism? That's what I asked. That was my
is
question.
Debate pervert fucking topic point saying my understanding it shouldn't be possible.
Yes. Because
Well, you don't know anything.
I
Your
literally,
understanding of physics is
I
nothing.
literally
Mine too.
said, I
We're both
literally
retarded.
said, like, 60 seconds later, maybe I don't understand the how this type of radiation works. Maybe there is a way to do this. Somebody link me. That's why I literally asked in chat verbatim, hey, you're a physicist. Can somebody link me like a mechanism that would explain how this would be possible? I literally asked these exact questions.
Listen, okay? Neither of us knows anything. So the best you'll give me is 1 to 1.
Okay, yeah, $100 within 1 year. Okay.
Let's do it. Let's do 1,000.
No, it has to go through walls. Okay.
Oh, I know how we
it
can
has
do
to
it
be
too. No,
directed.
stop.
No, and it's not going to be buying anything. No, it's $100. The same mechanism that lets you receive cell phone signals through walls at Destiny. Yes. However,
Dan,
one,
did you just see
cell
what
phone
happened there?
signals
Did you just see
don't
what
go
happened?
through. Cell phone signals cannot penetrate every wall. Okay. Number one. Okay. It can only make it through some walls, depending on how you're connected. Number one. And number two, cell phone radiation is not directed. Okay. I'm pretty sure it just emanates from the tower. Number two. And number three, would you say the wave is at such an amplitude? Is that how you're measuring strength of the wave? Is it amplitude? Or is amplitude, it's not frequency. Frequency is the, oh my God, I don't remember anything from physics. I think amplitude is the strength and frequency is like the kilohertz is the tone. I'm using the auditory explanation. But it doesn't do damage to you, right? That's the difference. Okay, now imagine if cell signals were directed, huge power, boom, roasted. I don't know what it means. I don't have the background. I just don't know what it means I don't know if you can direct a wave. I'm pretty sure you can to some extent because I'm pretty sure that like microwave internet towers exist that are directed, but I don't know if that means that it's actually like shooting it in a pinpoint or if you're just aiming a dish at an area and it's going in like a general direction. I'm not 100% sure about that. I don't know. That's why I'm asking. Give me a link to a physics video that explains how directed energy will work, like through walls. That's all I want. Okay? That's all I'm curious about.
I haven't done it yet, but I can't say that yet, though. You know?
I can say your mom.
This is the... Oh, he's back.
Oh, so here's what this hurts me a little bit, but for the bet that we do, $1,000, 1 to 1, that's fair. and if I win, you have to donate to a Palestinian charity.
No, not even $100 for that. Can you agree that sound used at a low frequency can cause headache, tinnitus, etc.? You're talking about below 20 hertz? If you want to power something below 20 hertz to affect a person, you from a far away range, wouldn't you need an ungodly amount of power for that? I'm just thinking of like the subs in my car. Like for subs, you need tons of. It's way easier to send low frequency waves. Rage Pope, you're literally fucking retarded. Why are you typing in my fucking chat? What do you think takes more power? A 4-channel amp for normal speakers, or a fucking subwoofer for an amplifier for subs? It's easier to send low frequency waves. I'm pretty sure high frequency waves travel easier to a person that can hear them more than low frequency ones. I'm like 50% sure. I just hate Rage Pope.
Listen, Rage Pope's a smart guy. You gotta trust the people like that, you know?
No, Rage Pope is like my fucking dad, where he has an answer for everything and he'll speak with the same level of conviction. He has no fucking idea what he's talking about.
Look how this guy in your YouTube chat spelled neutrino bars.
Based.
I didn't mean to make you so mad. I just wanted to watch the video.
Well, I can't because you gave me 60 minutes shit, so you're trying to destroy me.
You literally can't watch 60 minutes?
You should
What?
look up research on infrasound, because that's what you're talking about. And infrasound is a decently like researched thing. It's definitely like stretched beyond what like woo-woo people think it is, but I was in a lab that used infrasound to make like this Halloween set haunted house more spooky. So
What
it
does
is a
that have to
thing.
do?
Rage Pope is-
What does that have to do with what we're talking about?
Wait, you guys are talking about low frequency sounds being emanated out by like 20 kilometers, or am I like super far behind?
Okay.
And it gives you headaches and stuff like that, right?
The tides are turning against you.
Yep.
Wait, this is all just all I'm saying. Don't believe me. Just look up the term infrasound on like Google Scholar.
Okay.
Again, people take it out of context, but
Yep.
there is some evidence.
Don't worry.
be some-
If he looks it up, he's gonna do the bullshit voice when he reads it. I can do it. Hold on. Let me do the bullshit voice. Subscribe to LilyP2, youtube.com/channels. White people happy. I donate to Mr. Gemzar for making Cybervegan have to do that work for Ko-Fi. Gemzar. That's what you do when we're supposed to discount completely whatever you read. You know what I want? This is the way I want you to read. So subscribe to LilyPichu. White people happy. I donate to Mr. Gemzar for making Cybervegan have to do half the work. Let me see what that is on Wikipedia. That's the voice I want when you're reading it. Okay?
True.
That's the inquisitive, interested Steve, not the I don't want to read this article.
Okay.
I need, if I have any people that understand anything about physics, please, God, please, for the love of fucking God, come in here. I need you, please. Holy
They're
shit,
not
I'm
gonna
gonna
know
fucking
either.
kill myself.
We're all so stupid, you know?
We're all so dumb. Just look up infrasound.
I don't
Steven.
need
Have
to. It
the
has not.
world
You're, what you
Look
already
it up.
said was already encompassed by what I said earlier. Okay, I love you, but
No.
please.
What? Say it.
What you just said, you said in a lab. In a lab, in controlled settings, there's a ton of shit that you can do. You can literally pinpoint cancer in a person's body and shoot it with radiation and pinpoint fucking kill it. In a lab is different than directed at range against a target through fucking walls with mobile power supplies and mobile directionality without being detected by other people. That's the fucking question. That's the question, okay? It's not like in a lab can you do a thing? Obviously you can do a fucking thing. There's a ton of things you can do in a lab
It's
with
not in a
complicated
lab.
machinery.
It's
with
not in a lab. It was
Okay.
real life studies. They were putting in haunted houses. Obviously, it's not identical.
It's
to
not.
the 20-kilometer
It's not.
weapon,
It's not
which I
pinpoint
already
directed. Pinpoint directed.
I already said people tend to take it to far extremes.
That's
but
the
as a
whole
result,
question.
they're tossing the baby out with the bathwater.
No, it's not tossing the. If the question was people went into a room and when they were in that room for a while, they started to feel really shit. Everything you're saying applies, and I understand there's technology to make that happen. The question is, can you shoot this at range through walls and have a pinpoint effect on a person?
But you should look it up on Google Scholar anyway.
I also think most of these things were through Windows, just so it's clear.
Ooh.
Most of the. Hold on. Just to be clear, so that I can understand, because I'm a guy that's seen houses before, okay? You're saying most of these things were through ground floor rooms with a window visible on the outside where a person had a clear shot of the window on the street. That's where all of these, it can't be most of them, it would be all of these. That's where every single one of these was reported?
Or the person was outside.
Because people said this was happening in embassies. So these embassies all have windows that have a clear straight line of sight from within 100 meters or whatever, I guess, outside where a person can aim shit.
I don't know. Pull up the picture of the Havana embassy. Let's see.
Isn't it possible that it's like a wave of sound, so it doesn't have to be pinpointed? It just has to be strong enough to affect the individual.
Also, I would imagine they'd have
I'm
a
gonna kill myself.
calibrated
I'm killing
distance
myself.
and like, yeah, if they calibrate the machine, right? And wait for the person to walk onto wherever they were going to fire it. I would assume that's how they do it. Because that's how you would guarantee that you could...
I don't know how you...
Oh, go ahead.
Can you pinpoint stuff like that? I'm not aware of how you do that. I don't know how you do that. Is it possible?
It's okay. It's okay. We don't know. Oh, it's Vegan Games.
Well,
Go ahead, Vegan.
Yeah,
Oh my
considering Russia's history with using poisons, I don't know why people aren't just assuming it's.
Well, they're not assuming poisons because I think when they do the analysis of the people, they're not finding any traces of any poisons.
Wait a minute. Oh my God, that's the best analogy here. What we had with the poisoning before, when Novichok first came out, people didn't know what the fuck it was. It was wild shit. Right?
True.
You would have been like,
the new thing.
show me the science. I don't see it. They just got sick.
It's not real. Unsa sensitivity is just not
Exactly.
possible.
Oh my
But it
God. That would have been you. There would have been a 3 journalist just combination article about how Russia has a new poison.
Is much so look, Russia has a history of using different poisons to kill people.
Oh yeah.
And poisoning isn't something that breaks the laws of physics as we know it.
Yeah, but
and it's not some like magic weird energy weapon that like here's the thing, if you're gonna say somebody was murdered with something but you have nothing that even gives you evidence of a type of weapon being used, like show me the gun basically is what I'm saying.
It could be like a big amp, right? Like a really, really big speaker.
Yeah, you've seen like the Fender, speakers that people have in their house. Oh, sorry, the Marshall ones. You know what I'm talking about? Like the Marshall speakers. One of those, basically. With a put like a
cars with subwoofers.
Like a cone. Like a street cone.
Like
Yeah.
you're
Pointed the other
suggesting it's a new weapon that you can't show me what it is. Nobody
Yes.
understands how this could possibly even work.
Well, I
It doesn't
think-
even
We
make
know we
sense
do.
how it works.
I think
I
they have
don't know
kind of a
why
good
you'd
idea.
assume. Like I don't understand why you'd assume it's like some sort of energy or sound weapon.
Well, I guess the
we're
idea is that
it's infrasound, right?
Well, the idea is that it's some sort of either acoustic or energy, whatever. And the idea is that when it's directed at you, it causes some form of cavitation inside of your brain. Okay? Right? So that type of thing is something that could be reasonable.
That doesn't
would-
actually make any kind of sound that can pass through walls and doesn't damage
Well,
any
hold
other
on, hold
objects
on,
in its path.
hold on.
Microwave radiation, when you're hit with it at certain parts of like your head and inner ear, it does cause you to basically hallucinate sounds. Like you hear sounds that aren't there.
And to be clear,
Just like
these people-
radiation is just mystery energy, okay? That's not real.
Yeah, that's true too. Also, these
Not
people
saying
did-
that.
Well, hold on. Vegan Games. You just said and it leaves no sound. The people did say they heard sounds.
Well, yeah, and that can
Well,
also
well,
be
well, hold
explained
on.
by poisoning.
What?
Yeah, you can actually end up hearing sounds and shit when you're being poisoned. There are side effects of certain
Am I getting
poisons
trolled?
that will...
I first off, just to be clear, I'm not trolling. I think that we should read the article and
do
like
you
actually
understand,
listen.
like, how many fucking medications that exist that actually cause damage to your ears and hearing, that can cause tinnitus, loss of hearing, make you auditorily hallucinate? Like, there's medications that do this.
Yes, I understand, but not that you have sudden clicks and you get, it's okay. All right, you're right. It's poisoning through the window.
Well, I'm not saying it's poisoning through the window. Like,
How would
I'm
they
saying
know?
somebody, like an agent, could be slipping something into somebody's coffee. There could be a number of different explanations for this.
Oh, yeah.
But
So you think
again,
infrasound
I've
off-label vegan claims, no, there's a 0% chance that it's infrasound.
No, it can't be
The
infrasound
likely-
because it wouldn't be affecting a pinpoint location through walls that nobody else is hearing or being affected by.
Window.
again, it's pinpoint. Only one person is being affected. It's
There
not
might only be one
It's
person
not
in there.
causing
In the whole embassy?
It's not causing any kind of
In the
vibration
window.
or damage to any other object, but somehow it's specifically attacking the tissues within your head.
And doesn't leave any external marks on the body whatsoever, but it's enough to cause like irreparable or long-term damage inside the head.
Like, how are you passing through that much? So, like a window, concrete, through
be just a
through
window,
the
right?
skin. Through
Dan
the
made that
dermal
up. I don't know
layers
why
of
we're
your
running with
skin,
that. That
through
is
muscle
only that every
tissue,
single one of these happen
through your
only through
bones.
windows, but
Yeah, through the bones in your skull, but then somehow it only damages your brain tissue.
Are you asking me?
I'm asking, well, whoever is supporting this.
Dude, I
energy
dropped out of
weapon thing.
fucking high school.
Then why would you assume this is an energy weapon?
Because I read the article, and that's the assumption
I
that they
just
have.
read the article. Well, I also read the article that shows that literally this technology with microwaves has been made and it works. The range is short, but like it has been made and it works. And the only hiccups the U.S. government had with it were that they couldn't test it on humans or animals effectively because of ethical laws they have. And
the
ethical
U.S. the
guidelines.
same one that did MK Ultra. What
So-
year was this when the U.S. military was highly ethical with their testing and
Are
couldn't
we
test on?
already trying to discredit what he just said? Why not?
No,
why
that
not
was just an
genuinely
interesting
try
statement.
to
I'm
get
sorry.
information?
The question was, can you show me the application of this with the constraints that we're working with here? I don't know. You guys keep doing this, and you're going to keep doing this. I don't know why I'm saying this, but I keep saying I don't know how you could do an energy weapon like this that would penetrate a material, cause a specific type of damage, and leave no other mark or affect other people. And then you keep saying, and then you've done this like 5 times. You're like, oh, well, but there was one weapon that worked outside on a bunch of people. Or you're like, well, but there was one weapon that worked on a person right next to him. Well, but there was, like, you're giving me all these other things that I agree. Yeah, these obviously exist. Isn't this literally how radar shit was like, thermal effects were discovered? Wasn't it like a British dude standing next to a fucking satellite dish and a Hershey bar melted in his pocket? Like, yes, this type of shit obviously can affect normal people. You have ionizing radiation. You've got radiation that you can use to kill cancer. You've got X-ray radiation. You've got ultrasounds for imaging things in human bodies. I agree that all of these things exist and can happen. And you keep giving me examples in environments that I agree that it can exist in. Do you have a single example of any of these technologies working through walls on individual targets? Just one example of this. No, wait, for
I'm
just
not claiming
one
it worked
example.
through walls. I'm
Okay,
not claiming it
that's
worked
all.
through walls.
That's what
I
I'm
don't
curious
have an
about. Okay.
example for you.
Okay.
Okay.
All
Where's the example through walls that you're talking about? That you're the victim who was hit through a wall. Can you give me that example?
My understanding is the reason why this stuff is so mysterious is because all of it is happening inside buildings and shit, inside embassies and whatnot. No, wasn't that the whole point of this?
No. Lots of these people are being hit at their private homes.
What does a home have around it? What makes it a home? What's the difference in the home and the outside, Justical?
All of the examples I've seen have been either in their homes or outside or in the home right next to a window when they're the only person home. People's pets have been hit apparently, so I can't imagine it's actually that accurate or effective in terms of focusing in just on one person.
Are the pets reporting tinnitus?
Yeah, that was my joke too. Good one. How does the dog tell you can't hear anything?
So again, like you're acting as if, oh well, the U.S. developed this technology. It's a microwave, okay? So if you shoot a microwave at somebody and it has enough energy, it's going to damage tissue. Now again,
No. You only need to increase the temperature in the brain slightly to cause this shockwave effect, which rattles the brain and damages tissues. You don't need to heat the brain enough to cause tissue damage.
Wait, that causes the
explain
shock.
that
Can
to me
you?
again?
Oh wait, is it in the article? The shockwave effect.
That's in the article. Yes, that shockwave effect. And it says
Shock-
specifically that the U.S. government contractor that developed this weapon documented specifically the microwave auditory effect, like the hearing sounds from this microwave weapon.
Well, I don't think that has to do with the shockwave effect that you just mentioned, though. Where is this shockwave effect, or what's it called in the article?
Jacob, that's literally why this is interesting. You can just sorry, it's not in that article. It's in the other one I sent you.
Oh.
So you're saying that the microwave radiation doesn't have enough energy to actually like burn your skin, but it's enough energy to create some sort of shockwave effect in your brain, and that's what damages your brain tissue.
Yes, and causes the immediate symptoms.
Okay.
Vegan Gains, have you read the article?
Yeah, I have.
The whole thing?
But again, this is just me defending the idea that the technology could exist. I don't think the technology is particularly important, and I would agree with Vegan Gains that it seems also possible that it could be a poison or something. I just think it's interesting that Russia is directly tied to this, while the intelligence agencies said, no, we're medium to high confidence, or intermediate to high confidence, that no foreign adversaries are behind these attacks. And now it seems like that's just not true. That's the interesting part of this to me, is people who have their faith in institutions shaken are going to have it shaken further if this is proven to be true.
Like, for me, I
Wait.
would just have to see.
Did they say that that Russia's absolutely not involved, or did they just say there's no proof of like a strange energy weapon? What was the statement by the U.S. intelligence agencies on this?
It was
From where? 2020 or 2024?
Either one.
Well, I don't know.
I could go find the exact wording for
I
you, but it
think
was
they said
basically they
no foreign
found it
adversaries were
unlikely.
involved.
Unlikely a foreign adversary is involved, and they gave that statement that is unlikely a foreign adversary is involved medium to high confidence.
Okay, wait. If a foreign adversary is involved with a novel weapon that's never been seen before in all of human history, why would it be insane that an intelligence might say it's unlikely that a foreign agent is involved? Wouldn't that make sense?
I didn't say it was a weapon that's never been seen before in human history. I said it's clearly, like it seems from the evidence in this article, it's clearly Russia. And this guy himself says, well, why am I able to figure this out when the U.S. has infinitely more resources than I do?
Well, to be clear, this guy hasn't figured out anything. He's found a bunch of people that got headaches.
You haven't read the article.
And you've already missed the whole point. The whole interesting part of this is that they took the same group of 50 Russian guys, they go to all of these sites where the Havana syndrome breaks out, and then they see them all leaving right after it breaks out, as in, like, it's just a very clear pattern, and they say they have 8 instances of this happening with Havana syndrome.
Okay.
Yeah, so the issue is the logical leap here. Without actually knowing what the weapon is involved or how these people are being attacked, I don't know why you'd just jump to some sort of microwave radiation thing. Like, yeah, these people could be involved, but they could be like poisoning.
Like, yeah,
these people
using
or
poison,
attacking
like
them in
any
some
other of the
other-
Russian tactics where they've,
Yeah, and
I just
they're well
think the
known for
technology is
doing this.
interesting and it's possible. I don't necessarily think they did that. I think that, again, I feel like I'm a broken record. The interesting thing is that it clearly seems to be Russia after the intelligence agencies said, no, it's a medium to high confidence. It is not a foreign adversary. That's the interesting part of this story to me.
Why is it clear that it's Russia?
Because they saw a bunch of the same agents at different places.
Steve actually doesn't know because he hasn't read the article.
Wait, actually, wait, just curious. Do they have video evidence of anything of these people, or is it all just like people saying, like, oh,
man.
that's the guy?
Man,
I'm just curious.
If you read the
Documentary
article.
evidence from multiple sources.
But wait. When you say multiple sources, wait, Justical, real quick. Wait, Justical, because apparently Dan didn't watch any of this and can't answer the questions. Do they have like video photographic stuff of these guys in multiple areas, or is it just eyewitness reports?
Not video photographic stuff. There's eyewitness reports and U.S. government confirmation that the young guy, the first one you're reading about, 2 U.S. officials confirmed that he was in Tbilisi at that time. They have the pattern of how they travel. They break up their travel into different cities. They fly to certain cities. They drive the rest of the way. They do a bunch of stuff to break up all of their travel. So they have that pattern established, and then they show them in those cities. So it's in Tbilisi for this one, specifically the capital. And beyond that, they have confirmation from the U.S. government and an eyewitness source. So they
Is
have
that in-
the
is that in- is that in-
the travel documentation?
is that in
So the
one of
travel
the-
documentation,
yeah,
the U.S.
is that-
government confirmation,
just-
and the
yeah.
eyewitness report?
Is that for one of the places, or is that for all of the places that are being talked about in here?
I believe for all of the places they have multiple levels of information. For some of them, I wouldn't doubt that they only have the travel to those areas corresponding with the dates.
Do you think that's
again?
sufficient?
And the article only has 3 of the 8.
Do you think that's sufficient to show that this is like a foreign state's plot to be
Yes,
fucking with
it's 50,
American?
It's 50
and
people.
nationals?
It's 50 people who are going in the weeks before these attacks happen and leave immediately after they're done. The odds of this happening by chance are astronomical.
Okay, so I just want to say then we have a foreign state that's testing an experimental high-value weapon on their near peer, the most powerful country in the world, in a different country that isn't their own, rather than testing it in their own state on people who would not be able to show it, and they're doing it in a pretty low value way rather than when they might need it to release this tech for like a very valuable operation.
Yeah, this is why my priors on
Yeah,
this were also
that's
so
the-
like crazy. Like really, this is like the directed energy weapons to cause headaches
They're-
and a bunch of like embassy
So they're
retards. Like
explicitly attempting to cause damage to American intelligence agents and diplomats who are working against Russia's interests, and they're doing it because they can do that against that near peer or that higher tier power, and they can do it without it being a declaration of war. They're not killing these people. They're not ever going to be caught with like poisons. They're doing a non-lethal attack.
wait, hold on.
because
They're
that
not
works
ever going to
to
be caught without
accomplish-
poisons. They're just going to be caught with these massive battery-powered fucking intercoherence EM wave radiation machines in their fucking vehicles.
You know that they've done this already, right? They've been
Done
caught
what?
doing this to
Wait,
people.
and-
They were bathing the whole embassy in Moscow. They're bathing the whole embassy in microwave radiation for decades.
An
They do this
embassy
shit all
in
the-
Moscow?
This is a foreign country.
It gives them
with
plausible,
experimental tech that
plausible
they'll give away the.
You mean a Russian embassy in another country?
Yes. So specifically, the cluster of cases that the article brings up is that the CIA office in Kiev that operated in the lead up to Euromaidan, that is the office. They're targeting multiple people out of there. So the people from there go to other cities all around the world and then suddenly come down with Havana syndrome. So they're being targeted in a revenge plot against these agents who must have been critical in working against Russia when they were trying to take over Ukraine, when they're trying to have.
Hold
I
on.
can't remember the guy's
Are you
name,
saying
whatever
they're
their
not
president
experiencing
was.
the symptoms until after they've left?
Wait, they're experiencing not until after they left, but it's
Aren't
the
these-
same
aren't these
cluster of
weapons
people who are
a-
being
a
targeted
very
in
acute
different
thing?
places all around the world.
The
A very
test
acute
example
thing.
you linked to these weapons was an acute.
Yes, I don't believe they were
acute
hit.
response.
I don't believe they were hit because obviously the whole point of the article is that these Russians go to that foreign city. So one of them's in Guangzhou, one of them's in Hanoi, Vietnam, right? They're all over the world. These Russians go to these places, and then these people who used to work at the Kiev office are targeted, right? They've transferred out of the Kiev office, they've gone somewhere else, and then they are targeted explicitly.
But they're getting symptoms for a gun that supposedly gives acute symptoms when you're being hit with it, but they're getting these symptoms long term when they're very clearly not being hit with these guns. Do you understand the confusion here?
What?
It's
No,
the
no,
shockwave
no, no,
syndrome.
no.
The shockwave rattles around for about a month before it takes effect.
What?
Okay.
No, like, I didn't say any of that. I don't know who are you guys arguing with?
Well, I asked you. I asked you. I said, wait, you're not. You said. I asked you. Well, hold on.
I said-
I
I
asked.
said
Wait,
literally-
wait.
hold on. I said it's
You just
literally
said.
not even
Hold on.
important.
You just said who
It's
you're
the
arguing with. I can just
most-
restate the
I said
question.
I don't
Okay,
care
you
if it's
asked a
fucking
rhetorical
melee
question.
weapon.
You didn't actually want the answer. Okay, go ahead. Oh, can I ask the question?
My entire point this entire time has been the agents going to locations in a fairly conclusive manner, right?
Yeah, but it's
Like,
not even.
you
If they're not
know that they're
experiencing
going to these
symptoms
places
until
and they're
after
leaving.
they've. Oh my god! If they're not experiencing the symptoms until after they've left, how the fuck do we even know it originated from here? Because we saw the same Russians there.
No, because it's the people who are in that office working against Russia, purportedly by the article, and they're being targeted as revenge, as in they're being targeted years down the line, years later, after they've done these things, as a form of revenge. That is the motive.
So
used in the article.
they're deploying a unique, a novel directed energy weapon towards people that aren't even involved in
That
active
is what the
operations
article
anymore.
Claims yes.
Okay.
Well, by the
I don't know
way-
if they're
by
not.
the
I don't
way-
know if they're not deployed in active operations. I don't know what they're doing in those countries. They could very easily be working against Russia in those countries.
By the way, not every single person who's being reported to have Havana syndrome has any detectable brain damage.
Okay,
I know
so
that.
my understanding for these directed energy weapons, even in the like lab situations,
You guys don't
is
have to
they give
say
a-
my understanding because
you
none of
guys-
us have any
Okay, yeah,
understanding.
Yeah, I'm a retard.
Okay,
They give
me
a
too.
very
Yeah.
acute, they
I
give acute
would
discomfort,
rather
but
we
they
just
do not
didn't
have
actually
long-term,
talk about
months-long
directed
discomfort.
energy weapons. I would rather we
Yeah,
didn't
so
talk
they
about
don't-
them at all
they
because
don't
they're
give-
actually not
they
important to
don't-
the story.
They are. That's
They're
the
literally
most
not important to
interesting
the
part
story
about
at
this
all.
story. That's super
No, they're literally
interesting.
not important to the story at all.
You're using a documentary
Well-
as proof. Documentaries are super questionable because you're able to
What do
pick
we-
whatever things you want and put them that they push your narrative and ignore anything that doesn't and just publish it. You can just fucking yeet that thing out into the world. There's so many bullshit documentaries that push these weird narratives. And if there's like intelligence agencies and like third-party reports that go against this with like scientists and stuff who say like this is pretty
investigatory
unlikely.
bodies who have put their reputations on the line to publish this piece of information. So literally, like all of them are going to be a laughing stock if this is disproven. But
How
I think
do
when
you can't
three
disprove
different
nothing?
places
Wait,
from
none
all
of
over
this.
the world.
None of this can be disproven. There's not even a strong claim made in here. This is all like. None of this can be
It
disproven.
could
Yeah,
easily
if
be
you-
disproven.
you
One of
can't-
these
you haven't read the
US
article,
intel
you can't say
agencies
it.
could come out and say, "Hey, this person you're talking about being in this location, they're not there. You just made that up. You're lying."
Okay, wait, but they knew the people were there. But what is a strong claim that could be disproven from any of this reporting?
that these specific Russian agents, these specific Russian nationals, are in these cities at these specific times. That's the general fact pattern that leads to the entirety of the article.
The strong claim is not
Entire
that
thrust
the
of the
strong claim is not that Russians were in these cities. The claim is that Russians are using novel weapons to induce damage in U.S. intelligence people in ways that are untraceable. How could you ever disprove that story? As long as the Russians were there, the story must be true.
That part.
Then that's the big claim. That's the most important part.
I don't think that's the primary thrust of the story, which is why when I link you that CNN article, I don't even know how much he talks about that. It's exactly what I said. Sorry, not CNN article, CNN video. I linked you the CNN video where the guy, the lead investigator, talks about the fact pattern and what's important here. Oh, we definitely know it's tied to Russia. I literally don't give a shit about the directed energy weapons. That was the U.S. intelligence service's own investigatory finding, okay? That kind of microwave radiation weapon or auditory weapon was the most likely cause of this. Now, they could be wrong. That's totally fine. But I literally don't care if they're wrong. He fucking muted.
Who did?
Okay.
Me? I'm not. I'm just.
Oh.
I'm
The
here.
fuck?
I'm
Oh,
here.
I'm really behind on your stream. Never mind. Sorry, I thought I saw you talking. I was super pissed. At nobody.
So the only real evidence that people were in that town.
Dan needs a virtue signal for a little bit.
Just a little bit more. Okay.
I'm really disappointed that Steven is ignoring this article, and I don't understand any
Yes.
implications of it, but it's crazy to me.
Oh,
but
you know
don't
what?
worry.
Hold on. I can say it in a way it makes sense. Do you respect the organizations that have put this together? Yes or no? Do you think that these are fucking Daily Mail tier shit? Yes or no?
It's
answer the fucking question. Come on.
Not more than intelligence agencies with what.
It's
they've
not
put
even
forward.
about that. It's that
Oh, you won't answer. Okay, that's fine. If you don't want to answer, we
it's
can move
it's
on
a
from
childlike question.
that. That you won't answer.
No, I won't, because it's a childish question. The question isn't,
Okay.
do I respect the publication? The question is, what did they publish? If you have the time to read the material, you don't cite the authority of the publication, you cite the fucking material, okay? Pretty sure The Lancet is like one of the most respected medical journals in the world, and they're the ones that publish the studies saying that vaccines cause fucking autism. So just because you got a respected publication doesn't mean that it's never fucking wrong. You just deal with the
so all
underlying
we
material,
have
that's it.
is we have 3 different organizations, which I believe that you probably would say I respect them. I think that these guys...
Let me read it. I'm reading it,
of all
okay?
of-
I'm reading it. Let
No,
me
no,
read it.
no,
I'll read
let
it.
me-
I'll read
let
it.
me-
No, I'm reading
All
it.
right,
No,
all right, that's
why
fine. You
waste
don't
time
need to read
virtue
it.
signaling? We don't have much
Can I
time on
not
stream
talk?
left. Oh, he wants the
I'm
virtue signal.
not-
Because you're not saying
I'm
anything of
not
substance. You're about the
virtue
virtue signal.
signaling.
Okay, go ahead.
So here's the other thing here's the problem I have now. Now you're so committed, it'll never get a fair shake.
I'm not committed. You don't even know anything about any of this. You have no idea what the claim even is here.
Exactly. I just want you to read it.
That's
and
what I'm doing.
actually
I
make
just
a
said I
real
would read it.
assumption.
I'm reading it right now.
You came into this whole thing saying it's bullshit.
I came in saying I didn't understand any of the mechanisms for how the
shit.
technology would work. And nobody has a single link or anything. And Justical here isn't even on your side. He's just saying, oh, I don't give a fuck about the directed energy weapons. I think it's possible that Russia might be attacking a lot of people in embassies. I wouldn't even necessarily disagree with that claim. In fact, if this was presented to me as, hey, here's strong evidence that like Russian soldiers might be actually involved in poisoning a lot of people in embassies, I'd be like, oh, that's pretty interesting. Let me read it. But that, to me, that's not the interesting claim made by this. I wouldn't even bother, I don't think, reading something about that because it's, yeah, it wouldn't surprise me and I don't even know how much I'd care. The interesting thing is a novel technology that allows you to pinpoint people through buildings with directed energy weapons. That's interesting to me.
No, I think the interesting part of the whole situation here is systematic targeting of diplomats, which is something that's never been done before. And yes, the technology is very fucking interesting as well. Obviously, of course. That's like a crazy part of the whole situation.
I mean, if I had to bet, I would bet on the directed energy weapons, but that's just me, right?
I
Like,
mean, I put
would
a
do
bet
as well.
I put a, you know.
But I don't think it's critical to the story or telling like a very exciting and interesting narrative here, because obviously,
Okay, so
if people are just hold on, obviously, if people are just falling ill who are investigating Russia or working against Russia in some capacity, you're gonna have a problem recruiting people to work against Russia in an intelligence capacity, right?
Yeah, I just want to run down a narrative. So we've got a documentary that pretty much is Charlie's mailroom. We've got travel records to show that Russians have been in the same areas as certain peoples in similar timelines to them feeling sick. Now, there's
People who are
millions of
all
Russians.
in the same group
Probably-
of 50 Russians.
I'm
who are
gonna
responsible for
write it down.
Novichok
You ran it down.
poisonings
I'm
and
gonna
all
write
bunch
it
of other
down. You
shit.
can shut the fuck up. So
Yeah, you go
these
go
people-
ahead, but just no,
these
get it
people-
accurate. You have to be accurate, okay? You can't just make shit up.
Sure. What did
Go
I
ahead.
say there that's wrong?
Wait, what did you say that was made up?
You said random Russians. You said random Russians.
I didn't say Russians.
ahead.
I said there's millions of random Russians after that. So let me finish. There's billions of Russians probably actually. And you can run narratives from any of them. Right now, the strongest claims we have are there are Russians that are traveling at the same time that these people are getting symptoms. These symptoms are manifesting in entirely different ways than the tests of these energy weapons that we've seen in the past, right? They're long-term chronic issues rather than acute distress. We're also seeing stuff with them using weapons
by
that
the
are
way.
completely new and novel in countries that are not their own for pretty low value stuff when you look in like the grand scale of like what Russia would want to do if they're like fucking with America, right? They're doing hard scale like fucking with America. I don't think this is how it manifests, and I don't think they do it with their like new
disagree. You
cutting
want
edge
me to let
tech
you
that no one knows
finish?
about.
Well, wait, by the way, you mentioned long-term chronic conditions. Particularly out of Cuba, there's actually been speculation that the pesticides being used to combat Zika virus might actually be responsible for some of the symptoms.
Yeah, that's super reasonable. I would not.
You know what?
push back
Sorry.
against that.
For everyone in here, I apologize. I've decided that we all need to leave, and Destiny just needs to read the fucking.
I am reading it. Don't worry, I'm reading it right now.
No, you're not reading it when we do it. I want you to.
I am
start from
reading.
the beginning,
Nope.
read it out loud. to
I'm not
chat.
reading it out loud. I'm reading the
Why?
article though.
Why?
Because
You know,
it's
I'll
easier to read
You
it.
know what? I'll read it out loud to chat then.
Okay, go for it.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Hold on. Where's the fucking link to this goddamn thing? Jesus fucking Christ. Where is this?
You look handsome, Dave.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, we can't watch that. Okay. No, where's the fuck? Send me the article. The one that
You
you're looking
literally sent it to me like 20 times. You get it.
at. Oh, I sent you the video.
I don't want to send it to you and have the energy weapons coming outside my apartment attacking me. Okay,
Well,
from
obviously
the
they're not going to
street.
come for you. They're going to come for me because you're the one on their side. You're the one who's going to get paid. I'm going to be the one that gets fucking. Okay, hold on. What is it? The ins.ru.
I sent you the article too, Dan.
Okay, thank you. God forbid someone actually just makes this easier. All right, guys, get ready for some fucking misspeaks. Steve, you might want to go ahead and pull up some Factorio or something else because we're going through it. You ready? I'm going to give it a fair shake. We're all going to do it together. Okay. Unraveling Havana syndrome. I call it Havana because anyways. Unraveling Havana syndrome. New evidence links the GRU's assassination unit 29155 to the mysterious attacks on U.S. officials and their families. A year-long investigation by The Insider, in collaboration with 60 Minutes and, how do you say it, Der Spiegel? I don't know. And Der Spiegel, we're going to call it that. It's probably like Der Spiegel. Anyways, has uncovered evidence suggesting that unexplained anomalous health incidents, also known as Havana syndrome, may have. I have to cover up the chat. I'm gonna fucking kill myself. I already know I'm gonna speak. I don't care. Just let it go. Okay. Where were we? Havana syndrome may have their origin in the use of directed energy weapons wielded by members of Russian GRU Unit 29155. Members of the Kremlin's infamous military intelligence sabotage squad have been placed at the scene of suspected attacks on U.S. overseas government personnel and their family members, leading victims to question what Washington knows about the origins of Havana syndrome and what an appropriate Western response might entail. Tbilisi. He was tall, certainly taller than Joy's neighbors and the Georgians she'd come to know in 8 months and living in Digomi, an upscale residential community in Tbilisi. He was young and thin and blonde and well-dressed, as if headed to the theater or perhaps a wedding. Minutes earlier, on October 7th, 2021, Joy, an American nurse and the wife of a U.S. Embassy official, had been taking her laundry out of the dryer when she was completely consumed by an acute ringing sound that reminded her of someone in the movies' experiences after a bomb has gone off. It just pierced my ears, came in the left side, felt like it came through the window into my left ear, Joy remembers. I immediately felt fullness in my head and just a piercing headache. She ran out of the laundry room on the second floor of the house and into the bathroom adjoining the master bedroom. Then she vomited. Joy and her husband, Hunter, a Justice Department attaché in the U.S. Embassy in Tbilisi, had only arrived in Georgia in February 2020 in the midst of the COVID-19 lockdown. Despite the all-consuming noise in her head, Joy called Hunter. Both of these names have been changed for this story, by the way. As the spouse of a U.S. official serving abroad, she'd undergone overseas survival training and remembered that if something didn't feel right, the first thing you do is get off the X, leave the location. Joy checked the house Hold on, I just got a nuke. Can we nuke? You know what? Actually, fuck it. Warning you, after this, Omegalols are getting fucking banned, okay? And not a 10-minute ban. It's going to be all fucking day until Monday. That's how long it's going to be. 6 days, starting now. I don't want to see any fucking emotes, okay? I'm doing you guys a favor. Shut the fuck up, okay? All right. A black Mercedes crossover. Fuck! A black Mercedes crossover was parked just beyond the gate of her property, directly opposite her laundry room. Joy went outside, and when she saw the tall, thin man, she raised her phone to photograph him. It was like he locked eyes with me. He knew what I was doing. Then he got into the Mercedes and drove off. Joy took a picture of the car and the license plate as it pulled away. She says she didn't see the man again until 3 years later when he was shown in a photograph of Albert Veryanov, a Russian operative attached to Unit 29155, a notorious assassination and sabotage squad of the GRU, Moscow's military intelligence service. Albert is not an ordinary spy. Aged only 23 when this encounter took place, he was the son of the founding commander of Unit 29155. Furthermore, we're going to call it just Unit 2, okay? General Andrei Ayaronov, 56, who is now the powerful deputy director of the GRU, tasked with running the Kremlin's foreign policy in Africa. To the public, he was a fresh graduate of Moscow State University. When he had earned a master's in management of migration processes, a topic in which his father had took a keen interest. Even within the nepotistic GRU, Albert's trajectory was unusually steep, a young cadet who was being groomed for a bright career in espionage. In 2019, only 20, he even interned in Geneva with a residentura of Unit 2, disguising his visit to the international Swiss capital as legions of other Russian intelligence officers have, as an English language learning trip. Such was Andrei's desire to see his son follow in his footsteps that the GRU had to ignore its own rules of recruitment, which mandate officers blend in with their surroundings. As a 6'2" young blonde, Albert was conspicuous in any crowd, let alone a Tony suburb of Tbilisi. What does a Tony suburb mean? You know?
Tiny suburb. It's misspelled.
Tiny? Okay.
Yeah, it's definitely misspelled. It's just tiny.
Anyways, when Joy saw Albert's face 3 years later, she had a visceral reaction. I can absolutely say that this looks like the man I saw in the street. Next subject. Subject 2, paragraph 2. Not paragraph 2, section 2. Non-lethal acoustic weapons. A year-long investigation by The Insider in collaboration with 60 Minutes and Der Spiegel has uncovered evidence suggesting that the unexplained anonymous health incidents, also known as Havana syndrome, may have their origin in the use of directed energy weapons wielded by members of Unit 2. Among this investigation's core findings is the fact that senior members of the unit received awards and political promotions for work related to the development of non-lethal acoustic weapons, a term used in Russian military scientific literature to describe both sound and radio frequency-based directed energy devices, as both would result in acoustic artifacts in the victim's brain. These and other operatives attached to Unit 2, traveling undercover, have been geolocated to places around the world just before or at the same time of reported anomalous health incidences, or AHIs, as the US government formally refers to Havana syndrome. Furthermore, Joy is not the only victim to identify a known member of the Russian Black Ops squad, lurking around her home. The first sighting may have happened exactly 7 years earlier. Contrary to the information that has been made public about Havana syndrome, that it began in the Cuban capital in 2016, there were likely attacks 2 years earlier in Frankfurt, Germany, when a US government employee stationed at the consulate there was knocked unconscious by something akin to a strong energy beam. The victim was later diagnosed with a traumatic brain injury, just like I have from fucking being on the stream so long, and was able to identify a Geneva-based Unit 2 operative. The incident occurred within months of Russia's 2014 invasion of Ukraine, in which a stealthy, nearly bloodless seizure of the Crimean Peninsula in February and March 2014 gave way to a roiling 8-year-long dirty war in the eastern industrial heartland of Donbas, close to Ukraine's border with Russia. The Insider, 60 Minutes, and Der Spiegel have uncovered documentary evidence that Unit 2 has been experimenting with exactly the kind of weaponized technology experts suggest is a plausible cause for the mysterious medical condition that has to date affected over 100 far-flung US spies and diplomats, as well as several Canadian officials. Many are seasoned subject matters specialists on Russian, fluent in the language. Others have expertise in different fields, such as the Middle East or Latin America, but were assigned after the takeover of Crimea to sensitive US government roles aimed at countermanding Russian aggression and intelligence operations across Europe and North America. Unit 2, moreover, is infamous within the US intelligence community. Their scope is global for conducting lethal operations and acts of sabotage. A former high-ranking CIA officer with subject matter experience and expertise in Russia told the Insider their mission is to find, fix, and finish, all in support of Vladimir Putin's imperial dreams. Originally conceived as a training unit within the GRU, it was reorganized and expanded in 2008 as an operations team devoted to assassination, sabotage, and political destabilization campaigns across the world. 3 members of this unit, Colonel Alexander Mishkin, Colonel Anatoly Chapiga, and Major General Dennis, were responsible for poisoning British double agent Sergei Skripal and his daughter Yulia with a military-grade nerve agent Novichok in Salisbury, England in 2018. In 2015, Dennis and other members twice poisoned Bulgarian arms dealer Emily with a similar organophosphate weapon, almost certainly because Emily's company, EMCO, was selling ammunition to Georgia and Ukraine, two countries that had recently been at war with Russia. Unit 2 also used Serbian mercenaries to orchestrate a failed coup in Montenegro on the eve of the nation's ascent to NATO in 2016. As the Insider was the first to report, the unit was responsible for a series of explosions at ammunition and weapon depots across Bulgaria and Czechia. Explosions which began in 2011, 2 years after Unit 2 reconstitution as a Black Ops squad, and right in the middle of the Obama administration's reset with Moscow. These operations injured or killed dozens of innocent bystanders. Their exposures have led to the expulsion of 19 Russian diplomats from Sofia and Prague, respectively, as well as indictments by the Bulgarian government of all of Unit 2 saboteurs implicated in bombings in that country. More recently, members of the unit were deployed as an advanced sabotage and kill team in Ukraine in the days ahead of Russia's full-scale invasion of the country in late February 2022. Unlike other teams within Russia's sprawling intelligence apparatus, this one doesn't spy on people, at least not for the sake of gathering information. It is devoted exclusively to so-called kinetic, i.e. violent, military operations. Its predecessor and analog was the Soviet KGB's department devoted to special tasks, which conducted assassinations and acts of terrorism abroad. Its most sinister spade work included killing Ukrainian nationalists in Europe with bombs and cyanide guns, and plunging an ice axe into the skull of exiled revolutionary Leon Trotsky in Mexico in 1940. Havana syndrome, itself long thought to be a crude biological effect caused by a different kind of unique weapon, encompasses a variation of symptoms including chronic headaches, vertigo, tinnitus, insomnia, nausea, lasting impairment, and in some cases, blindness or hearing loss. Many victims have said they were fine for 1 minute, then stricken with intense pain or pressure in their skull the next, usually localized to one side of their head, as if they were caught in a beam of concentrated energy. A good number have been diagnosed with mild traumatic brain injuries. Others have suffered such severe long-term cognitive and vestibular after effects that they can no longer function on a day-to-day basis and have been medically retired from government service. Joy has suffered from headaches every day for the past 3 years. She has also undergone 2 surgeries for semicircular canal stuff, the appearance of holes in the bony walls that encase her inner ears. She will need a 3rd surgery to address the rapid deterioration of her temporal bone, a condition that she says her neurosurgeon cannot explain. Okay. Havana syndrome first gained public attention in 2017 in connection with strange ailments affecting more than 20 CIA and State Department officials posted to Cuba in the wake of revivified diplomatic relations between the Obama administration and the government headed by Fidel Castro's brother, Raul. The cases were recorded in Havana between May 2016 and September 2017, when the Trump administration radically reduced the State Department's presence on the Caribbean island and the CIA withdrew all of its personnel from the reopened U.S. embassy there. But few in the intelligence community believed the Cubans were behind the phenomenon. Given Moscow's outsized influence on the communist-run nation, the prevalent... Fuck! I was doing good there. The prevailing theory was that the Russians had carried out the attack as part of an effort to hamper the U.S.-Cuban rapprochement. Well over 100 AHI cases have been cited worldwide, affecting American spies, diplomats, military officers, contractors, and in some instances, their spouses, children, and even pets. Medically confirmed symptoms have been reported as far as Guangzhou, China, and as close to home as Washington, D.C. One victim was a senior official in the Trump-era National Security Council who became temporarily aphasic? I'm not going to do what you do. I don't know, whatever. And whose body went numb right outside the Eisenhower Executive Building in mid-November 2020. Another was CIA Director Bill Burns, then Deputy Chief of Staff, who was hit in Delhi in September 2021, causing Burns to cut short official visits to India and Pakistan. That same year, the Biden administration signed into law the Havana Act, which provides 6-figure compensation for confirmed victims of AHI. There's a reason why the Havana Act only came into force in 2021. For the past 8 years, Havana syndrome has been the subject of intense controversy. Sociologists have suggested it is little more than a mass psychogenic illness, or perhaps the outbreak of mass hysteria. Such arguments have been undercut by multiple medical studies, including one conducted by an expert panel convened by the U.S. intelligence community. The final assessment of that investigation found that AHIs had a unique combination of core characteristics that cannot be explained by known environmental or medical conditions that could be due to the external stimuli. Nevertheless, in March 2023, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence issued a redacted report that said it was very unlikely that AHIs were caused by a foreign adversary. This assessment has sent shockwaves among the hundreds of former and current intelligence officers and family members who believed that they had suffered significant and often irreversible health consequences at the hands of an enemy force. As a result, many of these victims felt betrayed by their government for neglecting to identify the culprit for their predicament. I'm not joking. I will fucking IP ban all of you. Glue, you're fucking done. I'll see you next week. You're going to be gone on Monday. You too, Prying Mind. Yep, Birdman. See you also. You think I don't fucking take names? I'm taking fucking names. You're going to be gone. You better hope it's a fucking week, because there'll be a goddamn month if you don't fucking stop. Where was I? The Insider and its investigative partners have uncovered new evidence in the form of intercepted Russian intelligence documents, travel logs, and call metadata, along with eyewitness... I can't.
It's a lot, man. I read the whole thing on
I'm
screen.
still going.
It's a
Fuck
lot.
it. We're going to do that, and now I can keep track of them for later. Okay? Where was I? Okay. Along with eyewitness testimony, the totality of which challenges the assessment. Oh my God, it's a Russian calling me. Hold on 1 second. Привет, как дела? Нет, хорошо. Что такое? No, right now I'm streaming to a bunch of retards who are trying to understand why your country is trying to kill everyone. So I got to go right now, okay? Love you. All right.
Okay, real quick before
All right,
Dan
bye.
starts again, Nacho Mama is running a fundraiser for her. I think her mother-in-law just passed away. So if you guys want to drop by there, she's collecting funds. Nacho Mama, kick.com/Nacho Mama, I think.
For what?
Just
Fuck
if any
that
of you guys
shit.
are
Donate
interested.
to the fucking Patreon.com/
Dude,
anything else.
her mother-in-law just died or some shit, okay?
Oh,
so
I didn't hear
Nacho
that.
Mama, okay?
Oh.
Kick.com/Nacho Mama. If you guys want to go, you should rate her after
I
this
don't-
Destiny, but
Can I? You're reading ahead? You're in a head reader? You better be fucking with me right now. You're in a head reading again in front of me. How could you do that?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm reading this and just marking dumb shit. I hope this gets better. I'm about 60% of the way. This is the dumbest shit I've ever read in my entire fucking life. But maybe it gets
All right,
really
I'm
good
not,
at the
I'm
end.
not reading anymore. You don't deserve me. That's
Okay.
it.
All right.
You're a bad person.
I don't even know if I believe in some of the claims here. I wish they'd publish more. Maybe it's here. People are being diagnosed with like traumatic brain injuries, and there's no details on any of this. Nothing. We don't have any more information about that. There's traumatic brain injuries, and we're not getting any more information. Based.
For me personally, I said when I went to start reading this that there's a lot there where I'm granting charity to these like 3 organizations who are reporting on this as a group, and that I'm assuming they cross-checked each other and made sure they got details like that correctly. If they
Yeah,
can't
but why
produce
not give us
evidence
more?
of that,
What do you
I
mean?
would
What kind
be-
of traumatic brain injury?
I don't know.
Okay, well, wouldn't that be kind of
there
important if we're
could be
establishing a
evidence
fact
looking
pattern of like certain neurological issues caused by whatever the fuck this Havana syndrome is?
Yeah, it seems quite important. I don't even know. I'm not totally sure what exact symptoms basically correspond to something they consider Havana syndrome. Seems like a very broad constellation of symptoms that could come from a multitude of sources. So it's a little confusing. Sorry, I just turned my music on super loud while I was talking there.
Both microwave and ultrasound energy can damage cells in the brain as well as open the blood-brain barrier, causing proteins. Where am I? From a range, or is this like an ultra pinpointed, ultra specific? Oh my god, I can't believe I wasted my time reading this dog shit fucking article. Even the investigative part on Russians traveling was a waste of fucking time. What a god-awful piece of this fucking horrendous journalism. Fucking kill me. Oh my god. This spans 20 different years of potential things with random people being evac'd from places and all over the fucking world. Oh my god. It's all good.
You're only making it harder for yourself when the ray gun gets revealed.
Okay.
Man, you're gonna have egg on your face. There's no, it's my understanding, and that statement right there That was this is a shit article and they're wrong.
Oh, I'm
gonna
sorry.
be-
Hold
you
on.
just-
My bad. I jumped the gun. And yet it remains unclear exactly how the attacks were carried out or whether multiple types of devices have been used. The limiting factor with ultrasound weapons is distance. Their sound waves travel poorly through air and solid objects found in buildings, meaning any device of this type would have to get up close to its target, no more than 10 or 12 meters away. Okay, so they at least include that like the technologies that they're positing are, as of right now, thought to be impossible, but okay.
Okay, so you just said the whole traveling thing, the whole like main thrust of the article is probably not true or not useful.
It's just
You wanna make a bet on it,
uninteresting.
that this will be that these attacks will be attributed to Russia in the next, let's say, 2 years.
All of them listed in here, or the majority of them?
That this is a consistent pattern. At least let's say the 8 that the investigator found this group moving towards.
Sure. We can bet $100 on it if you want.
Sounds good. Book it.
Well, the good news is that you're in good company with people who also think it's bullshit. You got
Nice.
Glenn Greenwald. You like that guy, right?
Bull.
Finkel? He also says it's bullshit. Who else says it's bullshit?
Mike Cernovich, definitely complete bullshit.
Mike Cernovich. Add Destiny to the list. That's it. We're ascending. We are coming to the side. Tim Pool, also.
Yeah. Everybody Tim Pool had on his show last night was like, this is just an op to try to get us to go to war with Russia. This is the government trying to convince us we should go to war with Russia.
Except that doesn't make any sense because the government isn't the one that's publishing this. The government has denied this over and over again, and it's other
Yeah,
publications
it's
that are
incredibly
pushing it.
retarded. Yeah, it was incredibly retarded.
Not good.
Oh, I'm sorry, 30 years. We're going back to the Gulf War. Whew. My God. Oh, never mind. It's for a different thing. Okay. Wow. All right. Well, been fun. I appreciate it. Thank you for my brain has been expanded like crazy.
If you're getting off, can you raid Nacho Mama on Kick?
I'll think about it.
Okay, cool. All right, I'm gonna get out of here. I'm gonna go to my Discord.
Love
See
you,
you
be
guys
careful.
later. Bye.
Oh, I'm not going anywhere. What do you want to talk about?
Well,
I want to also learn if this is possible. It's time to learn.
Time to learn. I mean, it's possible that people are being poisoned in places. I would believe that. I don't think that
You know-
the directed energy weapon technology, my understanding of physics right now means that it's not possible.
Yeah, my understanding also says that it's not possible. But, could be. They are very crafty.
Okay, guys, listen. My
Wait, we have
God.
more time. We can
What?
keep going.
No.
You don't have to go anywhere, right?
I do. I'm gonna go fuck
Where do
your
you have to
mom.
go? It's only 9:15. We got like.
I get off at
45
9.
minutes.
That's the whole point.
What? No shot.
Yep, 1 to 9 is supposed to be when I stream. If I don't have other shit going on.
Since when? You got here at 3:30 today. Fuck
Yep, I
that.
had other shit going on in the morning.
So then you go for an extra 45 minutes.
I can go.
All right. What?
Fuck your mom.
What
for
can I?
20
What can I
minutes.
do?
Haha.
Hold on. 45 more minutes. What do you want? I know there's something. you
Truly,
want. What?
Onslaught. Nothing.
There-
Join late. How was the research stream? It was crazy. Tomorrow you're gonna see all the stuff we learned today about immigration, guys. It was wild. We learned so much.
Oh, we can do immigration.
Yeah, we will. It's gonna be amazing.
Listen. Where could you possibly have to go right now? Nowhere.
I have a number of things that I can be doing. I still need to reformat this computer. I haven't done it. I still need to clean more shit out of my apartment. I have I need to do travel shit. I'm still like planning my Israel shit in the background. I need to send out some emails for a wave of that. I'm trying to coordinate rescheduling the 3 shows I was going to miss in New York to see if I can take care of that this week. I'm still setting up the. I have to make time to redo some of the studio stuff downstairs.
What do you want to do in the studio stuff, by the way?
Just changing the cameras and finalizing how everything looks, basically, and then finalizing the audio shit. Yeah, just that autistic shit.
Interesting. The Israel stuff. What's the timeline you're thinking on that?
I don't think we're saying that publicly, but I'll let you know.
Okay. Listen, you know I appreciate you, right?
Good, and I love you too. You're my favorite Dan.
You're my favorite Steve.
Thanks. Okay.
And my favorite Destiny. How about that? And I know a lot of Destinies. Okay, and they're a lot prettier than you too. Okay.
All right. I love you guys. It's been fun. I will be back tomorrow. Be careful. We're going to cappuccino, 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 my doing. I will catch you guys next stream right now. Peace out.